Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, family, we are back at it again. The dynamic duo is back in town. Yes, where there are villains, you must have superheroes.
Mm-hmm. I'm both villain and I'm a superhero and villain, you know.
The superhero and villain.
Yeah.
Yes, man. How could that be?
They called me Call Thanos, right? Because Thanos was actually, what was he? He was a villain, but actually he was right about a lot of shit, you know. He said, "Yo, we gotta balance the universe and do the thing. Now's not the time, my child." He was very gentle, you know, and loving, but he wanted to wipe out half the universe and shit, you know.
Hey, maybe the balance must, happen.
Hey, you gotta have balance somewhere, you know. He was right about something, you know. Shit, you know.
Yes, family. Here you have it. Yes, man. We're talking about the balance, and we're talking about about the same topic, and we're just giving it to you in different doses. And this is a series. So for those who want to learn more about Pan-Africanism and nationhood, you came to the right place. I mean, so this is class with Bomani and Kala Genesis, and now we're here to educate our people, uplift our people, motivate our people, build strong positive energy with our people, and work with our people. And let's show you our thumbnail right here. That's what we're dealing with right here.
Two handsome brothers, man, you know, suited up business professionals in real life, not just on YouTube, you know, professional in my real life, business person. I'm an author, I'm a writer, I'm a blogger, you know, and motivates. And look, I would say something, right? I've been doing this for over 31 years. Okay. I'm not somebody that just found this out 3 years ago and got on YouTube, so I'm running my mouth. I've been studying Africa. I've been studying geopolitics for over 30, almost 32 years. Okay. I was in study group after study group. I was in Pan-African groups, a Million Man March, all the stuff like this. I go way back, you know.
So you're
I
saying
go
that
way
you're credible.
back.
You're saying that you're credible to talk about the things that you and I have been talking about.
Right, yeah.
Which deals with a whole world of experience across the Black world, or what we would say is more of a worldview, a Black worldview.
Yeah, universal worldview of Black people.
What we're talking about, family, is international, domestic. We're not just some local brothers down the street that never been anywhere. So, when we're telling people what we're talking about, and when we do have people on the panel, when coming and ask questions, we're just telling people like, "Hey, family, I'm not sure what you've been watching on YouTube and all of the people that you're talking and dealing with, but we're not here to play games. We're here to really just connect our people, and that's why we always tell you about the business we're involved in, and even so more together. Me and my good brother here, Kala Genesis, we're working on our great connection in Liberia for tours, investment, and many other things, and also that connection that's coming in the future, Angola. So we're tackling together two unique countries that we're going to be working together to create more and future opportunities for our brothers and sisters in the African diaspora. And also, I'm letting people know these are opportunities that we're creating for people who want it. We're not telling people who are in whatever situation they're in to just run to Africa, or just come on one of our tours and make it to Africa. This is something that you have to just work towards. It's something that have to build up in your heart and connect with you. And that's why I have these incredible lists of tours. And at the bottom, family, I always have my information down here about the tours. And that is to connect you properly to the continent, but at the same time too, while we're doing that, we're also saying that for some people, your position may be here in America. So work on what you need to work on and make what you can make better, because ultimately what we need more people to do is, build unique skills, build business, create that social economic role that we're talking about, where we can do trade, business, investment, and things from different countries, domestic, international. So family, when we talk about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, it's kind of like us telling you that we're looking to draw a bridge directly from Black America to Black Africa for the purpose of us building a unique connection for our people, so we can be more competitive, so we can create a future for our children where we have business enterprises lined up. Whether people think that or feel that, the industrial age is gone and all that stuff, you always need warehouse factories. And I'm always driving around different parts of the county here, and I'm always saying that these folks have it figured out. They got all of their breakdown of every single vital district, and business operation that they need to run a whole city, a whole town, a whole county. And these are the things that we're telling people that that's what we're looking to make these moves in. But it's like if we're all around the globe and we're just all invested in different forms of Black-owned business, that we supporting ourselves in different business ventures, we can create a unique way of international Black cooperative economics. And that's why, we play that, nice loop at the beginning talking about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, because that's what we're talking about. So for those who don't get it, and for those who feel like we need to just stay in America and we need to focus on America, you can go, go hide yourself under a rock or whatever you need to do. But that's insane, and that makes no sense. I'm always saying one of the greatest example is that white guy Marriott. He has hotels across 6 continents, and I'm sure on 6 continents. That's an American businessman, just like we are here in America as American businessmen. And we're telling people now, should we just not just open our minds to all of the great opportunities across the world and things that's like I'm always telling people, when they see me, what I'm doing in Africa, it is not amateur hour. This is for professionals, and this is a world of professionalism. You're not just going to be able to just make a move to Africa and just be successful overnight like that. As a matter of fact, we always hear about people always tell me about why Tariq is pissed off because he went to Zimbabwe and other countries in Africa, and he was trying to get things set up and put things in place, and it didn't work out as it needed to. And even someone on that level that is good at what they do was not able to bring it home in Africa. So I'm telling people it's not about all those things. It's about you got to come with a serious approach. Our approach has always been like grassroots. It's one of the ways how you can just really connect into a country and work with your own people, because you have the big corporate companies and countries like China, and then the big multi-conglomerate. They're dealing with people at the top. So your grassroots people at the bottom and people like that, they're not going to get that kind of business. But when they see people like me, you, when we come in, like when when you're in Liberia, you're probably like a celebrity, because
of course,
this brother's, he's just reaching out to us, showing us love. He's not acting like he's all stuck up and bushy. He's acting like he's like one of us, a brother. And I'm telling people, yeah, that's who we are.
That's who we are, average brother. When I was over in Liberia, average brother, my driver would sit and drink with us and eat with us and everything. Average brother, man, Liberia one night, sitting down, wow, he's got something from America. They look at me like anytime I'm going to tell them to get up and whatever. No, man, sit down, relax, bro. You with. They're not used to that, and they're not used to that. So we're bringing, because we never forget who we are. We never forget who we are. Even if we become billionaires, we're still going to be the same brother Kala, same brother Bomani, and that you can talk to and everything. We're going to connect with the average person and everything. So money's not going to ever change us. And so this is what we're talking about. And so this is what we're talking about tonight, about professionalism, high standards. Okay. Now the people, they always say the cream rises to the top. Okay. What that means is the best has to rise to the top. If you have a situation where a person is professional, he has high standards and everything, but he's passed over because he doesn't have the right last name, the right tribe, and everything like that, that's not professionalism. Okay, that's not professionalism. That's not ethical. That's not what's the word I'm looking for? It's not high standard. That's not what's the word I'm looking for? A merit. That's not meritocracy. Okay, and so therefore, when all those things that sustain humanity from time immemorial, right, was meritocracy, honor, respect, hard work, okay, doing the right thing. All those things have to be brought home to the Pan-African movement, okay? And this is why when we take that approach of high standards, ethics, truth, common sense, all these things right here will build a movement. Why? Because you build something that's important to any movement. You build continuity and you build trust, okay? The problem in the Black race is, right, and it's not just Africa, it's here too, right? We'll elect people to office that don't do anything for us, that don't do what they say. Their son and daughter will be involved in a scandal. Their son, they'll be embezzled. They'll not misappropriate funds and everything. Look what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi. And then we have always a scapegoat. Well, the white man. Well, Jackson, Mississippi is run by all black people. What happened? Oh, because people are putting their nieces and nephews in a position and everything. They're not doing their due diligence. There's no checks and balances. There's nobody, or there's no oversight. There's no ethics and everything. And so, therefore, when the truth comes out, the truth always reveals itself. When you got muddy, stuff like that, because the water system wasn't upgraded, or you squandered the money, or you basically ignored it because you're more concerned about getting elected. It's more important for you to get elected, and the people out there. All you have to do is show up at church and do some praise and shout and everything, and you could be corrupt and unethical as possible, and people will still elect you and everything. That's what you have, right? Or when you're a city mayor or a prosecutor and you let crime get so freaking out of control because you would rather get reelected than to say, yo, look, we need to start locking people up and holding people accountable, right? And so therefore people move out. And then you complain about gentrification. You claim about, oh, white people buying about, yeah, you bought me land because you look at the situation. People got tired of cars getting broken into. People got tired of low property value taxes, People are tired of seeing crack vials and condoms on the street and everything. So when they move out and everything, because you weren't doing what you're supposed to, because you don't think it's important to serve black people the way you would serve white people. White people have expectations of you. You're an elected official, and you're supposed to make. And we're paying our taxes. Our tax dollars is supposed to give us all these services, and bring it home to the Pan-African movement, right? You see too many movements, right, where people take people's money. There's no accountability. There's no oversight. There's none of this stuff like this. Businesses fail and all stuff like this. And all people say, well, let's move on to the next thing. No, no. You have to have accountability. You have to have professionalism. You have to have high standards, right? And then not only that, have high standards, right? When someone demands those high standards of you, right? You shouldn't get mad. You shouldn't get angry. You shouldn't call them a hater. You shouldn't call them stuff. When they're basically saying you basically are out here taking people's money, you out here taking donations, you out here doing this stuff like this, and we don't see the results of what you're doing, right? So what do they do? Oh yeah, you're just hating, or just pocket watching, So what I'm saying is that mentality is no longer, in my opinion, but my opinion, is going to be tolerated. Okay, when we bring stuff to you in this, as far as Ghana, Liberia, and everything, we're bringing you the best as we can. If we cannot provide something, we're not going to tell you. Like we tell people all the time, I'm not telling anybody to go to the African continent tomorrow because we're a startup. We're doing these things. It's going to be a time where we can say, yeah, we're going to need this person. I got this. We got this set up so you can go over there and everything. We're not there yet. Okay, so we're not going to lie to you and tell you, oh yeah, just go to Ghana and go to Liberia tomorrow, man. You're going to get rich. We're not going to do that. We're not going to take your money and squander it and everything. Why? Because we want to hold ourselves to a high level. Why? Because we have an end game, right? We have an end game. And this is what people don't seem to understand. You have to understand that if somebody has an end game, right, if they're serious, that means they're going to need the trust. Let me tell you something about folks. When we talk about the Afrikstan, right? Do you know the Afrikstan and stuff we talk about building infrastructure, right? We don't need Chinese, white people's approval. The only thing we need is black people on board. Everything that we need to build this movement requires somebody black saying yes, and more black people saying, I agree, I support. Okay? No other else. The reparations movement that you guys are talking about, right? That requires white people. They're going to rally for reparations, right? The white people gonna say hell no. Then you're gonna go home upset. The Black African Infrastructure Organization and Africa for Africa organization, what we're doing right here, requires only black support. And so it's our job to make sure that what we do is on the up and up, and we're fully transparent, and we're professional at what we do. Right? When you see this right now, it's not overnight. It's gonna be 2 or 3 years from now before this really kicks in. And said, Kala and Bomani have been doing this for 2 years. They're making progress. Let's get on it, because we're building the trust in you. Okay, we're building confidence in you, in ourselves and you, to say these guys are serious about what we do. So that's why it's important that I talk about my background. What do I do? Why? What's driving me? What's this? If you could see a person is dead serious and they're doing all that best they can, and you still go to somebody who basically tells you he's going to build a museum and stuff like that, and give them your money, that's on you. When you follow somebody talking about reparations, which we know is never going to happen and everything, and you put your time and everything, that's on you. Okay, or somebody says they're going to build a school and everything like that, and it hasn't been done, and you support that, that's on you. But when we're telling you the truth that this is what's going to happen, everything, we're not even asking you for your money. We're just asking you to be open-minded and listen to us and everything. It says a light travels around the world 5 times before the truth can get passed on. That the idea of an Afrikstan, the idea of building communities, building global trade pipeline and everything is doable. Okay, and that's the only way forward. That's the only way to Africa. That's the only way even to Black America. Okay, Black America has to become a global force. Okay, we can no longer consider ourselves beholden to the borders of the United States. The United States is not going to cease to be a country in another 10 years. Why? Because they basically tore up the Constitution. The Constitution says a citizen is someone born in a country or somebody naturalized. Now people are flooding across the border, and the government in this country is so weak and so wayward, it can't even tell people to go home. You're not citizen. Our Constitution says this. So America basically is tearing up its Constitution. It's tearing up its whole identity. Why? In the name of political correctness and wokeness and everything. And so I'm saying to myself this, what are you holding on to in America? America doesn't even have a will to survive anymore. America doesn't even want to recognize that a man is born a man, a woman is born a woman, okay, anymore. America doesn't know right from wrong anymore. America doesn't want to punish criminals. America wants to reward mediocrity. America wants to give the people that's in the entertainment industry and everything, that do good films, do good music and everything, are not given awards and everything. They give all the spotlight to the people selling poison to our youth and the people. So this is what you have in America, right? And then when someone tells you, okay, American culture is gone, Black American culture is dying, and we need something else, right? And that something else is like, let me give you a perfect example, like the Jews. The Jews are the biggest people pushing all the stuff out here. I'm not going to slander the Jews and everything, because I know a lot of Hasidic Jews who don't rock with the Satanist Jews out there, and these Jews that do all this evil stuff like that. There's good Hasidic Jews and whatnot. I know them, whatnot. They're good people. They believe in the Torah and everything. They don't believe in nothing like that. But then you got Jews who basically wear the same clothes and everything, who are all about money, all about pornography, all about wickedness and everything. And they put this stuff all out there and everything. But those same Jews, right, when it comes to their homeland of Israel, see, they'll trash everybody else's culture. They'll let you have your pornography, your Hollywood filth, your music industry, and all stuff like that. But look at their culture. Go look at some Jewish folk music. Beautiful, right? They keep their culture pure. They keep their ties with their homeland pure and everything. While they give you all this friggin' nonsense and everything in America and everything, because they don't care about America, okay? Black people in America are the only people that got all our eggs in one basket, America. And we see our culture dying and everything. We have to manifest who we are, right, on the African continent. We have to build that beautiful Black American culture again, right, for it to survive. That beautiful culture that gave so much to the world, that gave so much to the world, and so much to the world, right, a chance to survive. And the only way it's going to be a chance to survive is a nation state of our own, So yeah, we got trolls, Hamba. Let's see what these fools are saying.
Yeah, I already blocked 2 of them already. Not blocked, but I just put them in timeout like they're my children.
Yeah, children, timeout, timeout. So the bottom line is this. Everybody else come to America, they get their money and everything, they participate in this cesspool we call America and everything, right? But they make sure their culture is intact, right? You think the Chinese are gonna remember Chinese a couple of years ago saying rap music is dangerous and blah blah, want to ban it and everything. They don't want their kids listen to this stuff, They're like they're oh no, not over here, They'll come over here.
It's not something that they're gonna say, well, we understand the lyrics and we understand where you're coming from. It's just not gonna fit with their culture of how they do things, as far as like Asians.
Yeah. If you base like the Asians know, right? There's one guy was saying this the other day. He said, yo, we can't say that fight the power, fuck the police over here because they know we'll have, you know. The Chinese like, well, we can't say that. Some things they always got the black people. Yeah, see, the black people in America, they're so rebellious. Everybody always lived their wild side through us, while they got their families and everything intact and everything. They're building infrastructure, they're building factories and everything like that. We're the people that they want to party with and they want to live through vicariously through our nonsense and everything. And so we're saying this is, as far as the Pan-African world, it's time for us to be professional. It's time for us to step it up. It's time for us to leave this garbage alone, this garbage culture alone, and embrace the culture of learning, the culture of building, the culture of understanding, the culture of communion, the culture of respect, the culture of dignity, with the culture of honor. All these things that basically you see that civilizations pass down, and you wonder how these people live. Why? Because they care about things. They care about the family. They care about marriage. They care about their children. They leave an inheritance to their children. All those things what everybody do, throughout time, that time immemorial that works, where we have abandoned. We don't care about the continuity, right? One generation is like this. What did you build for the next generation? Not a damn thing. And then they want respect. Why do you think these young kids don't respect older people in our community? Because you ain't building nothing for them. They're out here on their own and everything. There's no institutions built. There's nothing for them. And you want to basically say, I'm an elder. No, you're not an elder. You're older. There's a difference between an elder and an older. Okay, an elder is somebody. When you look at his life has been an example. Okay, his life is an example. So he's basically earned the respect. He's a role model. He's an example of what you want to be, and people respect that. The youth respect that. No matter how bad they are, they'll respect that. But when that's why in every other culture, they seem like they could turn around their wayward youth. At one time in Halsted Street in Chicago, a dangerous place in the world, right? That's where Al Capone rode, Halsted Street, And bottom line is this, okay? Why is it Halsted Street like they are? Why? Because those people, their descendants, right, turned their lives around. They went and got their education. They went into legitimate business. They, as the city developed and everything, they had opportunities. They left this stuff behind. They don't have music industries telling them to be a goon, a thug, a fool, a murder, and everything. They're not celebrating their death and destruction. They don't let another race come in there and monetize their mediocrity and their nonsense. Do you understand where I'm coming from? This is why. Then the youth will say, well, some white man offered me $2 million to say all this satanic stuff, homosexual stuff, and all stuff like this. I got to take it. And then we're so weak and everything, we don't have enough self-love. Say, yo, look, you're hurting your own people. When you're talking about murder and all this stuff, you're hurting your own people. They don't care about their people. Why? Because we don't have a sense of love for ourselves. We're taught to hate ourselves. We're taught to hate who we are. And this is why we do these shows right here. We got to teach people we have to love ourselves. We have to love who we are, and we have to have a collective future. You cannot basically say, look at America, cut off yourself from the world, say, yo, okay, I'm an American, that's it. Because what's happening is right now is there is no hope. There's no hope for Black people in America. And we'll say, well, what do you mean by that, Kala? What do you mean? I'm going to tell you what it is, right? Marcus Garvey says something interesting years ago in an autobiography of the Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. He said, you as a race, or we as a race of people, right? Even though we live in a modern society and we have all these basic stuff, right? Something deep inside you, right, says, what do I give to the world? Right now, Bill Gates, right, is trying to pass a law. If it passes a law, everyone will have this thing called, you see this thing, Bomani, where they're talking about implanting these devices in people through their bloodstream, through their COVID injection, where they can monitor you and stuff like that, and spy on you for your rest of your life, collect data on you for the rest of your life. These are people that want to control you. These are people that believe that African populations are we're going to reduce. These people that are billionaires, right? God did not give the white man, these racist people and these people you call liberals and everything, the right to rule over you forever. God put you on this earth as a black man to have a nation of your own, where you have something to say to the world, where you could defend yourself, you could protect yourself, you could provide for yourself, right? Anything less than that is letting down God Almighty who put you on this earth. Okay? These people who are now deciding, oh, there's too many black people on this earth. Who the hell gives them the right? These people who are now deciding that climate change, Africa shouldn't industrialize because of the global warming. We debunked that last night on Brandon's show. The global warming is a farce. Global warming is put there to make sure that the Africans never develop, the Africa never develops its own industries, that it just basically is being looted for its natural resources, while these other countries industrialize, build, and everything, and they have you fooled that the world changed and everything. So Africa is going to stay poor and dependent on the rest of the world. Africa can't even feed itself. Have abundant of this beautiful land and everything, but most of Africa's food that it consumes comes from Europe or America or Asia or any place else. This is what we're talking about, because we have not been hardworking. We have not been professional. We have not learned the sciences. We have not done all this stuff. We've ignored sciences. We said we think another race of people ought to decide this stuff. The other race of people should decide. We haven't decided what kind of energy source do we want to think. Do we think nuclear energy? What does a black man think about energy? What does the black man think about it? We're not even in the question about anything that goes on in the world. And then they come to the mother continent and tell us what to do and everything, because the World Health Organization, the World Trade Organization, the World Economic Forum decided this. And you got African leaders up there buck dancing and cooning and shucking and jiving for these international global institutions. This is what we're talking about. It's time to put out that the Pan-African movement has to put its best face forward. We have to go in scholar and warrior mode. We have to say we know what we want, and this is what we want, and draw the line in the sand. And this is what we're doing with this forum right here. I don't know what anybody else is doing on their platforms and everything like that. I wish them a lot of luck. But I don't come here to peel little apples with a little thing. I come with a friggin' double-bladed axe to tear down this tree of white supremacy and uproot the roots of it in our people and our mind throughout the world. That's what I dedicated my life for the last 32 years. I'm here. I could have went out there in the streets, right? I could have went out there and did the drugs. I could have did that, stuff like that. But I knew one day this was what God put me on this earth for. God put me on earth to tell the truth. That the idea of African and African American, African redemption, the day is here. The day is a time to tell the truth. The day is a time to build Africa and build the black race up. No strong race of black men should be at the knees of another race of people begging and groveling and stuff like that. It's time for the black man to stand up. Let's put all these barriers between us besides, and understand that we're one race and we have one common aim and one common destiny. Anybody talking anything else besides that is a race traitor. Anybody talking divisive stuff, anybody can hear the words of the Kala Genesis and say, you know something, but no, there's no but. Either we all rise or we all fall. Don't tell me about your boundaries and you whatever degree agreement you have with the UK or the France and everything like this. Africa for the Africans. If Africa is not benefiting the Africans, that means those are home, those abroad. Then we have to tear down the institutions and rebuild them back up again. That's the truth. Anybody else telling you that is a bold-faced liar. And so, therefore, when we talk about professionalism, right? And people ask, well, when you talk about building on the continent or who should run things and everything like that, it's like watching. I was watching a movie, and it's like on Broadway. There's one girl, people are trying out for a Broadway skit, and the people that decide that, right, that say, okay, when you audition, right, and I said to myself, I could never do that, right. because the people I saw the people do their act and everything, and the people, and I don't even know, you know how you don't know what you're looking at. And I'm gonna tell how I got into the modern politics right here. It was back during the 2000 Gore and Clinton debates and the run up to the 2000 election. Wait, you're looking at this thing, right? The person did a performance. I'm thinking they did good. Well, the person sitting there with a pen and pad, Mr. Such and Such, okay, your acting is good, but this right here, they can critique every little thing, right, that the person does. And I'm saying, I don't think they're being hard. You know why they do that? Because the person that gets that thing, that role, right, got to be a top performer. There could be no ambiguity or anything, but that person could do that role to the utmost best. The best person gets that part. Can we actually say when we elect people or we appoint people or we support people in our community where we're getting the best person for the job? No, we don't. Because we are so beguiled by people who we like and everything. And we got people representing us in the media who should not be representing us. They have not been vetted. They've not stand up to scrutiny. And the bottom line is these people get on white people's media outlets, right, and purport to speak for us. Malcolm X talked about this. He said, look, he goes, somebody said they had the top Negro leaders. And they brought Lena Horne, Dick Gregory. He said, these are clowns, puppets. No other group of people. It's to this day. Who's a black leader? Whoever gets a slot on MSNBC and says what the white liberal, white media, or the white conservative establishment, whoever it is, tells them to say. It's not coming from us. But people use us because even when we do have a so-called black media, new black media, which was a joke, we still don't know how to vet people. Vet people means you don't just, vet people means you basically hear them out. If a person's saying good and everything, you give them credit. If a person says nonsense, you give them credit. That's how you can be an alternative media source. Not by just hating on somebody because, oh, I got this platform now on YouTube or whatever, and I'm just gonna go at somebody because I don't like him. That's irresponsible. If you got a YouTube platform and everything, it's imperative for you to give everyone a fair shake. Then you could become what you build. What I said earlier, trust. People trust your platform to give us accurate information because you gave balance to it. So, but if you're going to basically do what the mainstream media does, then we don't have a thing. This is what happened in the last election. People are like, okay, let's talk about the Ice Cube Platinum Plan. Everybody in the so-called new black media and everything complaining about the Democrats, no vote, no tangible vote. Ice Cube came out with something tangible and you still attacked him because it was giving you clicks and ratings and views. So therefore, when you look up and it says the new black media, Jason Black and other people, you're a joke. And I'm sick and tired of freaking playing games and pussyfooting around with people who I know I don't believe are serious. The new black media has become a farce, a joke. You don't stand for anything. You don't believe in anything. And you don't take our people seriously. That's why nobody listens to you. That's why nobody respects the new black media. That's why nobody takes you seriously. That's why, despite all the stuff you talk about, they're still gonna listen to the Democrats. Why? Because you have not given them an alternative. You have not made your case. Why you should listen to this person? You don't sound professional. And this was a dangerous thing about social media. When people get on a broadcast radio thing, they got editors. They got people to tell them this is what you can say. This was a stay on this line right here. And if they don't do that, they'll be out. But we got people here they can just start up their own little YouTube channel and everything like that. They can say what they want. There's nobody vetting them. There's nobody saying. There's no accountability whatsoever and everything. And people are taking people on YouTube seriously as credible sources of news. Do I offend you tonight? Do I hurt your feelings? I'm sorry. But I got to tell it like it is. The lack of professionalism among our people is embarrassing. I see white guys that run YouTube channels and TikTok channels and stuff like that, and they got millions of views and subscribers. I'm saying, what are they doing differently than the black YouTube? Usually, those people usually got a team. They got people out there like the Young Turks. They start out 1 or 2 people, but then they got an editorial thing. They got a conference. This is what we're going to talk about. This is what we're going to. This is the direction we're going to go. This is what you can say. This was these are the rules. You know, these are the guidelines. Do you have that in black YouTube? No. It's all a one-man show and everybody with their ego. Because the white man, he knows a black man has no power, right? So he gives you a little bit of power and a little bit of influence on YouTube and everything, and you think you're ruling the world. There used to be a show, give a man a show, he thinks he runs the world. You know, that was from Flintstones. You know, give a man a show, he thinks he rules the world. That's what people said back in the days. Why? Because people who had shows are when I can influence people. And you do get pumped up in yourself, and you think you rule the world. You think you got all the answers and everything. And you don't think you can be challenged and everything. So what we're talking about tonight is the lack of, we want to build, not the lack of, but we want to basically emphasize professionalism, you know, hard work, dedication, truth. You know, if I do something wrong, if I say something wrong out of pocket, people are more than likely, I welcome criticism because criticism makes me stronger. People basically will say, Kala, I don't agree with Kala. If I'm wrong or something like that, you know, I like to hear about it. But I've never intentionally got online on anybody's show and misled somebody or tell somebody something that is not true. I said there's a lot of opportunities in Africa. Yes, but here's the thing. There's always a catch to everything. If you had any street smarts, you understand when somebody tells you something, the first thing you say was, okay, what's the catch? What's the hitch? What's going on? Okay, here's the hitch. In our Pan-African circles, nobody ever tells you the hitch. You know, they say, oh, yeah, but where's the hitch? Okay, we know that nothing ever goes according to plan. What do we have to do? What do we have to do? And that conversation never comes up because people are so overzealous about believing in something, which we all do. We all believe in black liberation, but anything we have, nothing worth having, it does not take hard work. Nothing worth having does not take sacrifice and dedication and organization and discipline. They say discipline is the bridge between an idea and an accomplishment. Discipline is that pipeline, that infrastructure that holds everything together. You know, when you're disciplined, you have an idea. But how do you accomplish that idea? You got to discipline yourself. You know, and one of the ways you discipline yourself is learning how to work with other people. Learning how to submit when somebody else has higher rank than you, higher authority, know more than you, more established than you. Discipline is saying, you know, so I'm going to swallow my pride and say, you know, let's work together for this common cause and everything. Let's come together. One day I might get my chance to shine. One day I might get my chance to be heard. But we have to have things. Can we honestly say that we have a Pan-African movement where everybody's doing their own thing? Everybody's just all over the place? Everybody's trying to tear each other down? No. It takes a lot of discipline, folks, to build something that on this magnitude we're trying to build. And we could do it if we start taking this movement seriously. Okay, remind you that using my 40 minutes, so you want to respond?
Yes, my brother Kala. Yes, man. Appreciate you breaking down. So, family, we spent almost the last 40 minutes breaking down, you know, what we're talking about as far as this building professionalism and black excellence. And when we make these moves to Africa, we do it strong to where we know we're well organized and we get it done. So, one of the things people are always saying, and I hear in the comments from the haters and the trolls, you know what I mean? It's like when y'all moving, when y'all going there, when y'all doing this, I'm always telling people I'm in and out of Africa and in and out of many countries. We got business to work. And one of the beautiful things about operating from America, you got beautiful infrastructure, right? For the most part, um, it's what it is. So what we're doing is wise. You're using the resources that you have here, and then you're not just staying here and talking about Africa. You're actually making your moves and things. And like I told people earlier, me and you are specifically working with and on the Liberia and Angola project. So we're literally just stepping out where people are not even stepping out at. Because the countries, there's still the popular countries are going to be, Ghana, Tanzania, South Africa, and things like that. So we're telling people this is not amateur hour once again. And when you're trying to do these kind of moves, you have to be straight up tactical. And people like myself is a naval tactician. So you got to really lay out what you're trying to do. Like people like myself, we draw out 5 to 10 year plans, and over the years, all the things that we've been looking to do, we've gotten them accomplished. Was the goal just to live in Africa? No, that's never the direct goal. The goal is to set up what you need, to put it in place, to get, it's kind of like making unique moves on a chessboard. And that's what we have done. We've put things in position to where when people reach out to me, I can properly offer them consultation and help them literally live, do business, and get set up in at least several different countries that we have. And these are the countries that you see scrolling by on the screen. And as time go along, like we just talked about Angola, Angola is not on there. But then you turn around in a few years. Next, we're doing tours to Angola. Next, we have diplomatic connections. Next, we're building that connection from Angola to Liberia. When you look at Angola to Liberia on the map, you're talking about an impressive coast on West Africa and Southwest Africa. And then when you get further down to Angola, you know, you're talking about a whole waterway, and you're talking about a big country. You're always telling me that Angola is like 2 to 3 times the size of of Nigeria. And then about less than like about 1/3 less the population. Or probably more than that.
And then
About
1/6 less the population.
1/6.
1/6. It's
Right.
like you just fit 6 Angola population into Nigeria. Angola only got like 30 million people.
There you go, family. So we talk about countries that are literally untapped. Because one thing about African continent, you got land everywhere. So let you and I get into the reason why Afrikstan is perfect and why it's perfect in these two countries that we're talking about, Liberia and Angola.
Okay, and one like Liberia, we already have a connection there historically. Historically, we already have a connection there through our ancestors who built the country and developed the country, and laid the foundation of Pan-Africanism and Black unity that didn't exist anywhere in the world. Liberia is the only constitution where race was a factor in developing the country. In other words, the Black race and everything. They took in consideration race. Why? Because they spent 200 years in hell in America. And so the only thing they could realize that we need a safe space they predicted the Berlin Conference, they predicted it. They were ready for it. Okay. They made their condition, their intentions known that we want to have a state around where white people cannot settle on land, anything. And they did that to protect the indigenous people from their encroachment of Europeans. All surrounding Liberia, right? In Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast, the Africans are suffering, right, from colonial legacy. We just had a coup the other day in Burkina Faso. Okay. Now I want to talk about that coup, right? I don't know what the reasons. Right away, the people start talking about the French are behind it. Look, I'm tired of this, right? A coup can happen at any time in any African country. This is what happens when a coup happens, right? The people will celebrate, yeah, coup and everything, all right. 2 years roll by, right? People get disenchanted with the coup, the military. Let's return to civilian rule, right? And then what will happen is there'll be another coup ousting them, right? People celebrate again. So what you have in West Africa right now is the end of the cycle of coups. And the question we ask is, where's ECOWAS? Where's the African Union? Where's the UN? Why is all this happening, in Africa, right? And then when we talk about building an Afrikstan, right? Afrikstan is going to be the perfect way that we could defend ourselves and have protection on the African continent. Because when a coup happens, right, when chaos breaks out, you don't know what that's like. A couple of years ago, I don't know if you remember that, when the election to Museveni was happening like a year or two ago. There was a couple of African Americans who got caught up and brutalized in Kampala, because they thought they were Bobby Wine supporters, And so therefore, you have to protect yourself. We have to basically have bases of operations that we can protect ourselves. If something happens in Ghana, the Gahazi community will be a refuge for people. All the people that's not even not in the community, they'll be able to come there and be like, okay, we give you refuge, and till things settle down and everything, then you go back to where you were at. This is what we mean by building communities and building an Afrikstan, building this Afrikstan, building the safe havens for our people on the continent, And so therefore, like I said, the coup in Burkina Faso, we don't know what happened. All we know is that, it does not take much. Now, you have some brothers like JT, the figure those over in Burkina Faso. Before they go to a country, they don't check out the political situation. They don't check out the volatility. They don't check out anything. They just go to Africa, And Africa is not some place you just go to and you don't know what you're doing. You have to be organized. You have to know where you're at. You can't just go by all the people so nice and everything like that. That could turn on a dime at any time. Rwanda was once a nice place, beautiful place, right? In the Great Lakes region. Look what happened. 400,000 people died. 1 million people died, in that bloody war. So what can happen there? Spellcasters, shut up. The native Liberians. There's no such thing as native Liberians. There's only Liberians. Native Liberians. That's the freaking stupid people who don't know anything about the history of the country. We just had Great African on here 2 weeks ago when I explained to you all that nonsense about Native Africans and whatever like that. That's just people that don't believe in Pan-Africanism. To make a comment like that, Native Africans and whatever like that, that means people is not a Pan-African. They don't understand this movement. Black people are black people, no matter where you freaking go to and everything. There's no such thing as Native Liberians. If you're born in Liberians, the black people that went to America were Africans, stupid. You saw people so dumb. Oh, the black went to they're telling them what Africa. The Africans returning to Africa.
Well, they have another comment right here. Listen, Kala, when you Black Americans went to Liberia, you telling me there was no African in Liberia?
The bottom line is this, right? First of all, the majority of people that was in Liberia were people from the diaspora. The Liberians actually came to the areas where our ancestors settled because it was a better deal than what they had.
It makes no sense.
Of course, it don't make no sense because you never read anything. You don't have any education. That's what I'm talking about. People never picked up a book in their life and whatnot, and they want to talk to me about Liberia. I know the whole history of Liberia. Don't know anything about the country. Liberia was not created by white people. Has navigate loosely. This one was about navigate. He got to change his name, right? You can't navigate freely. Navigate means you're on a path, right? That's not freely. You're on a certain path. Your navigation. You're on a certain path. It's not freely. He should say journey freely. Because you could veer off, whatever like that. When you when you navigate, you're on a path. That's not freely. You're on a certain path from A to B. So navigate freely. That's not. He got the wrong word, man. 65 years old, he don't even know proper English. You navigate. You go from one area to the other. A certain path. There's no sort of navigate freely. You're on a path. Point A, point B, point B. I did logistics before. I used to have a logistics company. You navigate means, okay, when you're on a navigation path, you got to follow that path, and you don't stray off that path. In point A, point B. Don't you have GPSs over there? That's a navigation.
Absolutely. We'll catch up to him. This person,
you can't navigate freely. You can't navigate freely, Yeah, I think navigate. You can hold that L, man, and freaking change your name, bro. Navigate freely. Goofball.
Well, you still got a few Liberia. I'm
I want to get at that because the bottom line is we could say it and explain it, everything. There's still going to be like this. Like I said, we got people here that just don't have anything. And this girl, GM Jewel, right? She has the Liberian flag. Where'd that come from? Wasn't our ancestors the one who created that flag and everything? The Lone Star? You know, they hold our flag, they hold everything, but oh, they don't want us, but they want everything we create. Same thing, a lot of black people in Black America, right? People hate Black America, right? Hate Black America, but they want to use all their music and everything else. But we hate the people, but we love what they Black America is genius. You know, we do a lot of stuff. Not to say any other people aren't genius too, but we do a lot of stuff that we don't get credit for. We don't even we're humble people for the most part. You know. No, navigate don't mean to control one's path. Navigate. Oh, have mercy. Navigate means you're navigating to a point A to point B. You got a destination. That's what navigate means.
Kala, they
You
got
know.
some more. They got some more for you.
Okay, let's see. Kala, we not Haitian. We not hating on black. We just state facts. Same facts. Well, you don't have facts. If you had facts, I would acknowledge that you had facts. You don't have
That's
any
another
facts.
one.
You know. So the bottom line is this: if it wasn't for us going to Liberia, our ancestors, right, there would be no Liberia. Most of these tribes didn't even know each other until we came there and created Monrovia and created cities where they could congregate with each other. As a matter of fact, all the tribes were named by us. They weren't Grebels till we named them Grebels. There's like 12 different people who call themselves Grebel. We called them all Grebel, and they all became Grebel. Same thing with the Kron people and everything. They didn't have a written language or anything like that. The Mono people, we basically say, like they're Ma people. We call them Mono, and it's stuck. The Vi people, we via whatever we call them the Vi people. So like that. So we basically were the people who architected Liberia. Liberia just basically black people from America and the Caribbean, our freaking imagination. And this is why the country is right in the shambles right now, because these people have no idea why the country was founded, what's its purpose in Africa and everything, and the bottom of what Liberia did to Africa, what it did for Africa, what it meant for Africa. The old lone black republic, the Lone Star Republic. These guys are destroying the country as we speak, because they don't understand what the country really meant, you know. So that's what it is. So what we're talking about tonight is professionalism and excellence in everything. And I want to know, folks, what professional job do you do? What do you bring to the Pan-African table? What can you do? What can you cite? Do we have any STEM people here? Do we have any engineers here? Do we have any scientists here? Do we have any people that manage people? Are you a manager of a job? Or you're a Burger King manager? You know, and then how did your shift run? Do you have good employees? Are you an employer? Are you all these things and everything? Because building infrastructure means that you got to be in charge, right? I remember years ago, right? I was sitting in, I think it was a McDonald's or something like that years ago. This is like back in like 2005, right? And I remember seeing this one brother. He was working as an ordinary worker, right? And it was so funny, right? He was and then he got, remember like Calvin, he got promoted to manager, team manager. Remember that? It was like a Calvin situation, Calvin, we got promoted to manager, or whatever. So anyway, basically, he was giving some of his workers that were used to be on his level a hard time. He's like, "Yo, man, you come out there, man. You're 2 minutes late on your break. Like, yo, man, come on, man. Yo, man. I'm telling you right now, man. I'm gonna write you up. You don't. Oh, man, man. This and the other thing. Also, I said to him, man, you doing your shit, man. He said, yo, man, yeah, they know they're supposed to be back like 2 minutes, 3 minutes ago. And he want to take. He think, yeah, I'm gonna give him an extra 2 minutes, on his break. His break was up 2 minutes ago, a young brother. I was like, yo, man, okay, that's what I'm talking about, right? And he's back there like, yo, I want this done. I want that done. I want this and everything. He wasn't asking, do you like it? You know, he was saying, look, I got a job to do. I'm in charge and everything. You're going to do what I say. And you're on the day. If you don't like it, you clock out and you go home, you know? And so, therefore, what I'm trying to say is this: the same thing goes on with these movements, right? We got way too many people that come into these movements, right? They have no business skills, they have no managerial skills, they have no accountability skills, they have nothing like that they bring to the table, and they want to basically for you to listen to them and talk and everything. I said, well, what have you ever done in your life that you was in a position of fiduciary or responsibility or nothing. So why do you feel it's necessary to come on here and tell me and Bomani what we're doing? Not saying you can't. I don't want anybody to be intimidated or whatever like that. But I want to know, why is it people feel like they could just come on a Pan-African platform and just say whatever they want to say without even having education, not knowing history, not knowing anything, everything. Don't think that I've been studying this stuff for like 30 something years, and I know what I'm talking about. So is Bomani. But instead of having honest dialogue and questions and say, look, I don't understand this, Kala, and maybe you can explain this to me or explain something to me. I don't get it and everything, and I respectfully tell you where you're wrong, where you may be misled, or whatever. But you're gonna come here and talk in the chat room like you know what you're talking about, and that's just what's so annoying. But getting back to the subject of tonight is professionalism. Professionalism. I want to see professionalism. I want to see Black people, when they go to the continent, putting their best foot forward. I want to see them basically doing the right thing. Check in with the U.S. Embassy. Learn the laws of the country. Also, the United States, America. If you're a U.S. citizen, there are laws you have to abide by when you're operating overseas. People don't realize that until it happens. You cannot commit crimes in another country that's unlawful over here. Okay, you cannot bribe people, bribe public officials. You cannot do this stuff like that and operate like that on the African continent or anywhere in the world, or you're going to be subject to U.S. law. People don't tell you that. They'll say, well, okay, also, if you do business on the continent, right, you can be sanctioned by the U.S. government. Well, how did that contract come about? How did that, you don't think about that. How you think about that? You are still subject to U.S. laws as so long as you're a U.S. citizen. And even after you're a citizen of America, right, they're going to still want the taxes and all the stuff like that for a certain amount of years, okay, even if you renounce your citizenship. So there's a lot of stuff and everything like that we don't have set up in place because no one's telling our people the ins and outs of the laws and everything. It's all basically emotion, Shirley Lewis says, everyone comes to America, benefit from African struggle, blood, sweat, tears. But the thing is, though, who put us in that position? I blame the African American for that. We was the one who decided that America's a winner-take-all situation, right? The white man won. He became the majority, not just the majority numerically. He's still the effective, even if he becomes a minority, he's still the effective majority in America because he controls all the institutions here. So therefore, let's say half the population becomes people of color. Do you think that's going to make a difference? Yeah, man. Well, okay. Well, then tell me why Black people feel like they're oppressed in cities like New York, where they're the majority. Why do Black people feel like they're getting catching hell in places like Chicago, Detroit, and everything? If numbers mattered. Numbers don't matter. And so the thing is, when we understand that America is a white, the American infrastructure and American systems are basically white controlled and everything, and Black people are just secondary part of American civilization and everything. And so therefore, when you're fighting for everything struggle in America, right, anyone could come in and benefit from it, right? You have no means of stopping. They don't have to respect you. They don't have to respect. When they basically say, we have a new civil rights law and everything, there's nothing ever written specifically for African Americans. It just says you can't discriminate based on color. And so all these other people from India, China, oh wow, man, new law. I can't be discriminated against. Thank you, Black people. And they'll thank you, right? And then a couple of generations later, look at these stupid people. We've succeeded and everything like that, thanks to them. And we done moved on. They're still talking about racism. And we're tired of hearing racism. I seen this one video. Have you ever seen that one video, Bomani, where the guy from Guam it was like a game show, whatever, like that, and he was a racist, and
No.
it's on YouTube, man. Racist game, right? And he was basically said to the guy, said, "Yeah, I will let you in." It was something like Shark Tank before Shark Tank, right? And the guy said, "Well, I like you, but you're black. You're black. You're black. You're black." And everybody's like, "What?" And this old black baby boomer guy is like, I can't believe we rode in together. We talked. And the guy from Guam was like, yo, I just don't like those people. And I lived in Texas. I'm from Guam, in Texas, and they can't get their shit together. You know, they always go. He's like, get over it. You know, they always talk about racism and discrimination and everything. You know, my people came here, succeeded and everything. And these people, so man, and that's a sentiment among a lot of immigrants. You know, they're like, you know, you guys are perpetually talking about racism and everything in America, and the richest country in the world and everything, you know, and we come here, we succeed, and we're like, oh, these people, yeah, every day, man, there's something racist, something this, something holding them back and everything. And so now, what we always expected that from brown people and everything, but now you got black people coming from other countries saying, man, why we're not here for all that. We're just here trying to get the bag, you know, and that's a sentiment among a lot of people, you know, nowadays, you know. They're like, yo, you guys, you know, everything is racism with you guys, people. You know, we come here, you know, we understand it's racism, but we just come here and get what we want. What black people in America are yearning for is the respect that they can only have by having a land of their own.
Serious business, brother. And
should I repeat that? You know, you're never going to get what you want out of America. These people are not going to respect you because you think you're African American, and like this. That's stuffy. If you want that respect, you have to have a land and nation of your own where you're the majority, and they know when they get off that plane, that's your rules, your everything. You know, you're the law, you're the people. That's the only way you're ever going to get respect. You know, African Americans are never going to get that respect because we are basically a minority group and everything. And the bottom line is that people don't feel like they have it. People, even though black people help build this country and everything, people don't feel like they have to respect. They come to America worshiping who? White people. They feel that the white man's in charge. They want to be like the white man. They want to live close to the white man. They want to their kids to marry the white people, you know? And you're looking at this like, man, after white people did all that, I can never understand either, right? The white people did so much shit to Koreans in South Korea, humiliate them and everything. They come over here loving them, you know? The white man killed the Native Americans. The Native Americans love white people, you know? The black people never did shit to Native Americans. Native Americans hate black people. Why? Because people do not want to be associated with people who they think are losers. You know, the losing team is always going to be hated. That's just human nature. We set ourselves up to be always the default losing race group of people. You know, Cheryl said, until we start differentiating about nationality, we'll always be weak in some of the national. Yeah. I agree with that. Well, except for Liberia. Liberia is the only country. Liberia and Ethiopia is the only countries that created their own borders, you know, and protected their own borders and defined itself by their own borders. Liberia and Ethiopia, you know, and these countries in Africa, right? Should they really even exist anymore? You know, Togo. These countries haven't even made any progress in 60 years and whatnot. It's time for Togo and Benin just merge together, or Togo should become part of Ghana and Benin should become part of Nigeria. That's why I see it.
Hey, how about this West Africa?
What are you talking about? What you say?
This whole region.
Well, the whole
regional
region,
power, but then again, you know, people say there's ECOWAS and so on.
well, the problem in the region of West Africa is people are so. It's not like Europe where centuries of people having roads and travel. West Africa used to be like that, you know. People, you could be able to travel from Timbuktu to Kano and stuff like that. The French came in and francophone the place, right? So they created artificial states that don't even work together with each other, you know. If you went back to it and recreated the boundaries of the Mali Empire and stuff like that, and got rid of these modern borders, you might have a chance, you know. But these modern states impede. You got same ethnic groups living on two sides of the border, you know. And that's one thing Liberia was able to do. It was great. The great African said, he said half his family, when Liberia lost territory to the French, right? Half his family that was on the French side and wanted to get to the Liberian side. So all these people talking about Liberia so bad. Why is you go to Monrovia, right? You got all these people that speak French in Monrovia. Why are they there? Because they know what our ancestors create. They create this Pan-African citadel. So people could talk all they want till you go to Liberia and say, they'll tell you, the average Liberian will tell you, man, we're grateful for our ancestors that came from America. Because if not, we would be speaking French. France is the Francophone countries are a horror show before. Even when during colonial times, the French used to tax people, guillotine them, kill them, and everything. The Liberia side thing, they was able to practice their culture. They was able to keep their land. They was able to do all that stuff like that independently of the government of Monrovia. Said, yeah, you guys out there, they built schools and everything. It was a beautiful experiment. So when people come in here, the Black Americans and everything, they don't know anything about this. Once those Black Americans landed in Liberia, they became Liberians. It's a whole different mentality than when you land in Africa. You absorb some of the local African culture and you become Africanized. You know. So navigate. I don't know. Navigate. It sounds so stupid. That name. Navigate freely. How do you navigate? Navigate means you're on a path. How you navigate freely. When you walk navigating, you're doing a 1-2 step. You're bebopping down the way, doing the side step and whatnot. I'm navigating freely. I'm going this way. I'm going that way. Navigate means you're on a path. You're on a certain path. You're navigating to a certain path. Navigate freely. Hilarious, man. Yeah, hilarious.
Well, look at this comment right there.
You are incorrect, Kala. Liberia is no better than West African countries. I would say the social fabric of Liberia. You don't see tribalism and all this ethnic conflict in Liberia. You don't see that. You see people from other African countries able to open businesses and everything, and not be persecuted, not have to friggin' thing. There's no land lease land and whatnot. You could actually go to the thing and buy property and everything if you're Black. You can't do that in Ivory Coast. You can't do that in Guinea. You can't do that in Sierra Leone. You can't do that in Ghana. There's a reason why our ancestors were so great when they crafted the Liberian Constitution. So all this nonsense and everything, all these people talking, oh, Liberia, not so great. Liberia is the best thing Africa. If it was not for Liberia, African independence movement would never happen, because most Africans were convinced that they couldn't govern themselves. They said we could never govern ourselves. We're too tribal. They don't really understand that. People don't understand a government is something modern. That's why when in these countries you keep having these things, because there's a conflict. People have this idea that they want to live in a tribal thing, but a modern government, they did build things. You never heard of Cuttington. You never heard of the Booker Washington Institution. You never heard of Tubman University. All the schools throughout Liberia. This girl doesn't know what she's talking about. Even in the rural areas, there's schools and everything like that. People built schools, and some of the indigenous people built their own schools and everything, got education. And so the bottom line is this: just because your family probably was failed in Liberia, but you see Great African's family, he's completely indigenous, where not his family did good. I got my friend Naya, he's in Liberia right now, whatnot. He got tons of land and everything. These people had education. These people had education on par with the American Liberians, so called. So this idea, they have this, like, these are the people that are losers in history. And the bottom line is, I'm going to talk about that, right? Because people don't want to be professional in our community. They want to lose. They want to fail and everything like that. They want to scrap standards. They think they're going to be government, a president, or whatever like that of a country without having proper standards and proper education. Let's get rid of the thing. I love George Weah, but he said, oh, man, we got to get rid of education because the educated people has failed us. That's the mentality. So you got plenty of Liberians who could really build a country living in America. Like, what's the point? I got my friend Chris Jackson. He's like, man, this guy's brilliant. He worked for the Tolbert administration, his skills are not needed because, he just, they don't value high education. They don't value stuff like this, It's like that. It's basically, when people fail and they're incompetent, whatever like that, they're rewarded. And that's what P.L.O. Mumba says. A lot of Africa, in China, they execute people who are corrupt. But in Africa, we promote that person to high minister. Oh, you stole all this money and everything like that. You looted the coffers. Everybody like this. All they have to do is get around, do their tribal dance, and say there's some international conspiracy against them or not, and then rally the local people, and then that's the end of it. And that's what we're talking about. And that's what they want to do, fine. But when we talk about Pan-African movement, anything we build in Africa, you mess up, man. That's it. There's no, well, the CIA and COINTELPRO. Yeah, no, nigga, you didn't know what you were doing, and you messed up, and it's time for you to go.
There you go, man.
So we don't want to hear that nonsense and everything. If you don't know what you're doing, if you're incompetent and everything, you step back. Like me, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. I wouldn't step up and say, "Monty, make me this," but I can't do it. I don't know that stuff. What I'm good at is vetting people who might know how to do it and ask them part question and say, "Well, Monty, this guy right here knows what he's doing because I checked them out." I'm not the expert. That person is. That's what administration is all about. You basically administer, you delegate, and everything. The right person for the right job. You look at his credentials, his resume, his background, his references, and all stuff like this. Say, hey, you're a good fit for what we're trying to do. We like you. Well, you're professional. You handle yourself and everything. And then the other stuff is after all that is how well do we get along? That should how do we like it? Do we vibe? But that shouldn't be the first thing that you look at somebody with. Oh, I like this dude, but he can't do shit. He's incompetent. You check out his credentials. You see where his track record is. You see what he does, what his knowledge is, what his education level is, and what his accomplishments are. And once you have all that checked out and everything like that, and then you find out if you like him. Yeah, let's go have a beer. Oh yeah, let's do this. What kind of music like? What kind of sports you like and everything. You don't go vibing with somebody first and whatnot. Just because I saw you on a couple of chat rooms and stuff like that, and and we're sitting there talking about Dr. Clark and we're talking about Marcus Garvey. That's good. We're talking about Amos Wilson. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Oh, we good. We're on the same page. But if we're talking about doing business together and everything like that, I want to know what you're about. That's being professional. And people like that, people don't understand that, right? People have never been in a position of power or authority in a business. And when your boss walks in or somebody that's paying you walk in, there's a certain way you have to act with that person. You guys may have had a office party the night before. You saw your boss drunk and everything, but that don't mean the next day, he's gonna remind you. Okay, we're back to hey, did you do this? Do this? Oh wow, we were just chilling last night, drinking, having cigars. But he's gonna be like, hey, look, we got work to do. And some people don't know how to basically take that. Oh, I thought we was cool. No, business is business. Business is business. If you say you're going to do something, right, you better do it. If we have a deadline or whatever, or something needs to be done and everything, I expect, okay, what's the prognosis? What's this going? What's the process on this? So therefore, this is what we're talking about. Professional, Okay, let's talk about what Kala means. You know what Kala means? Kala is Bambara, Malinka. It means unit or life force, the life force. The Kala in West Africa terms means the group, the huddle, the bond. Okay, Kala. There's the Nyama Kala, which means a craft group system. That means a system of continuity of craftsmen in West Africa that was sent down by God. The 5 main crafts were weaving, mining, blacksmith, goldsmith, and some other crafts, drum making and leather making. Those are main crafts. The people who basically are responsible for that are called Kala. That means tribe or group, or clan. And different clans pass down different tribes or Kala groups to the next generation. It's continuity. And then you have the Dayula Kala. Dayula means trader. That means trading system. The Dayula head chief of the Dayula traders that operated throughout cities, villages, and everything and controlled trade routes was called the Dayula Mansa. That Mansa means chief, means ruler. The Dayula clans basically had certain things that they traded in. Some were salt traders, some were book traders somewhere, everything, gold traders, everything. The gold trading Dayula were called Wangara. That means gold traders, okay? And the gold trader, the gold traders had the gold trader was called the Kaya Maga. That means the gold master. Okay, these are things that come from West Africa. Kala is a term meaning group or force of one. Genesis just means the beginning of this. This is what when I became a Kala Genesis. I mean the person who's bringing the life force, the force of the earth, and the force of heavens to the earth. You know, the life force, the group, the power, you know, structure. You know, and this is what the Kala means. So Kala something. You don't even know what the freaking word Kala means. You know.
Well, excellent, Kala. Navigate seemed to be coming for you all throughout the chat. You know, just trolling and hating, like I made that comment earlier today. The trolls are out tonight. Keep hating from the sidelines. That's all they do.
Yeah, Kyle's not the right person, but Kyle is exactly the person. You know, and nobody hate Africans. I'm married to a freaking African. All African friends. Most of my friends are African. Shut up. You know what I hate is mediocrity. It's stupidity.
Yeah, what a comment.
Yeah. You know, Navigate is a type of person we don't need in Africa because he don't have any standards. I'm just messing with Navigate. You know, he don't know how to take a joke, man. Jeez, you know, let's not go there. Navigate. You know, it's not contempt for Africa. Why? You know something? Why is it that people, if I had contempt for Africans, why would I be on this platform? Why would I be doing this? You know?
Yeah, like why would we be wasting our time?
Why would we wasting our time? You know?
That's another comment right there. This wild comment.
They don't even think logically when they say stuff like this.
Like, how can someone named BAIO be a Pan-African? That's like what does your name have to do with anything?
I don't think BAIO's a Pan-Africanist. I don't know. He's a more.
I mean, what does somebody's name have to do with anything, though?
Yeah. Right. You know, it's hilarious, man. It's hilarious, man. Yeah, we're all here trying to build Africa.
Look at put right here.
Point A is Earth. Point B forever. What the hell is he talking about? You know?
Yeah, you know, the only person we can't let on the panel tonight is Navigate Freely, but let's open things up. So Navigate, we're not gonna be able to do this with you tonight, man. But
maybe later on we'll let you on.
Anybody else, you're more than welcome to join as we're gonna break family into you know, basically what we talk about, the open panel to where you come on if you want to debate myself or Kala, do what you need to do, but be prepared. If you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation and let's talk. But one thing we always ask people to do, you know, when we're talking, mute yourself and let us talk. And when you're talking, we'll mute ourselves and let you talk because we all can't talk at the same time. So, you know what I mean? It's that time of the night, family. And I'm not sure if you're all ready. If you have any questions, you know, we've already been breaking down a topic.
They're too scared.
Well, some people don't need to come on here because, you know, we're gonna like Al Kuhn and the other guy, Kuhn Hunter.
Yeah, he's the Kuhn himself. He must be hunting Al Kuhn. He must be hunting Al Kuhn. So he goes around hunting Al Kuhn. He calls himself Kuhn Hunter. You know.
I mean, what kind of black man comes from? You know, well, I forgot he's Indian.
He's Indian. Oh yeah, that's right. They're Indian.
Coon killer.
So these guys, man, these guys are hilarious, man. And so, like I said, the topic tonight, like I said, I wanted people to understand what we're talking about. We're talking about professional high level, and we really don't see that. Now, let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Remember when they had that series, Blacks Without Borders, right? That inspired a whole class of black people to get interested in Africa, right? Because why? You had Eugene Jackson, right? Brought $30 million investment to South Africa, right? You got African venture partners. You had all these top level people. One woman was a lawyer. She sold her lawyer practice and settled in South Africa, right? She said she was pulling down $1 million a year. And so when you see these type of black people, and at least, especially in South Africa, they want the professional. They want people to know what they're doing. You know, people who understand business. You know, and people understand how business works and stuff like that. You know. Mark Blanton, I met Mark Blanton from Real South Africa years ago. He was telling me, you know, to my face, I met him in Virginia Beach years ago. And he was telling me, man, he said, man, you're Black American. For the most part, they listen to every word you say, you know. And he said, man, they're hanging on to every word. And he said he moved to South Africa and he hangs with the top 1-2% of Black South Africans, you know, just by moving South Africa because he's educated, he's knowledgeable, and everything like that, right? And you know, and we have to basically not let our brothers and sisters down by basically going there on emotion. We really have to know business. We have to know what we're talking about. We can't just get on a plane and go, I want to I want to go to Africa and whatnot. You know, we have to bring our best people to the continent. We have to bring the best part of it. And then when we do have our best people on the continent, we have to give them that support system. You know, we got to give them that support system. I said, you know, we got a lot of Black people in South Africa from America and everything. I wonder why the people haven't really got together and had some united front, you know, yet. You know, I would like to see that, you know. I mean, I do see people getting together, but you know, there's no where's the Pan African Investment Group? You know, where's the Pan African companies listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange? You know, where's the Pan African? It's basically like this. So, and people say, "Well, I don't care." Yo, we basically have to make the Pan African movement professional and legitimize it, right? Because once you have legitimacy, then you can go a long way. People understand, well, these guys. Okay, these guys know business. They know banking. They know all the stuff like this in the world. So we're going to take these people seriously. You know, and so but we can't go on emotion, you know, and you know, conspiracy. I'm tired of hearing about conspiracies. I'm tired about the Europeans control everything. And blah, 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 blah. I'm not taking shots at any particular person, but you know, but you know, but we got to know what we're talking about. It's got brother Dion, his brother's on. He wants to speak.
Well, perfect.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
All right, perfect. Doing all right, Dion. Your screen is blank. Do you have a picture? Do you have a live video or something?
Yeah. Hold on, let me get where I'm in the light. I'm gonna sit by. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Sorry, I was trying to stay up to get on with y'all good brothers.
All right, perfect. All right, greetings, brother. Introduce yourself, and then just let us know what you want to talk about, and we'll get into it.
Peace, Dion Butcher. Been talking to Bomani for a little while. Travel back and forth to Ghana. Been going to Ghana since 2001. Kind of traveling the footsteps of Bomani, taking people back and forth to Ghana, just to kind of give them a different perspective of Africa in particular. What I would like to talk about was that video that I sent you, Bomani. I'm sure you sent it to Brother Kala, about the mechanical concrete. I really want to build some roads. And I think that would be like a great idea. Go ahead.
Bomani's muted. I was saying Bomani's muted.
I got you. Yes, I'm just I'm with you, brother. Keep on talking. I'm gonna load the video up, and we're gonna play it so we can all watch it and things like that, and we just could talk about it. But go ahead and share what you're sharing with Kala. He didn't get a chance to watch the video because I didn't get a chance to send it to him. But
oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Appreciate you coming on because I have it lined up for us to talk about it. So good timing. But if you want to share an introduction of what you're talking about, and I'll get the video lined up, and then we'll.
I mean, the short, I'm a general contractor here in Chicago, so working on houses and all that type of stuff. Every time when I go to the continent, specifically Ghana, I'm looking at the infrastructure and I'm like, man, what can be done? I'm tired of taking a long trip from Accra to Elmina on a 2-lane road, looking at the road that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah built, and then all of a sudden it turns from a super highway to 1 lane going and coming. And nobody was able to pick up that baton since 1960 something when he was ousted. I'm like, what's going on? So yeah, when I saw this,
these are the questions we have to ask. And like I said, the only dumb questions are questions never asked, you know.
For sure.
So you have an excellent idea, you know, construction. Let me ask you a question, right? Have you? Yes, I'm sure you thought about this, right? I'm sure you thought about this, right? Do you understand how roads are built, right? The city, municipality gives out a contract, right? Or the government gives out a contract, right? They basically say, okay, this road needs to be built. The government then goes to puts it as a bill as into Parliament or whoever. I think African governments should have localized regional governments. That would help out a lot, you know. And then what happens is they have the Ways and Means, you know, Ways and Means Committee. They do fact finding. Okay, this is the budget. They go to the budget. Okay, do we have the budget? Do we have it allocated? And the Ways and Means means that the ways and means of doing something, can it be done? Once it gets out of the ways and means, and then it gets voted on, right? If it doesn't get out of ways and means, that's when the legislation usually starts. They say, okay, we got like $5 million to build, improve these roads, right? And then it gets signed into law, right? And the law allocates money. Then once it gets signed into law, right? They put bidding. They allow people to put in bidding contracts, you know, open bidding, or they could have a closed bidding system, which maybe, let's say, a certain amount of roads were promised to the Lebanese for something and everything like that. Have you ever thought about a way around some of the things? Because like right now, the Lebanese, Chinese, and everything seem like they got a monopoly on a lot of this construction.
I had a thought. I don't know if it was a good one, but I was watching something from Kanye West. And you know, he's in the news like crazy. But he said one thing that resonated with me. He said, I want to change the world. And the thought came to my mind. I was like, man, if the infrastructure was intact in Africa, that would change the world.
Yeah.
So I was just, I don't really know how to do it, you know, at all. But I was like, I know it's needed, you know. I was just thinking like, man, how could we raise money to build a road? Like Bomani, you know, that road leading to Sister Amika's place. It's so many bumps and holes in it. I was like, can we just get like a bobcat and it's a gang of tires when the video comes up? I mean, it's just basically using wasted tires that's sitting around. Like they're all over Chicago. I know it's probably all over Ghana, and it's plenty of people to do the work. Like, I just feel like we could build some roads, you know? I just don't really know the how. Like, I really don't.
Have you? Do you do construction yourself?
Yes, I'm a general contractor here in
Okay,
Chicago working on
what kind
houses.
what kind? Oh, so you do housing. So you don't do the road construction, but you know how to build a remodel house and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it's more residential, a little commercial. I hire the subs, you know,
Right,
contractors, electricians, plumbing, all that type of stuff. I mean, my degree is in computer science.
right.
Got laid off from IBM, but I always knew how to make money. So I just stayed out here freelancing.
Do you know? Do you know my guy Michael Akins? He's in Chicago. Mike Akins.
Mm-mm. He's
Okay,
in, he's in, he's
he's
a
in Chicago.
contractor.
He's a contractor. He does fiber optics. I was gonna
Oh,
I was gonna send him to Liberia. I mean, not Liberia, Angola a couple of years ago, but COVID happened. You know, they were
yeah,
set to go to get a fight. He was and Angola was giving out the contract. They said, "Man, we love black people in America to do contracts over there and construction and stuff like that. There's plenty of opportunity. You know, they want us to compete with the Chinese." I said, "That's a long
wow,
shot, but I have nobody in America really interested in knowing anything about Angola." You know, but he's a general contractor. But the thing is, when we talk about this stuff, we got a lot of things. But if things work just like here, you get a contract, right? You build it, you sub it out, everything's beautiful, right?
yeah,
In
yeah,
Africa, it don't work like that. You know, it's like where the money coming from, you know? And so we have
yeah,
all these dreams and ideas, but there's no money. You know, there's no money. There's nothing basically made. So that's the challenge we have. So that's why when we talk about brainstorming, you know, we got minds on this panel right here. We say what we say. Hopefully, people can join us. And say, you know, something. We got an idea. You know, I know the Overseas Private Investment Corporation is called something else now. Give funding to people who want to do business in Africa, developing countries, and everything. But for the most part, we have not gotten any black professionals or lawyers and everything who could do the grant writing and say, look, I want to do that. We can get the funding like other people do. Like the Lebanese, these people got people working for them getting money from the World Bank and whoever like that, and they get stuff done. But black men, we're stuck dreaming about stuff that, you know, oh man, I wish I could do this, you know. Everything with the black man is a dream. The white man
right.
saw Chicago, you know about Chicago, you know about Las Vegas, right? They saw a desert, right? And basically, they said, you know, we could basically build casinos and like that. And said, that's a long shot. Hey, next thing you know, it was done. They have a dream, a vision. The money comes, planning comes, and they get it done. Black man, he died. We die in our dreams, in our vision, because nobody believes in us. Nobody better take a chance at us. Nobody say like this. So we have to change that thing. We have to change that by always showing ourselves as professional that we can get the job done. And when somebody black does do something, I'm the first one to showcase, yeah, this is what we can do. You know, this is what give us a chance. We can do. And we also have to show that to our African brothers and sisters. And we got contractors over here, you know. We got these people over here. You don't have to keep running to the Indies and everything. We got these people over. That's why I say professional, putting our best face forward. We can't keep getting online acting like buffoons and talking a bunch of nonsense when we talk about Africa, because people watch these shows, you know, and so we can't just have people running their mouth talking a bunch of nonsense. We got people over here that could do this stuff, you know, do the stuff that everybody else is doing, you know, and we keep the money on the continent. You know, when we get the contract, we're going to spend that money in a thing. Lebanon's a shithole, you know, and I don't want to take too much time, but Lebanon's a shithole. Lebanon, you know how Lebanon guys money? Through West Africa. You know, all the money Lebanon makes comes from Africa. You know, they have nothing. They have no natural resource, none of them. How they get so rich? Why? Because they're doing contracting work. They're using the African Development Bank, you know, to get contracts, to do work. Money that Africa has to pay back eventually. You know,
and
so
we're not in position to get that same kind of.
now we can. This is what the purpose of this show tonight. If we were professional, if we were organized, if we had the proper people representing us to Africans and Ghanaians and everything, that would happen. But when they look at us in Africa and whatnot, you know, who do we got? You know, we got people that just, you know, emotional, you know, and that's what you and I we get frustrated because the people don't think. Well, a lot of black people don't think on that level. You know, we're not talking to the high level people and bringing our high level people and saying, "Hey, look, this is what we can do. You know, this is what we can do. This is how we can make this work. You know, and long term, everything is emotional. Oh yeah, the year return, everybody jumping and shouting and everything like that. You know, reading about the Chinese, everybody else coming in getting the contracts. You know, getting the business. You see what I mean?
Excellent. And also, Kala, let me just bring in Big Black before we play this video and before we continue some more.
Hey, hi everybody. Hey, Dion, Kala, Bomani.
I agree, brother.
Hey, yeah, I was touching back on the professionalism Kala was talking about. I was thinking about back when we had a chance to really do work the rainbow agenda, should I say? Uh, you know, if a lot of us was, you know, as far as like the black media, I don't want to say not really the black media, but a lot of Pan African channels. If we were on code behind the scenes, I really want to say on code, but if we had more of a united front, should I say, we could have did a lot of work on that movement, you know, and pretty much rose it to a level where, you know, that would be the following of the day. You know, when we rise to a certain level of you know, pushing back, a lot of people follow us as black people. Thus, the word aphrodisiac got turned because they know if black people raise their voice to a certain level, then a lot of people will follow. You know, uh, and actually, we need to wake up that would have pretty much triggered some of the younger generations because I'm pretty sure there's younger people in their like 19, you know, teens and early 20s that have these same thoughts, that have this same mind, or no, there's something in them that hasn't been awakened. You know, if you go back to the Black Panthers, man, a lot of them cats were young when they first started. Them cats were like 17, 18, 19, 20. I mean, very young. Most of them were in their late teens or early 20s, you know, and just the stuff that they did in that little time frame, you know, they were very serious. You know, right now, unfortunately, you know, that generation, the generation that's coming up in those age ranges, it's looked at as lame to think along those lines, And I think if we have more of a united front to talk about these issues, and when one comes out, and pushes it, all of us push it at one accord, that would raise that vibration where these younger cats have more of a ambition to pick up that mantle. And when the younger cats pick up the mantle, black men and black women, that start a big fire. You know what I mean? And it's always, it usually always the young to really push these revolutions forward, but it's the older generation that sits back and gives the young cats the wisdom. That's what I want to say.
I want to navigate. He goes,
Excellent, brother. Appreciate it.
Africa not looking to hire people outside the country, but yet, oh really? Then why is it that all the major construction in Africa is done by foreigners? Then, Africa's not going to. That's all that is outside. Everybody that builds anything worth it. The supermarkets, the Accra Mall, is that owned by black people? No, it's owned by Arabs and everybody. Everybody else. So navigate, sit down with your old ass.
Navigating out in a rural area, in a little
this
developing area. So
yeah, so the whole thing is this: if we're talking about black people from America, we're talking about Pan-African and everything. We got to understand let Africans understand why is Pan-African necessary, right? Why? Because if we're building a business pipeline and everything, and we're building a supply chains and everything, we have to keep the money and the infrastructure in with us, right? If you give something to the Chinese, look, they're gonna go for who could do the best the job. The Chinese finance a project, but Africa's got to pay that back. They got to pay that back. Also, I'm gonna say something controversial now. Maybe we might be at a critical point where my brother lives in Chicago right here, right? Chicago has since I was working with my brother Quint to start a Chicago Sister City project, right? Maybe with countries like Angola and everything. And Sister City projects like Chicago worth billions and billions of dollars. You got all these blacks on the city council. They have money and funding that they invest overseas, right? Their city pension funds, stuff like that. How do you think the Las Vegas was built? City union pension loans were built. Chicago has a mercantile exchange. You could probably plug African commodities to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and all stuff like this. So we sit in these cities, right? They got tremendous resources. Now, if our educated people, if we say, look, this is what we want to do, right? How do we make this happen, right? I know this for a fact because in the city of Virginia Beach, right, where I'm at, I got my friends of mine that are Filipino. They said I said, you got to be kidding me. They said, we came here in the 60s, and they're now grabbing so many resources from the city of Virginia Beach and bringing it back to their home villages in the Philippines. You got black people sitting on pension funds and all kinds of resources because cities are going global. If you look at the average state in America, right? Let's say Virginia, right? Do you know there's probably more wealth in today than America when it was the first 13 colonies, 13 original states? So America was a small idea when it wrote the Constitution. And they said, okay, so you got cities now as powerful as the United States used to be 100 years ago. Wow. So, and we sit in a lot of these cities. They invest overseas. They're global. But we as black people don't think on that level. There was a couple of guys that went to Zimbabwe and was lobbying for from Chicago. I think you brother Dion remember that. They were lobbying for Robert Mugabe, and Obama had them arrested. Because Mugabe was under sanctions. And one guy said, "I'm fighting this thing." He said, "You didn't register as a foreign agent," and all he did was basically say, "Look, the sanctions should be lifted and everything." But the fact that two black American white people do it all the time, they go to countries that they go to Iran, they go to South North Korea, whatever like that. Nothing happens to them. But you go to a black country, right, and you dare as an African American say, "Yo, look, man, these sanctions," and the Obama administration let these guys get arrested. I don't know what happened with that case. Because what happened was Mugabe gave him like $2 million to represent them, and lobby for them, and they did that while it was under sanction,
Well, perfect, Kala. Let me just first, let's get into the video.
Okay.
Then we're gonna talk more about road constructions and infrastructure. And get into your favorite topic, Kala, Black African infrastructure.
I'm a part owner in mechanical concrete. Sam Bonasso is the inventor, and I'm under his tutelage, I should say. To make a mechanical concrete cylinders, we cut the sidewalls out of the tires. We laid the cylinders down on the ground or in the road base where we whatever you want to do to dig it out, how deep you want it to dig it out, and then we fill them with number 57 gravel, or you can fill them any derived filler that you can put in that hole. And after you get the cylinders and the gravel inside, it's ready to run on. The road is ready to go immediately. There's no compacting. There's no have to compact it and use water to compact it like they do now with the road. So the cost of redoing a base road is we guarantee at least 25% cheaper than it would cost you to build a regular road in the old system. It's a heavy hauling road, so and the reason it's one of the reasons it's cheaper is you're going to use less material than you would use on a regular road, because it's not as thick as a regular base road would be if you was doing a heavy hauling road. This road is not finished, but this is the cylinders we laid down. We did this by hand. My men did this by hand. But as you see, we can put the cylinder. This has been here for 3 years. We put the cylinder down, filled them with this 57 gravel, and that's all we did was run on it. There was no compaction, no anything, but we did not finish it because the road on this needs to be topped. Now, if you keep it like a gravel road, like this is, we would put probably 1.5 inches of crush and run on top of this so you wouldn't see the cylinders, and this would all be covered up. We built a few roads at the new power plant out on at Fort Martin, next to Fort Martin, and we built 3 blacktop roads out there, 1 cement road, and a gravel road out there. And the gravel road is out there is to a weigh station that they have 300 coal trucks a day that are loaded, and they weigh them. And since we put that road in, the manager of that plant told us his maintenance has gone down 75%. So he's saving on the back end of it too. This blacktop roads have been there it's been there 4 years, and they've had a little bit of problems with it, but they just recently, but they haven't had a pothole in 4 years. The cement road is where they come out of the plants, and there's water on that road every day because they have to spray off the wheels so there's not dust going down the highway after they leave the plant. And that road's been cement road, and it's been there 4 years, and they have not had a problem with that road at all. Before we put our system in on that road, they've had to redo it almost every year because the potholes and the roads were washed out because of the freezing and thawing of the water on that road. But since we've done it, they have not done that. Now we have some roads over in Westover that the city of Westover has redone. They had a problem down on Mon Boulevard that every year they were having to replace the road because there was potholes in it and because there was water washing across it, and they had heavy trucks on it, and they were causing them to have the road deteriorate. Since we've had that road in there for 3 years right now, and they haven't had one pothole on it. And if you go over to the ballpark over in Westover, where the baseball field is down there, they had a round home plate around where the bleachers were. There was water that seemed to get in there all the time, and the fans would walk through there and they'd get muddy because it was always wet. We put that in 2 years now, and that has solved their water problem around the bleachers, so they don't have any mud and all that where the fans have to walk through. So that's been working there. We're just trying to get this word out. We think we can repair all the roads and at a economical cost.
Yo, I'm blown away, man. I'm blown away. Did you see that one video on that dude that does he was making fun of Ricky from the Bag, the guy President of Wakanda, right? He had Ricky was collecting tires for something. I don't know. I was like this, right? And then he had the Fred Sanford music playing in the background, you know. He said, "Look at Ricky, you know, this clown stuff." I don't know why. I can't
serious,
be.
man.
Anyway, but that's an excellent idea, man. I had no idea, man. You learn something new every day. You Dion, you're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, something that that we had talked about in our community last
That's
year or
solve the
so,
problem right there.
and the thing of it is, it's it's more economic to do it, and as you can see, you can do it with your hands. You can so if you have a whole bunch of folks from the community, you can actually get out there. So you always tell people that if we're seriously gonna do these things, we can actually get them done, and you can just literally just make it work, because it's not like where I live at, where we live at, where you and I live at, or where most of us live at. That's in the U.S., where you step out and infrastructure is there already. So instead of just like wondering what's gonna happen, that's why I'm telling my folks in our community, like whatever we want to do, we can do. So like people talk about roads, I was like, it's like I can't do everything, but it's like if we talk together, it's like you can do the research, and we can get folks out there, and we can get it done. So that's a perfect example of just doing something to where you don't need heavy machines, and you don't need like a whole bunch of cash flow, gravel, tires. So that's one aspect. But Dion, since you presented it, brother, go ahead and share vision and.
Yeah, I was just thinking, because when the last I went to Ghana, I see the tires all over the place. I see the manpower there. Like they would probably dig out for the road. We can backfill it, and man, instantly we'll have a road. And if we could top coat it with asphalt or concrete, man, we could just build like right away. Like that's what hit me when I saw that video. I don't even know how I found it, but I was just thinking about the road.
When you have problems, right? I can do this too, right? When I was thinking about, oh man, how can we build a community or like that, right? I stumbled a decade ago over this thing called micro hydro dams, right?
Mm.
I was like, man, see, that's what you tell when you're really searching, you're trying to solve a problem, right? They'll come to you, right? You'll come. You probably watched the video a minute ago, but you say, man, we got to do something about the roads, and that video came to you.
Yes.
That's when you're searching. That's why I say when people come on these platforms, when I want to see people that are problem solvers, that got suggestions and everything. We have the human intelligence mind to solve our problem. He said, I don't see where.
I'm not sure if he's talking about what we just played. I mean, I'm sure it has to be, because that's the only thing that
navigates.
I mean, just negative freely. That's negative freely.
Negative freely, yeah, negative freely.
The thing about it's a practical way to get roads started, and you can just do it like what did the white guy say? He mentioned that this is not even finished. We just put that together, and it's been useful and working. But
and also people don't understand something, right? In countries like in Africa, right? A lot of times they like Liberia, right? They pay all these millions of dollars for a road, right? But they're not building the roads properly. They don't have the gravel underneath and the concrete has to be built out of rock. Right. They just put the asphalt down, and then after one rainy season, you see potholes and the roads all tore up. The roads all tore up because they didn't do the proper due diligence, on the road. This right here solves that problem. So you're not gonna do the roads right. Let's do it like this, man. And also, you're helping the environment. Where's all these climate change people? You're taking all these tires, you're removing them, and you're putting them in use. Renewables, stuff like this.
It's an excellent idea.
People jumping all over this.
Brother Kala, that's what I was thinking. I was like, man, the environmental people would love it, because what are they doing with all these wasted tires? Like now it's going to be utilized, and not only utilized for the environment. I didn't see any videos that said anything about any kind of problems with the tires being in the ground. But wow, we get rid of the tires, we build the road for cheaper. It's it's um it's more efficient. You don't have all these potholes and all this stuff like in the wet area when the ground is shifting and moving. I was just like, wow, how do I get the money for this?
Yeah,
That's the
it'll
part
come.
I'm trying to.
It will come. You know what it starts with? It starts with people are saying, first of all, you got to recognize there is a problem. You know, like
Yes.
anything else, right? There's a problem, right? And people agree that we have to build roads in parts of Ghana, start with this road and everything, and we have it laid out. We got a problem, you know? We're losing productivity and time because it costs too much time. Like the guy said, he got 300 trucks rolling over. I said, wow, you know, a day. I'm like, wow, you know? And so I'm like this. So you go to the people, right, and say, look, this is going to increase productivity, right? Instead of you driving 40 miles an hour or cars bumper to bumper, everything, people are going to be able to go a little faster and stuff go and everything. They don't have to plan instead of a 3-hour trip, it's down to 45 minutes, right? Because you got a straight road, you know? And you say, look, this is what's going to happen. People in this area will get goods faster, and also like this. This is what you projected to do, and the road pay for itself, right? Because you know we use it, and also you're using renewable stuff. You're cleaning the environment. You're doing all this stuff like this. You would think the environment people will be like all over this. I'm getting to the point where I think these environmental people are not interested in environment. They're interested in making our life difficult, you know, and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, environment. Okay, we just found a way to solve the problem. Oh no, I'm not interested. Well, you said you wanted to clean up the environment. We're taking these tires right here and we're building roads with them, you know, and like this, you know, and people will walk away. Oh, I don't like this. But this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Just serious people with serious conversation. Don't give up on this, right? Get together with people and just basically keep discussing this. And one day, you know, with people on the ground in Ghana, and we say, look, okay, we need that machine to cut it. Let's get this done. Let's get this done. Once you decide you're going to do this and everything, who knows? I mean, you know what I'm getting sick and tired of, right? I'm getting sick and tired of every time we talk about Africa, right? The government, right? We have an idea to build something, right? To benefit something. The government suddenly don't have no money, you know, navigate. Oh yeah, you guys are putting no. If we're gonna build something, right, the people are gonna benefit. The government should fund the cost of it. You know, as simple as that. And so suddenly there's no. Every time we talk about Africa, right, the normal things that everybody else do, right, goes out the door. If you say, okay, this the people over here in this village needs a bridge, right? The bridge, you ever see that when they open up a new bridge to connect the two sides? The people can now go across and everything like that, right? That bridge costs money, you know.
Yeah.
When you deal with the white people, that shit costs money. But when it comes to black people, oh, where the money gonna come from? Y'all gotta raise. No, you know, the president of Ghana give up one of your jets, whatnot, your jet trips, whatnot. Cut down somebody, fire some government ministers, you know, that you got and everything. Find the money in the budget, right, to make it happen. And you can only do that with political will. That's why sitting in Africa with no political influence is stupid. You know, this is what we talk about in Afrikstan, you know, having us in a country where we have some sort of political say so, or we got influence. We cannot sit in a country and with no political influence. Politics are how things get done. You know, look, you know, we're doing this here. This is what we need done. You know, we need this, we need this, we need this. If you can't do that, you tell us why. You know, we'll see if we can bring resources from our home country. You know, but this idea that we're supposed to sit in a country and people are like, I want to say something, but I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. No, if you have an idea, right? If you see things, why don't you basically say to people, why don't you put this in the next budget? We need to get this done, and we can do this. We can employ people, and the stuff gets done. That's how we have to start engaging Africa if we're serious about building on the continent. You know, we got to be engaged the people, engage the government, and say this. If these people got money to go to Europe and spend all this money lavishly and host these stupid, useless conferences and everything, you know, that gets nothing done. It's ECOWAS. We have an ECOWAS summit. Okay, what did ECOWAS do to prevent the coup in Burkina Faso? Nothing. You know, so what does it tell you? So you're just wasting your time attending these stupid summits that mean nothing. Because when it really comes down to it, all you really beholden to is the IMF, the World Bank, and the European donors. You know, so why waste time with all this stuff that we talk about? Let's take that money and whatnot and do stuff like this. Because, unfortunately, you know, what benefits the average person? That I don't understand. Like Confar was saying Saturday, he said, "Look, man," he said, the government, you know, ought to treat the people like kings and queens. And I said earlier tonight, right? There's a lack of respect for the people. It's not just Africa; it's here too. We elect people to office and they don't deliver. They don't basically. Now it's not that. It is that simple. You know, it is that simple.
Yeah, he's been talking greasy for a while. Let me just share with you. There you go.
Okay, the process for roads that go through winter weather and snow has to be what the hell is he talking about?
He's basically saying that technique is for for seasons like winter seasons and things like that, which would make no sense. And then this is another one right here. Just because a white man presented, don't mean it's foolproof.
See, this is what navigate.
And this has nothing to do with white people. It's like people, just because a white person make a video, don't mean that they came up with the idea.
If they came up with the idea, it doesn't mean it doesn't work.
Exactly.
You know? This is what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. You know, this is what I'm talking. We knew Navigate was gonna be here with his nonsense. You know,
and
Africa knows how to build good roads. You know, Navigate. You know, stop. You know, stop.
No, that's not the end of it. Here we go, some more.
Navigate, you tripping, Navigate. I don't know what you're doing, man.
I don't know what Navigate's doing, man.
African countries don't have money like the US and Europe.
They do have the money, but they don't spend it wisely. You know, they have more money than countries like Bolivia, but they don't spend it wisely.
Let's continue. Here we go.
Let me say this, brother. Nigeria, right? Nigeria, since it discovered oil, not all the money is wasted. Do you know $400 billion they said in revenues that were just paid that on the books is missing? It's $400 billion.
Oh, mysteriously.
Missing. They said not just that's not what was. There's a couple of trillion they made in revenue over 60 years, right? But there's $400 billion that evaporated, that were paid, evaporated. That's how much is looted out of the continent. You know, Africa does have the money. Ghana decides instead of mining, learning how to mine gold and process gold for itself and make its own gold bullion bank like we're doing in the Congo and Angola right now, right? Ghana basically lets foreign companies and it gives a 2% royalty. You know, 2% royalty, which is peanuts. Ghana was talking about is cuckoo, you know, cuckoo. instead of learning how to make it chocolate and basically branding like Rwanda's doing, you know, where they got their own coffee that you could buy on eBay and Alibaba in bulk, you know, retail, you know, instead of getting to that level, right? Then you could have the sort of revenue and everything. Ghana's not investing in its people, you know, as people, you know, and collecting tax bases. You got to add value to what you produce. You know, you got to have marketing and stuff like that, and stuff like that. And so if you're not going to do that, don't complain about the money situation, you know. And Ghana's going to the World Bank for the IMF for the 18th time, you know, because it did not invest in this infrastructure, you know. So I said, let's see, Maureen Kerr said they have the budget. You have to be on the ground to bid for contracts too, you know. So the bottom line is this, you know, we, as long as we basically have people, right, that when we start having these conversations, they're, you know, we're never going to get any place because they don't want to get any hard truth.
I don't like what Navigate said. Let's do like the Chinese do, bring resources to build and accept payments. The problem with that is that it's taking too long to industrialize. That's not going to solve anything, Navigate.
Yeah. And
I think Navigate got a hangover or something like that.
Yeah, Navigate's drunk, you know.
You're doing that keyboard warrior stuff.
Yeah.
Typing.
So the whole thing is what Navigate's trying to do is this. When we start talking about stuff, problem solving, Africa like this, like just like when people talk about Black people in America, right? I don't sit there. A lot of stuff people say are true, you know. So I'm like, I defend my peeps over here, but a lot of stuff they say, so man, y'all need to stop talking about racism and clean Y'all get your house in order. That's the truth. That may hurt your feelings, but it's the truth. You know, there's a lot of stuff Africans do, man, that just doesn't make any sense. You know, why is it that you this is the thing I want to understand, right? There's a global, you know, the most precious resource right now people scrambling for is brain power resource.
Brain power, there you go.
That's it.
Brain power. The brain drain is the real deal.
Africa does not stand a chance until we build this Afrikstan and be like that. Then we're going to be competing with other countries for African brain power, not just overseas, but inside of Africa. You know, they're going to come inside of Africa, right? And their companies are going to suck all the life out of us, and we're going to be enslaved again, you know, because they basically can pay their people. We don't think it's enough. That I look at this thing where this Ghanaian mechanic, right? He says he makes $2 a day, and this guy was like, "Yo, fixing people's car, $2 a day." I'm like, no. And you got African Americans who go over to Africa, right? And I understand the African pay scale and everything, but pay the people a little more. You know, if somebody just fixed your muffler and everything like that, you know, you're gonna come out with a good $50 to pay that person, even if it's jackleg, right? So give that guy, let's say if it's Africa, give him $25. You know what I'm saying? Be the difference. You know, if that guy's sweating just as hard as anybody else, you know, and having great brain power, security power, navigate.
And that's another one too. He's on fire tonight, man. He must have been hitting that bottle all night long.
He got it. Yeah. His African country like got robbed by your. How are you robbed and they're thousands of miles away? You know, that's what I'm telling you, man. Just ass backwards, man. You know, ass backward thinking. The bottom line is this, right? We don't take ourselves and black people seriously, right? We can let Europeans come in, right, and basically say we're going to pay the people nothing. So long as the government officials get their little envelope and their suitcase full of money, they walk away with everything, you know, and nobody says anything. That's why nothing ever gets done. That's why the average person never benefit from any of the stuff that goes on the continent. Because the government, along with the government, and how they justify it, because you come from a certain tribe and all they have to do is start doing their festivals. That's why I said we should shut down all these festivals in Africa, because it makes people feel like they're important, that you can't challenge them politically because, oh yeah, such and such and everything. That's all a big thing. Rome mastered that stuff, you know. Every time Rome will have a Colosseum and everything like that, the praetors and everybody will come out and everything, you know, and they're robbing Rome blind. They're sending people off to war. They're robbing the treasury and everything, but they get you entertained, right? And these titles and this pomp and everything like that, you know? And so a lot of Africans have learned how to do this, right? You make people feel like, oh, this, and they forget the fact that you made a bad deal that's going to cost them in the future, you know, because all they're looking at is, oh, yeah, you know, our president, he's up there speaking with the queen. But I think the thing is turning, because a lot of Africans are pissed that the African leaders on a freaking coach bus going to the Queen of England. I think Museveni didn't go. You know, they're on a coach bus, you know. And the president of Ethiopia, the lady prime minister, said, I ain't doing it. I'm with Ethiopian government. We're going to provide her with a limousine. No. That I'm not going. You know, the rest of these African leaders, they're all cramped up on a little bus.
Like school children, like school children.
That doesn't give the African youth confidence, man.
Brother, that's embarrassing, man.
Yeah, it's very embarrassing, you know.
That deal.
Was Joe Biden in a bus with the Mexican president?
No.
Well, yeah, what Dion was talking about is
go ahead, brother.
What Dion's talking about, it sounds like a win-win for, you know what I'm saying, continental Africans and Africans in diaspora. You know, as far as you know, you come in, you undercut the non-blacks that don't mean Africa no good. They just want to, you know, for the most part, just make a buck off Africa. You know, you undercut those people, you know. So the Africans, they're getting the better price. And then you're giving work to the diaspora in Africa. You know, as far as tires, man, to do away with a tire in America, you have to buy, you'll get charged for throwing the tire away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you
Yep.
know that solves the problem of a lot of
That's a
tires.
business. No, that's a business right there. Brothers
Right.
in Ghana will go and start saying, "I'm collecting tires and I can sell to these people ready to buy them and whatnot." You know that you creating business out of nothing.
You
Multiply
probably
effect.
could collect tires all over the world.
All over. You could
And
be importing tires,
yes,
used
that's what
tires.
I was thinking.
You could be regionally importing used tires and solving a problem and building roads. You know, see how we've solved problems and we're thinking and we're being intelligent. You know, we could do anything.
Exactly.
So, like I said, we're basically, you know, like I said, that's what it talks about. That's what we mean by professionalism. You know, we're thinking on a different level. You know, thinking outside the box. You know, or whatever problem we have, we can solve. You know, if we put our brains together and just start thinking outside the box and thinking like that, that's an excellent idea. You know, that's an excellent idea. What we basically need now, right?
You think we could
got,
do a GoFundMe or something?
yeah, we. Oh, I was about to say this. What we need is a patron saint. I don't understand. Like I said, we need a patron saint. We definitely need someone to come along, right? We got all these so-called African billionaires and people that got money and whatnot, but they basically are not interested in building with Pan-Africans. That's why we said we want to change our definition of Pan-Africanism. We can't be Pan-African. We're not doing real business on this level. You know, it can't be a Pan-Africanist when you go to Africa and basically all the business and everything that has to be signed and agreements are done with not in a Pan-African spirit. You know, we got the Pan-African spirit, but we don't basically have anything tangible. We have to have Pan-African tangibles, okay? We bringing people over here like yourself, Dion, that can do skills and everything like that. We have to create that Pan-African workforce, that Pan-African contracting system, that Pan-African supply chain and everything. And we have to basically say, you know, this is what we want to do. You guys want access to the American market. We want access to contracts and everything on the ground. That's the way it has to be done. And then also we use our resources, whatever influence that we have in America, whether it's political or on local, state, regional level, we're going to make sure that happens. But, you know, it got to be the point where, you know, our people are doing business on the continent, something like that. That right there, if the right people got invested in that thing and the laws and everything, you can not only can you basically clean up with that sort of thing, you could also create a new opportunity for young people in Ghana to collect tires and everything and get into the recycling business, you know, and stuff like this. So it's a win-win situation, you know. That'd be a win-win situation. And then when you showcase that, look, man, you know, we got this thing. We're building roads. We're cleaning up the environment. People are making money and everything like that. And then the Pan-African movement look like it's a machine. It's an engine. It's people are making money and accomplishing stuff. You know, it ain't all about emotion. You know, we're actually doing stuff. We're actually down there competing with the Chinese. You know, they got warehouses, we got warehouses. You know, they got factories, we got factories. You know, and so that's what the level of Pan-African has to rise to. You know, it has to rise to where our black people who are professionals and everything, they got the education, got the skills and everything, could put their time and influence in stuff like this, you know, and not just go to Africa and just basically talk a bunch of nonsense. I've been to the motherland. Okay, that's great. But right now, you know, the motherland needs, you know, us people on both sides of the Atlantic to start working together, you know. So unlike navigate tomorrow, Africans call things Africans are stupid. No, you know, I think people who go to the continent and don't do nothing all their life are stupid, you know. But the people on the ground, there's
And
a lot
that's kind of how I feel, brother. I mean, I've been taking people back and forth. I'm about to be on my 15th time going to Ghana, and I'm just like, man, I won't say I haven't done anything, but I want to do more. You know,
yeah,
like
you
I
feel it.
really want to do more. Yeah, I feel it. Like every time I go there, the juices and the ideas just flow, and I come back and I'm just like back in the rat race again, and I'm like, it's got to be more to it than this, man. I take my son with me. Like he's 12. He's gonna be on his third trip. The goal the family had was 10 international trips for my son, just so that when somebody come to him, and still people say it to this day, like, what do you do in Africa? I'm like, I do the same thing I do when I'm in America. I'm just on Ghanaian soil. You know, like, what do you mean? He's not going to have that same UNICEF commercial that's etched in my mind, you know?
Right.
He's going to say, yeah, I was playing basketball, you know, I was eating pizza with my dad.
And normal
blah,
stuff.
blah. Yeah, normal stuff. Yeah, we just went away and
we
go
to Ghana. It should you know something. You know what's going to start when you start seeing this in. Let me say, so I'm going to say something right here. There's a jewel from the Kala Genesis, right? When you see this normalized in black movies and stuff like that, right? Where let's say I hate saying Tyler Perry, but you see a Tyler Perry movie, right? You know, and oh yeah, you know, I was in one scene. You're calling a business connect in Ghana. You know, and like that, and you say, oh yeah, my brother's in Ghana. I'm on the phone with him, and he got a logging company and everything. Oh yeah, how you doing? Yeah. You know, one scene right there would change the whole thing. Oh, Black America's in Ghana. Got Black America's in Liberia. Like got Black America in Ghana. We're there, but the mainstream media, for the most part, popular culture, is not there.
Yeah.
It's not there. It's not normalized. You know, like you do Chinese. You watch a Chinese movie, right? I watched Kung Fu movies back in the days. They're in Hong Kong 1 minute. They're in Taiwan 1 minute. They're in the Philippines. They're in Japan. They're all over. They're not pigeonholed to a one reality called America or wherever, you know? They're basically all over the place, you know? And so we have to be that same. That's breaking the slave bond over our heads. That not only that, we have a thriving communities on the continent that we could plug into. Once that happens, then we'll be free. You know why? Because people can't talk. What are you gonna do? Hey, you know, we're gonna sit this election out. You know, we don't really care because we got so much going on globally. You know, that's how the Asians are. Unless something comes up and like, we might come out and everything. It's not dire for them. Every election is dire. If we don't vote this way, we're gonna die. You know, if you don't. Now they got a video out now where people talk about if you don't vote, you ain't gonna no bucking, whatever like that. You know, and they'll tell you what you're gonna gain or what the policies are that you're voting on, but you get out there and vote. That's because Black America, for the most part, right? For the most part, has been broken down to the point where our voice and our thing don't matter. I believe that building in Africa, being global people, and having things outside and letting the world know that we're now global people and everything will free us because people will start respecting us. Oh, we don't know these people. We don't know what they want. You know, Jesse Jackson once said, somebody could define you, they can confine you. Right now, we're confined to the 50 states of America, and that's all we think of Black America as. You know, there's we shall overcome, you know, and all stuff like this. So we have to be global in our perspective.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, navigate.
Hello, good evening. It's nice to hear everyone, you know, tonight. You know, I'm not spitting, you know, any dirt, but we just can't jump on any idea that's just popped into our face like the rubber tire idea. It's a good idea, you know, for freezing places like Virginia in the wintertime or Chicago, you know, when the roads get all iced up and they got to plow the snow off of them and the ice and they buckle up and get potholes in them. That rubber idea is great. But fortunately here in places like Ghana, if you build a road properly, that road will last for decades, you know, but in Ghana has been building roads for the past, you know, 10 years on a regular basis. They building roads as fast as they economically can do so. You know, China is coming in, bringing in finances. When I first got here, I seen a beautiful road being built. You know, the Chinese guy was the supervisor with black workers, you know, there, you know, doing the work. And so the roads are, you know, and the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, said Ghana is not a paradise. But what he forgot to say is that it could be. You know, and the brother is right. He's been to Ghana. If you can just, if the road infrastructure was taken care of completely in all the neighborhoods and everything, this would be a fantastic place. Everybody gonna want to come here.
Well, I think you missed what he said. He said from Accra to Abina, he said just that stretch of road, this thing would solve that problem because they said they don't really have the money and the funding and everything.
I know exactly what he's talking about. I know exactly which road he's talking about. That's a road. It's not a. It's supposed to be a highway.
He said,
But you know, when you got traffic coming one way and coming back the other way, that's a road.
He do say that there's certain parts of Ghana that's never going to have roads. So this is a solution.
Well, I never say never. You know, because we got black diasporans like you know, who sitting on $1 trillion, you know, a year worth of money that's coming in, and people like you is gonna convince, you know, some of the people that got 401ks in the USA, you know, to have some African, you know, investment on their 401k, you know, and
that's a little thing, because, like I said, I'm a professional, right? If I tell
like it,
invest that 401k, you can best be sure that we're going to look over the Ghanaian stock exchange, bond market, rating, and everything like that. And if it doesn't measure up, no go. It's not
well, building roads has always been a good
like,
beneficial thing. Let
me say something, Navigate. When people invest anything, whether it's their time, everything, they want a return. Black people,
I know that.
are no different, you know. So
I know that.
Now there's black people that basically now other stock exchange, I don't know, like that, stock exchanges is doing really well, you know, around the world, right? You invest your money in Dubai, you get a return. You know, we have to get Africa to the point where, you know, the people like poor, like South Africa was in the 70s, right? People were putting money from all over the world in South Africa because they had their economics together and they got a high return, 20%, you know, of the investment, 20%. You put money in.
Well, it's a lot of places here in Ghana that's a good investment. There's great investment opportunity.
Hold on. When you say good investment, do you got
great investment opportunity?
Hold on, opportunity. But do you have it down on paper?
Well, do you have it on paper that is not? You know, you wouldn't know what you would know. You would not know what is a great investment unless you do the research and find out. I'm not an investment broker. You don't want to say you're a professional. You don't want to say you want to do these things. So that should be your job, to do the investigation, to find out where the investment, you know, is viable at. You know, so that you can promote it. But all you want to do is just run your mouth.
I think that's a good investment, right? That means I'm taking your word. That's a good investment. Now, if you say,
well, you don't have to take my word for it. You're a professional. A professional don't take people's word. They go find out.
No,
you've never even been to Africa. You've never even been to Africa, so you wouldn't know what a good investment was in Ghana if it hit you in the face.
Navigate. Why are you always arguing, man?
Because he's always full of crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to stay on here when y'all start arguing. Yeah, we trying to build something, brother. Just trying to put these ideas.
We trying to build, you know, and he gonna shoot down everything I say like I'm stupid. I ain't stupid. I know
Navigate.
I'm not stupid. Don't treat me like I'm stupid.
Navigate.
I'm trying to treat you like you're not stupid, but you treat me like I don't know what the hell.
Navigate. You come in with a lot of negative energy. We were doing 2 hours of great panel communication, and here you come, brother. Please, you know, we're trying.
Well, he was spitting dirt on me just on the chat line.
I mean,
like
the whole
line,
I was joking, man.
It wasn't fun.
You call his name, saying his name sound like a girl name and all kind of stuff.
He started with my name first, saying Navigate. What is that? Navigate is going from one point to another. He don't even know what the word means. It's stupid.
Navigate.
Kala do sound like a girl name. Kala, Bella, Sheila, all them A names sound like girl names to me.
Kala, Navigate. You're supposed to be the elder on the panel, brother.
Well, you know, that's why I got to break him down. He want to break me down. I can break down too.
All of us be your children.
All right. Well, let's have an intelligent conversation. Let's have an intelligent conversation. Let's stop playing the dozen.
We look like you. Look at you as a father figure. So Navigate. You got.
Well, let's start having an intelligent conversation. I don't want to have to chastise nobody. You know, I don't like chastising.
Navigate. The relative of the situation is the what we talking about, mechanical concrete, is not something for New York City. It's something that can be done there in Ghana with people in the village, and you know how it is.
Well, you can. I just personally don't think that's viable here. That's all. I could be wrong. Let's see a prototype. Let's see somebody try it here. It don't seem like something that would be viable here to me.
Navigate,
you know,
brother. You can live in a rural area in Ghana, and you can wait for 50 years, and then no roads are coming.
No roads. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not the point. We just talking about. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the concrete road tire thing. That was the subject of the conversation.
So do you rather for the people to wait 50 years to have no roads?
I don't want them to wait 50 years, but I'm just saying that process is not going to speed up nothing, and that process don't seem viable. You know, there's other processes that's even more economical than that one. That's more viable.
Well,
only other all they got
simpler is dirt road, and the quickest way to make a dirt road, you get a bulldozer, because I've done it. The community that we have, we got nothing but dirt roads all over laid out.
Yes, and put some gravel stone down on it, without the tires, and it will last until you can, do better.
Navigate. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that you don't have any background in this sustainable world of roads.
We building roads here where I'm at. I see how roads are built. I know how to build what's going on. I've watched the roads being built by the Chinese too. I'm not ignorant.
Well, in a country
I just don't think that rubber tire process is viable for Ghana. That's all.
Well, thank you for your opinion.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but that's just my opinion. My opinion is
I'm gonna get you some more information.
Not good.
Not gonna be that good. Navigate. You're disagreeing just to disagree. And right now,
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. That's just
I'm gonna explain, because he's just going off and things. Family, the reality of the situation, if you live in a community and you want some roads, you figure out the best thing to do. If you don't want to use that method, don't use that method. Gravel is not sustainable to where, when you have floods of water, the gravel does get washed away. But if you have it tucked into the tire base, and if you even put a layer of coat over it, you're good. So that's what we're saying to people. We don't always need everyone to come up here and challenge us on everything that we're saying. If you don't agree, you don't agree. But
I just don't agree. I want to see it done. That's all.
But if you're gonna disagree, at least show some vital evidence of, because what we're talking about is real. And even in a simple situation,
I didn't say it wasn't real. I just said I don't agree with the method for Ghana. That's all. Like I said, I could be wrong. I want to see a prototype. Build one. Let's see how it works.
One was shown to you in the video, and we have there's plenty of videos I've seen
about. Well, what I seen in the video did not impress me.
Well, that's one of many.
He was talking about, and the guy was talking about covering that up, with a finish, which you would have to do if you're gonna do it in the cold area. You got to have either a black top or a concrete top on that, because when it snows, they're gonna have to plow the snow.
And Bomani, let me say this to the brother.
Hi, brother.
The plan was to cover it. You would top coat it, but you would use less top coat, less concrete, less asphalt, and then that would give you the longevity. The problem, it's not about the cold area. It's about the movement of the ground. And the tire actually helps.
Ballast. It's called ballast.
Yes, it keeps the gravel together. So now you don't have this shift in the road when it moves, because you can't stop the ground from moving, but it moves as one unit. It's just like in construction, when you're building casing around the door. When we build the casing around the door, we glue all the corners together. So when the house shifts, you don't get the splits in one area or another, because now it moves as one monolithic unit. That's what
like
you have
ballast.
to do.
You remember, like tire tracks. When railroads are built, they put gravel down, right? That's bedded in there, right? That creates ballast, because of the vibrations will throw the tracks off that. The gravel and embedded into the tracks, and the wood and the tracks and everything keeps it stable. Same thing. It's called ballast.
Yeah. Yep.
Civil engineering stuff, Navigate.
Yeah, he don't know about those things. He don't know about civil engineering.
We're gonna teach brother Navigate.
Yeah.
We're
gonna turn you from negative navigate to positive navigate.
Yeah, negative freely. But it was like I said, that right there just blew my mind.
Calling me names again.
No, I'm not saying, we're just joking with you, man. Navigate. Come on, we're breaking balls.
Well, cut it out. I'm not calling you any names. Stop it.
We're breaking balls, bro. You call me names all you want.
I don't be breaking my balls. Those are my balls.
Breaking balls, man. If I didn't like
act you, like you got some sense.
If I didn't like you, I wouldn't be breaking your balls like this.
Well, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't be chastising you either.
I actually like you, man.
You're talking crazy along the chat all night to Kala, man. You have,
Came in.
Well, he don't have to read my
Yeah, I'm like,
chat. He don't have to read what I say. He can ignore it.
No, I couldn't.
You know, you
ignore
don't
it.
have
I'm
to
like,
read what
I'm
I
like, yo,
what I
yo,
what
yo,
I
yo,
type.
yo, Bomani, I'm like this. I'm like this.
but I mean,
Well, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. You know, you
mean,
if you got something to say it. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to people in the chat.
I know his keyboard is like all busted up, man, from jamming on that thing.
No, my phone is not
Oh.
busted up. You know, I can. It's just that I can handle Kala with one finger.
Oh man, hilarious. Bro.
Now this is on my phone. I'm just touching my phone. Simple. You know.
But,
you know, and you know, it's just that. You know, I just don't agree with everything he say. You know, because you know, stuff about Liberia. I don't, you know, we already went through that stuff about Liberia. We already looked up the history and everything, and he still can't get the, you know, the facts in his head.
Navigate, you're gonna have to learn to just understand that Kala knows what he's talking about on Liberia.
Well, he think he knows what he's talking about. He don't know what he's talking about all the time. He knows some things, and some things he don't know. You know, but he don't have a mortal lock on knowledge or mortal lock on the truth.
Well, between me and Kala,
he does, but he don't.
Between me and Kala,
at least I would say I admit that I could be wrong on some things. You know, I want to see that road process work in Ghana. I don't think it's gonna work in Ghana that effectively, but you know, I want to see it for myself. You know, at least I reserve the right, you know, to be incorrect. Kala don't do that.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, Navigate. Me and Kala, we're on a whole different level. We're basically, you know.
Well, y'all delusional then. Both of y'all delusional.
We're on a whole different scholarly level. So like, we're like up here, and you're like down here.
Yeah.
That's real funny.
And also,
I just keep disagreeing with the stuff that I disagree with, and I'll agree with the stuff I agree with.
Now, Navigate. Now, I was on a roll the first 40 minutes, right?
Yeah, you was on the road.
Hold. Let me say this. Let me ask the question, right? Okay. I said that on the whole, right? We live in a world, right? And you always say white supremacy. I agree with you, right?
Don't be put words in my mouth. Just say what you got to say. I say what I got to say.
No.
And Navigate,
don't put words in my mouth.
Navigate. Well, you sound like an angry.
Well, I don't want him putting his flawed words in my mouth. He always building a straw horse and beating.
I mean, brother, every minute you're going off, brother.
Just say what you gotta say.
You sound like
I'll say what I gotta say.
You sound like one of those old men that the children throwing stones at. God, call it.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. Now, the whole thing I was trying to say is this, right? Leave Navigate out, right? Because we live in a white supremacist world, right? That does not necessarily mean that we are absolved from this, right? Part of the white supremacy world is a Negro can't have nothing in the world to himself that a white man ain't entitled to, right? Other than that, right? Nobody gives a goddamn about what black people think, feel, or whatever, right? Now we know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on.
None of that makes any sense to me.
Hold. Let me say this.
And Navigate, nothing is gonna make sense to you unless you listen to the brother. Come on, please.
Now that basically is always translated from other races. Everybody, no one gives a shit about black people. You see what happened in Los Angeles, where a racist lady, Hispanic lady, and everything like that. They wouldn't be in this country if it wasn't for us, right? Talking shit about black people, and everything, right? City council, right? No one gives a shit about black people, right? But what we don't understand is a lot of black people are saying to themselves, why should white people and non-black people have all the fun? You know, why should they have all the fun? If white people don't give a shit about Negroes, why should I? And so we basically naively put people in the power over us, right? And they don't give a damn. That's why these people are waiting. If you listen to Navigate, they're waiting 1,000 years for that a little simple road project. You know, there's nobody saying man, even though it might work, nah. Inadvertently, we're enforcing the idea that black people don't deserve shit. You know, and we do. This is why $400 billion has been looted out of the Nigerian economy, right? This is why Nigerian has to peddle off its students, right, to the world, right? And the people got to come back, send money back to Nigeria instead of staying in Nigeria and building the infrastructure and economy, right? They go overseas and send currency back instead of making the naira as strong as the U.S. dollar, you know, because nobody gives a damn. And we're trying to change that. We're trying to say, as a black people, Bomani and I ever become, we are going to get that power one day. We're we're sitting on $1 billion and everything like that, we're going to make sure that the people benefit, benefit from what we're doing. That's called love. And you can't have love without respect. You can, like Marcus Garvey said, how can you sit there and have money and your brother's wallowing in dirt, filth, and disease? How do you basically see people living in squalor and filth and everything like that? And you basically don't, all bets should be off. If you got to sell the airline, you got to sell it. You make sure everybody has a basic standard of living, basic education, basic means of doing stuff like that. That's what I believe in, I mean, you got millionaires tax their asses, you got billionaires double tax their asses. Everybody pays until everybody comes up to a certain level. They don't do that in Africa. They just, that's what the poor will always be among us and everything. No, I don't believe in that. And so what I'm saying is professionalism is when you go about doing something, you always look at the social responsibility that you have to the community. You're going to create jobs. You're going to contract with people and everything. You're contributing money to the education in the area. And so you're being a blessing community. So when we talk about the Gazi community right here, we want to build it so that we're giving something to the community. We build hospitals, clinics, and everything like that. So the local people around us are benefiting from our presence. So when we put that best foot forward and say that's our values and everything, we shouldn't have people. I know people like entertainment. They like coming at us because, colonizer, nigger. I get that. Everybody, it's entertainment to me too. But at some point, you guys say, something, Bomani and Kala, these guys sound serious.
Yeah, I mean, the things we're talking about, brother, we're the ultimate dynamic when we talk about Pan-Africanism and nationhood. Other folks out there, it's chasing current stories and current event. Every minute they're talking about what's going on in this election and that. We're talking about our future consistently, and it's just not talking about it. We live that life, especially when I'm telling people that even the future project that we're working on is Liberia and Angola together. As a unit of people, brothers are working on.
Next few years are going to be critical because we're going to get it there. Trust me, it's going to get there. We just have to build the momentum here because the people on the ground are waiting for us. So we just have to build the momentum here.
And that's what we're doing, family. We're reaching out to people, opening their minds about the future of what we're doing in Africa, practically. And but the issue that we're having is just a lot of clowns, and sometimes we can joke back too, but it's like we're serious about what we're doing, and people don't need to.
I'm really impressed with the way Angola is growing right now. I'm impressed with the way that Ghana is growing right now. Both countries are right now. They are building roads, and with the amount of their resources they can keep from the Europeans, they're doing wonders with the wealth that they are allowed to maintain in their countries. In Nigeria as well. There's corruption everywhere. Right now in the USA, the Biden administration is every month they send in billions and billions and billions more dollars, to Ukraine. All of them billions are not going to Ukraine. And if you think they are, I got some land in the desert, I want to sell.
But the United States got trillions and trillions to waste and spend. Africa doesn't. So every dollar
Africa and the USA don't have trillions and trillions to waste and spend. But the thing they do, they just print money, and then they just print the money.
We have state. You know what the GDP of the state of Virginia is higher than the GDP of the whole country of Nigeria.
That's right, but you expect expect for the African country to be able to act the finance stuff like a superpower.
GDP 3 times the size of the whole entire Africa.
Yes, but you expect Ghana to act like a superpower, and Nigeria too.
Because it's not a superpower, every dime has to be accounted for. You can't talk about, man, we wasted this money on this, that. No.
But you act like the Ghanaian governments, they don't know how to manage finances or any money. They are not that stupid.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why is Ghana going to the IMF for the 18th time? Talking about we're in dire situation.
Why? Because they're not a superpower. Because they are not a superpower.
Well, why is Angola not?
Why is it that black people in the USA, got all this money and they haven't developed an independent economic infrastructure that'll raise all black people? Because they're not allowed to.
How's Rwanda developing? And don't have.
I haven't studied Rwanda, but Rwanda, it has lots of European investment, I'm sure. and and they're doing some things right. I haven't studied Rwanda. I haven't studied Rwanda, but I know one thing about Rwanda. When they had the war during the Clinton administration, it was fomented, by the West. Divide and conquer is one of their greatest weapons in their arsenal. It was divide and conquer.
But Dion, here's Dion saying, hey, here's a way where you don't have to go to the IMF, and we can get this thing implemented where it's a win-win for both.
I agree with that. I don't want to go to the IMF either. I never said go to the IMF. Those words never came out of my mouth.
What I'm saying is it has the potential to be, something that's better than, definitely better than a dirt road.
Yeah, Pan-Africanism is for us, by us. And sometimes, just being comfortable don't mean you're free. It's plenty of comfortable people in jail, but they ain't free. Sometimes being free, requires a little bit of sacrifice. And if you're gonna have freedom, from European, domination, you have to live with a few dirt roads. Give me the dirt roads. That's better than no road at all.
But how is what Dion's talking about? Any form.
Well, that's just a difference of opinion. I just feel like that rubber method, is better suited, for harsher weathers, where the ground gets below zero, than rather here in Ghana. I could be wrong. I want to see it done. Then, to change. My mind can be changed, but right now it don't look like something that's viable here to me.
You trust me.
And you understand the words that's coming out of my mouth.
You're definitely wrong, and you're gonna be taking an L.
I mean,
well, that's no problem. I can do that. Only a hypersensitive narcissist can't handle being incorrect.
I've been taking L.
And I'm not a hypersensitive narcissist.
I'm just saying, I would take a guess. I'm pretty sure that people that would rather drive their cars on a paved road than a dirt road.
Of course. But people rather be free, and drive on a dirt road than not be free and drive on a paved road.
Well, Navigate, appreciate you. The people that are driving on dirt roads, they're definitely not free. And especially in the countries that we're talking about, they're definitely not free like you think they are. They're literally, I was just about to bring in Black Anna, but every time I bring in the person, they have to just wait. Whenever someone come in, we just have to just...
Bomani, you see in places where you got muddy road, rainy season, people can't even pass, parts of Liberia is completely cut off when the mud slides and everything because the road's not paved and everything, and the people are cut off for like months, right? And everything. And River Sets in Liberia, people are cut off for like months because the floods and everything like that. The dirt roads got all muddy and everything. Tractor trucks and buses are stuck in there. People have to. Wouldn't it be easy just to build roads, and stop all this nonsense? Swallow your pride. Say, yo, look, let's build a damn road,
But I mean, Kala, I'd rather have dirt road and be free than have infrastructure and be oppressed like you guys in America.
Yeah,
I think that's what Navigate is saying.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said. Being free is not always being comfortable. You can be comfortable locked up in jail.
Why do you guys
sometimes freedom requires a bit of sacrifice.
Comfort, freedom, and all.
But of course, you got to build roads. Ghana is building roads as fast as they can to the amount of wealth that they can muster. Ghana is not a superpower. It's states in the USA that's more wealthy than with more resources than Ghana.
Well,
but you can expect for a small country in West Africa that's been dominated by imperialists, to act just like that.
Stop throwing out the victim card. It's
the truth. It's not a victim card. It's facts. So either you're gonna get more resources in, to help it, or you're gonna stop the Europeans from taking the resources that's available. It's basic. It's not victimizing. It's the truth.
I want to explain to us how the Europeans. I wanted him to explain to us from A to Z, not no rambling, not move the goalposts.
I know what you're going to ask, and if you don't know the answer to that question,
let's finish.
Ask the question. Tell me specifically the companies, the people who are taking resources from poor Ghana and not giving us. We're boycotting right now.
It's getting ridiculous. This country in Africa
is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous question.
No,
You know?
no, it's a real.
I mean, it's serious. It's serious because
resources.
make
If
it
you
seem
don't,
like
if you don't
European-
understand,
European.
you know, how the resources are leaving Ghana, you know, the
What
natural
resources?
resources are leaving
What
Ghana.
resources? What
taking them, right?
resource? Name the
no one
resource.
is
What
going to
resources?
take any resources in
What
Africa like that.
resources that's leaving Ghana is what has been leaving for decades is gold, diamonds, other minerals,
So
cocoa.
people are just coming in. People
So they're just coming in
bum
and just
rushing
taking
Ghana
it
and
and
just
just
taking
taking
the
it, and
gold.
no one is
Yeah,
paying for it. There's no deals.
Yeah,
Government is not
yeah.
involved.
Europeans been coming in, bum roughing most all the African nations and taking resources.
You say that there's no government in Africa, and
Then you know they make a deal. They make a deal that's beneficial to them, which leave the other African nations with little or no resources, you know, to function with. Yes, they come in here and make a deal that, you know, make an offer that they can't refuse. You ever heard of the mafia? They make you an offer that you can't refuse.
Bomani, man, it's
If
dire,
you can't
man.
protect
It's
what is
dire.
yours, if
We
you
gotta
can't protect
succeed
what
now,
is yours, it's not yours.
Okay,
Yo, how
Navigate.
do you have a country?
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. I got it, Kala, so we can.
How do you have a country that you say you're Ghanaian, and you say Europeans are walking around in your backyard right now stealing gold, taking it back? That's what you say, Navigate?
I didn't say that. You put
He's just
words in
making
my
it
mouth.
like-
I didn't
No,
say
no,
that.
I mean, come on. Then what are you really saying, then, brother? I mean,
I'm saying that, you know, the Ghanaian, the Europeans come over here and they say we have the expertise to extract the gold and we have the expertise to, you know, to extract the oil. We have the expertise, you know, to process the cocoa and everything.
so-
And we'll make a deal with you. We want you to give us this, and we're going to give you this.
Look,
And
hey,
you know,
Bomani,
and if they don't
Bomani,
go
you
along
wanna
with
do-
it, if they
you
don't
wanna
go
do-
along
you
with
wanna
it,
do-
let me finish answering the
Say something, I
question.
wanna do-
If they
Bomani,
don't go
Bomani,
along
I
with
want-
it,
I want-
then
wanna
they
do-
make them an offer that they can't refuse. You know, John Perkins, you know, wrote the book of Confessions
like
of an
Godfather?
Economic Hitman that will I show you exactly how
that
they
book
do
was a
it.
farce.
Well, that's not true. That's not the science is the science is sound, just like the science of Willie Lynch. It's sound science. You know,
Willie
just
Lynch
because you
never
want to say it's
existed.
farce, it's not a farce. You know, because Africans are not
So
that
let me ask
stupid.
you a
Even
question.
Black
Let me ask you a
Americans in the
question. Let me
USA
ask you-
is not that stupid. Why have they not processed? Because of places like Wall Street. You know, Black Wall Street. You know, when Black people in the USA, you know, start moving forward, they destroy it.
Well, hey,
So navigate this great big, strong
navigate.
white monkey is stopping everybody from progressing, right? This white big monkey is
Well,
on everybody's back.
the white supremacy don't care how much money Black
Reginald
people
Lewis?
make. The only thing they care is how they
produce
spend it.
Navigate.
Reginald Lewis? Now
in the
what you gonna
USA.
say? Now
Navigate, we have somebody
want
wanna say
How did we produce
something.
Reginald Lewis? How did
What?
we produce Reginald Lewis in 1987? Before the world's first Black billionaire in 1987, Reginald Lewis, Beatrice Holdings. You know, 1987. How do we produce him? Right, that he kicked the white man's ass in Wall Street and everything. Like, you gonna tell me that? Explain that. If the white man is so powerful.
Well, Reginald Lewis, he made, you know, he was dealing in stocks and he was dealing in everything. When he made white folks a whole lot of money, and white folks don't care how much.
Bottom line,
Let me finish answering the question. Let me finish
you can
answering that
discredit
damn
the
Just answer the
question.
question, quick, navigate, because we can't have you just
I'm trying to, you know, I was almost finished, you know, and not only that, you know, but the white supremacy don't care how many billions or millions a Black person, you know, make in the USA. They only care about how you spend it. And he definitely didn't spend it, you know, by building independent economic infrastructure for Black people in the USA.
Bro. He died mysteriously at age 53. Only 5 years
Yeah,
after.
they got mysteriously. I'm sure it was mysterious. All right, they got rid of him.
So let me ask you a question, right? Robert Smith, right? Billionaire, right? Richard and Reggie Lewis, right? He gives money to HBCUs. Gave $40 million to Morehouse to pay off student debt and whatnot. So can you explain that?
Well, you know, he ain't the only one that give billions of dollars to Black-owned universities. White people do that too. Like I just said, you know, white supremacy don't care how much money a Black person in the USA make. They care about how you spend it. And giving money to a university, you know, that's teaching, you know, Black people how to be good workers, you know, for the white supremacy system is not building an independent economic infrastructure for Black people.
He's saying
I thank you, Navigate. We have to speak now, Navigate, because you've been talking. Now, Kala, Kala, what I'm trying to find out from him is you always talking about this white supremacy and this white people, like these white people that's got like this is like there's this supreme white people. The thing of it is, once we do what we need to do, they the power that they think they have no longer exists.
I agree.
This white supremacy is in people's mind. Is like literally. I mean, yes, we
it's not an illusion. It's power. It's power. White supremacy
when you talk about the nations, that literally just dominated the world, yes, absolutely. So that's what you call my white supremacy. Yes, and if a country was, if you're colonized by a country, more than likely that country still have influence and still have control to a certain point. But it's up to you and your people to work that out. Because one of the incredible things about World War II and the time when our African countries were working on independence is all of the world powers was getting run through by Hitler, right? By Germany. So that was a perfect momentum for us to just gain independence.
Yeah,
but
thank God for Hitler.
Like it was like a feel-good situation, and we didn't put that energy into to do the same thing as what the Asians did, to where they literally are independent and they're like some of the most dominant countries in the world.
We basically, as black people, basically wanted the white man to stay in Africa. Don't go nowhere. White people like, yo, look, man, we got to rebuild Europe or whatever. We're gonna give you all some so-called independence, right?
No, Africans are not that stupid.
They whatnot,
but Navigate, you're basically saying that they are, because you're saying that all these countries.
I'm saying they're not.
Kala
the one that's saying they want the white people to stay in Africa. Please don't go, Massa. We need y'all here.
I mean,
that's exactly what happened.
I'd have to keep on meeting them, because it's like every time we talk.
Well, you're not mooting Kala.
Navigate, you're the one that's keep on going off. The thing of it, Navigate, you basically have said that all these African countries can't do much of anything because they're controlled by white people and they're controlled by white supremacy. That's what you basically have said. And every time we say,
basically, I didn't say they can't do much of anything. I said they're limited in what they can do. They're not going to be able to function like a superpower just because a rich European countries can finance this and finance that. They don't have those resources. Their resources are limited, because of oppression.
Even in limited resources. Amos Wilson, Blueprint for Black Power. I'm always explaining to people,
what's the difference between limited and much and not much?
Yeah, because as a matter of fact, black cooperative economics make up the difference. Say if 100 of us want to put our resources together, we're dominant. So there's no one stopping any of the different countries.
I agree with that. If we want to put group economics, is great.
Because you're gonna have to. So if you're competing as an entire West Africa, now you can compete with the likes of the Asians and the Indians and other people and other nations across the world. But if you just have the small little countries that you're limited. And so we're saying
look at the infrastructure that Libya built, under Gaddafi, because he had the resources, and the West did not like that. And and he was even expanding, his resources and his influence throughout the continent. They didn't like that either. So what happened? They stopped it dead in its tracks. Thank you, Obama.
And now, I mean, instead of throwing Obama on the bus, I'm not here to defend Obama at the same time, honestly. But what I'm saying is, like, if that situation went on in Africa, North Africa, where is the other African countries? Where is the other, So
well, they was worse off. They was worse off than Libya. Libya at least had more resources. With less people that they can manage.
My point is, these countries are not sticking together, and that's why anyone can come and just literally just invade Libya and do what they did. I mean,
well, they're not sticking together. You're right.
There's a bunch of countries right there by Libya. A bunch of countries.
And it's a reason they're not sticking together. There's a reason there's lack of cohesion on the continent of Africa. Because Africans as people are more cohesive than Black Americans in the USA. They more unified, as people.
Oh yeah. Just how all the people killing each other in Cameroon. I don't remember 100,000 people dying in Black America. The warfare.
Well, you're probably talking about some kind of war that was fomented. It's not like that.
So
we appreciate you guys. We got a new person in. Anna, go ahead and join the call.
Navigation, idiot.
You're calling me names again.
You say stupid stuff.
Well, you don't have to call me no idiot. Just disagree. You don't have to
Okay,
call me an
no,
idiot.
I'm saying like
I
this.
don't like being called an idiot.
Have a million people died in Black America through
You
tribal
want me
warfare?
to, you don't have to call me an idiot.
Well,
That
you
was
say
That's
kind of
stupid
not, that's
stuff
rude.
disrespectful.
though.
That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. Can y'all hear me?
Go
I
ahead,
don't
Black
even
Anna.
know. Hello, fellas. Can you hear me? I don't know if this
We
thing
can
is
hear you loud
working.
and clear. We can hear loud and clear. You're on.
Okay, so I'm going to say something about these roads. I did just come in about a few minutes ago. I enjoyed this program, by the way, Bomani. I think last time we talked you to sleep. But I want to say this, and I don't know if it's gonna make any sense to anybody, but when you start putting these roads in, then you want to start numbering the houses, then you want to start mounting cameras, then we all the way right back where we are today with all this tracking and surveillance, and I think that's a problem. Personally, I personally I know the roads being paved is a nice convenience, and us Negropeans love our conveniences. But there's a freedom in being able to, you know, not have all this surveillance and tracking and monitoring. And I'm sorry, I just don't like this new world order stuff. I just had to make
How's
that
this new
point.
world order? What are you talking
How
about?
is it? What?
How's this new
Are
world
you,
order? Do you
are
know
you
what the new
serious
world? Do you
right
know what
now?
the new world order is? Explain to me what
You
the new
know
world
what?
Yeah,
order
No,
New
no,
World
no.
Order is
You
cloning the Western structure, to a T.
exactly.
is.
See,
So,
that's
Where
why I love navigation.
you're in a
what
grid.
what exactly is Western? Give me an example.
You know what,
Well,
Kala? I'm not as smart as you. Why don't you tell me what is the New World Order? You tell me.
Okay, first of all, when we talk about the new world order, right? It's called global world government, right? The new world
Mhm.
order, right,
And
started with
religion.
no. It started with the Bretton Woods institutions we created in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, post World War II. Okay, these institutions, right, would basically put the world under post World War II under one economic system, right? No, New World Order means that one government, one world currency. All these things, the things how you make the New World Order work is that you have a borderless world. That means capitalists and communists work together to create this borderless global world where the rich and powerful can move wherever they want to, the poor and destitute can move wherever they want to. You get rid of nation states, borders. Borders would protect people, their
Tyler
sovereignty.
is correct. He is correct. He knows what he's
Well,
talking about now.
let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Right, the New World Order has nothing to do with infrastructure and building and everything, right? Because you could build Black African infrastructure to the highest level that you control. The New World Order and the white
Controls
infrastructure
everything.
means that
Controls everything.
that their systems are integrated into African systems, and basically there's no distinguish. Like right now, the part of the New World Order is this global currency. This e-money and this crypto and stuff like this, which makes things seamlessly thing. There's no protection against inflation or wherever like that. Stuff like this. Also, right now, the part of the New World Order is keeping African countries underdeveloped. That means instead of iron ore being processed and made and manufactured in Africa, right? The African countries, right, sell their iron ore, right, but they got to buy steel. And so, and the New World Order says, okay, you're not going to ever build a steel plant, but guess what? We'll give your students who could build your steel mills, your engineers, visas to come study and live in our country, right? That's why you have the EU and stuff like this, Or we'll say like if you want to be a doctor, don't worry about building your own country up, right? We're going to give you a job in Canada, and this is what you have right now with this global brain drain. You know, that's the new world order, right? There's no the idea of nation states or people saying that Africa for the Africans or Ghanaian for the Ghanaians or South Africa for South Africa is out the thing. The new world order means that that nation states cede their sovereignty for the goal of things. That's why you think they have this global citizens thing, which is a farce. You know, I didn't think nothing of it. Global citizen, you know, they had a global citizen festival, right? That people don't really understand the deep implications of that. You know, nations are created for a reason. People create nations to protect themselves in this world. The New World Order, right, have things like the Hague, which the United States is stupid or smart enough not to sign to it. That means we can go and arrest a head of state and put him on trial on foreign soil like the Hague. That's the New World Order. We have a world government. We have the World Health Organization. We have the World Economic Forum, right? We decide the winners and losers.
And they're all a problem.
This is what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to tell you is don't conflate anything that we're saying on this thing to something like the New World Order. We're the enemies of the New World Order. We're black. We're talking about the BAIO, the Black African Infrastructure. That's the antithesis of the New World Order, because we're talking about Black African infrastructure and building an Afrikstan. That means we're at war with the New World Order. So let's don't get it clear. Everything modern is not doesn't belong to the West. We studied Frederick Schuyler. He said that this is a trick of the people in the world as the Europeans to make science and technology synonymous with Europe. And these are the same black people who think, oh, I'm Imhotep. We invented science and everything. So if we were authors of science and everything, you say we did in ancient Egypt, right? Why are you thinking that the white man is privy to science and technology? Why aren't we the masters of science and technology? You can't have it both ways. Either we basically invented science and all that, like we say we did in ancient, or you say no, something we never created shit, and the white man science everything. But science don't belong to one race. Science belongs.
But that's not the point. The point is, you can't protect what is yours. It's not yours.
Saying that, man.
Because it's gonna get to your thick head.
Hold on, Kala. Let me say something to him. Let me say something to Kala. Kala, let me say something to him real quick.
You just said a minute ago that people walk through your backyard and pick up gold and walk in. You didn't take.
I didn't say that. Now you put words
so
in
you
my
see
mouth.
somebody, you see a white person walking in your backyard picking up gold.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You were walking away with the gold.
I didn't say that. You just said that you just said Europeans come to Africa and take the iron ore and take it to their country and make steel, and then they import that steel back to Africa. You know, that's what you just said the same thing I was saying. You support me.
Remember, remember when I asked brother Amara? I said, how come you guys aren't processing cashew nut? You got to see the agreements we had with the thing. I said, yo, cashew, you got the Vietnamese coming. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
The stuff I've been telling, what we were saying is y'all not listening. I said, you could process your own cashew nut and make the money. He said, no, but we have instead of you being in America, you should be over there figuring out how to make cashew nut. And I was gonna give him a video too, right? If he came back on how to process cashew nuts into finished product, right? They're on YouTube. You can go on YouTube and find that out. You know
how to build your own steel, make your own steel.
There's no use to be dumb, you know.
Thank you, Miss B Hoop. That's exactly what I was saying. They went somewhere I wasn't really trying to go. I was reading the comments. Thank you, Miss B Hoop.
I hear you, but I hear you, Black Hannah. Let me say this, Black Hannah. We talking about invasion of privacy. You would be more private in Africa. You know, you more privacy in Africa than you would in America. And I think that's one of the reasons why, you know, there's a push to, you know, hey, this is if it isn't a plan A, it damn sure should be a plan B. You know what I mean? Because freedom. That's what I'm saying. It's freedom. And then going back to what you were saying, Navigate, you keep saying we have to protect what's ours, but we have to make the money to get the protection. So I don't understand how what Dion was saying, showing a way where we can actually, both groups of Africans can make money together and take out the middle guy, which will bring more money, which will actually bring money to get weapons and just something. One of the many things.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree. We have to have resources by any means necessary. We got to get those resources. We have to create the resources.
By any means necessary, something by any means necessary.
Yeah, by any means necessary, we got to get the resources. I just don't agree that the rubber tire road method is good for Ghana. I could be wrong.
Road they bring in, whatever road that gets created, it has to get maintained. They even the roads that get built here, they have to redo the roads every so many years. It's not going to,
and here has more resources.
Really good at maintaining stuff, you know. That's when bridges collapse, you know. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, man. We don't got the maintenance thing up down packed, man. We will take money not allocated and everything. Now the white man poisoning us with the dirty word. No, Negroes, you guys weren't maintaining with proper protocol over the years. You throw the books out the door. Oh, we don't need this. We don't need change pipes every year. We don't have this stuff like this. That's why I'm glad they build smart cities. Why smart cities? Because we got dumb people on the planet. Now,
Who is they? Who is they?
Huh?
Who is they?
The world that we live in, people are building smart cities.
They build smart cities. You know what smart cities does, Bomani? If there's pipes that need to be changed, they tell you, okay, this pipe needs to be changed. While you're under the thing, change out the wiring and change out the cables and everything like while you're under there, because you don't want to come back 3 years later and dig it up again. So while you're under there, let's fix out all the smart cities run so good. They're tailor-made for people who don't want to do stuff and everything. All you do is follow it.
It's a better way to manage your city. You know what I mean? It's all infused with technology and management and business systems. So
that don't sound cheap to me. That sounds like you need some really serious resources to build those smart cities.
Know why? You know what the resource is? The resource is we're taking at least 25% of your income is tax. That's your resources right there. Anybody, you order a meal, you know what I'm saying? There's a 10% tax right there. We want all the money. That's not a smart city.
The tax base in Ghana is lower. You're not going to get that much out of the tax base in Ghana. Do you know what the annual income for a Ghanaian is? Do you know what the annual income for the average Ghanaian is?
What we're telling you to do when we run Afrikstan, what we're gonna be doing, we're gonna be doing a 25% tax. Like, so if you fall on Afrikstan, you're gonna be paying us 25% of your money for taxes. And that's how we're gonna build the black infrastructure that you need, because you know it's like people want things, but they're not willing to make the certain sacrifices.
Well, poor people can't make sacrifices. You can't squeeze the bottom of the rock.
Look at Canada. Look at Canada.
Canada is not a poor country. Canada is a superpower.
Very developed country, right? Infrastructure.
Canada is a superpower.
What is their tax base? We're talking about taxes, brother. Tax base.
Canada has a great tax base.
Okay,
we're talking about African countries.
So what we doing, brother? We're giving examples.
You can't treat African countries like you treat Canada. It's apples and oranges. It's not the same.
Well, some things are similar, and if you let us talk and without cutting us off, cities, towns, states, counties, they all have similar things on how they run and progressive. That has nothing to do with why we can't do these things in Africa. You know, every country makes cash flow. Every people have salaries and people have taxable income. Okay, so the same thing as we talk about cooperative economics is like every time we talk about these things, talk about they don't have this, they don't have this. When you put the money together and you put these things together, it works. That's the purpose of us talking about cooperative economics. Let's stop shooting ourselves in the foot and feel like we just
Ghanaians do get taxed. African countries, they do tax their citizens. And 25% from a Ghanaian salary is a whole lot less than 25% from a Canadian salary.
Well, 25% is just a percentage, so
it's a whole lot less. 25% in Ghana is a whole lot less than 25% in Canada.
The government of Ghana wanted to e-levy 1%, right? They're almost riding over 1% of transaction money of e-levy. You know, that means electronic levy. The government takes out 1% and everything to raise money
because they can't afford it.
1%?
They can't afford it.
Navigate, that's a joke.
You don't understand. You don't understand. How
people don't want to do that. That's why
Navigate. What we're saying is that there's no way you're gonna build. There's no way you're gonna build infrastructure and the things that you need in any town, city, or state if people are not willing to do these things.
If people don't have the resources, they just don't have it.
Just like we just mentioned, we're not saying that everything in America or North America is perfect and it's going to work everywhere in Africa. You have to use some of the similar ideas to build your cities and your towns and get yourself organized.
Well, I can understand that, and they are being used.
Navigate with that says when we're running our Afrikstan town and
they're being taxed.
They're going to be
taxed. The tax base is so low that
that money is going to be used to reinvest back into the town, the city, and things like that. And it's a simple thing. It's a simple process. And it's just like
it's a simple process.
Money,
it's just
it
the tax
sounds like
base
you should be.
Go ahead,
Bomani, it
Black
sounds like
Emily.
you should become king or chief or something over there.
Well, me and Kala gonna be
They'll make him a chief if he can do it.
well,
Yeah, he should be chief and show everybody how it's done. I mean,
well, that's what we
Yeah,
tell
him
me.
and Kala.
What we're
Yeah,
telling you is
come
me
on
and Kala
over and
is
show
gonna,
everybody how to do it.
me and Kala is gonna be co-president of Afrikstan. So you
Well,
guys,
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I'll be
I'm
vice
looking forward to that day.
I'll be vice president.
now we're co-president, man. We're running things together. I mean, because we have, because we know what we're talking about. We have studied these things for a long time. So that's what we have to educate the
bottom
people.
line is this: a lot of times, people when we talk about building, we tell people things they don't want to hear. People don't want to hear about the fact that we will have a prison.
Well, a lot of us is from Missouri. We're from the show me state. You got to show me. Show me the money.
Bottom line, we'll have all the courts, everything, all that stuff that makes a civilization society work and function. And licensing permits. You can't just build with it. You got to have a business license. All that stuff like that. You got to pay for this and everything like that.
Well, they already do that in African countries. They do all of that in African countries.
We're going to be putting people to hard labor. If you're a criminal or you violate certain laws, we're going to be putting you to hard labor.
They already do that in Africa. They already do all of that.
Hey, every time we say something, you do this. Oh, they already do. No, they don't. And let me finish.
Yes, they do. You don't want to go to Ghana jail.
No, they don't. So this is what we're talking about. If you're a person that violates certain laws, we need roads built, and we need laborers. You're gonna be out there doing the work. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna be paying
the chain gang. Remember the chain gangs back in the days? Remember chain gangs? We need to bring that back.
So we have great ideas. Navigate. We're gonna be using these techniques to get things done, and then we're dead serious. I mean, people want things done and not willing to make sacrifices. So the people in the society that are, or violating certain laws, we can put them on hard labor
sacrifice.
Do work.
They already do that. They already do it.
Listen, Navigate. I've never been anywhere in Africa where I see a group of people that's out there supposed to be.
I have right here in Ghana,
and they are out there building roads. You don't see,
they're out there working because they jail people. They're out there, doing manual labor, whether it's cutting down a grass, along the roadside or whatever. They picking up trash, cleaning up. They doing stuff.
About using people to build the infrastructure in the country and using people as a labor source to do other things also.
Well, you talking about bringing back slavery. I
mean, this is what I'm talking about.
I swear to God, I was thinking the exact same thing.
I mean,
so let me ask you a question.
First of all, the thing of it is, y'all can think what you want to think. It's like if you
that's what it sounds like.
Well, okay,
it really does.
It sound like slavery to you. That's not.
It does.
Listen. Okay, it could sound like slavery to you. If you have young teenagers that's doing certain things and they're not supposed to be doing, instead of you destroying their lives and giving them a criminal record, you put them out there to work for a few months. I mean, that's what you're talking about doing, and you're teaching them discipline,
community service.
And it's just like a situation where you have a society. You have to have a certain percentage of the people that's gonna have to go into the military. They do not have a choice, and that may be 25% also. And also my brother Kala always used Israel as a great example.
Well, Ghana has national service.
How is this society working in Israel by using some of the methods that we're talking about that they have used? They seem to be doing it right. So I'm telling people, we want to see changes, but we're not willing to make the sacrifices and do what it takes. Just like, we run our business and things, and we're in and out, we're in and out of Africa, but at the same time too, you're trying to go beyond just your own personal what you're doing, and you're trying to look forward to what you can contribute to a nation.
Well, your business, Bomani, is good for Africa because you bring in resources into Africa. You're not taking them out, so that's good. I like your business. Hotels make money. Vendors make money. Transportation people make money. Everybody's making money when you show up.
Much respect, Bomani. That's why I watch you, brother, because I do respect your work.
We're gonna put people to work.
We're gonna take it to a higher next level too. I hope you guys.
We're gonna be training people.
In fact, I'm gonna work for
promises,
you, but not
promises, Kala. I want to see it. See it. I sure hope you are correct.
This is the only movement in Black world where we only require dedicated Black people. The reparation movement, you're never gonna get it. Because
the reparation movement is a joke. The reparation movement is a joke.
No white person gonna sign no reparation.
I mean.
So y'all against FBA?
No, we're not against FBA. We're saying I'm saying.
Okay.
I can speak for myself, and then I'm sure Kala can speak for himself. I'm telling people as far as reparations, the way the situation work, no dominant nation is gonna give the, give
the reparations is a joke because of the lack of unity for Black Americans.
If you don't have
and
people
that
unity
demand reparations, you're not going to get it in a nice conversation.
There's no cohesiveness. Black Americans in the USA don't have cohesiveness.
Check out, bro, Mike. Every Black person could gather at the Empire State Building, right? Every Black person in America could gather for 12 days and whatnot, and they still would get it. That'd be the ultimate show of unity, right? They still be like, nigga, you ain't getting jack.
And the reason why you ain't gonna get nothing because there's nothing you're gonna do when they say it's kind of like the bully that took your lunch money and said, "What you gonna do?"
We're gonna do yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
You know, I tell you,
so unless you're ready to do something, you ain't getting your money back.
Yeah, check this out. I had this bully when I was in 4th grade, right? This kid, Ryan Rothschild, right? And every day he helped himself to my cookie, my chocolate milk, and everything. And I had a choice, right? Either I complied, whatever, or I had a lump on my head, right? Now I raised objection one time, right? That this wasn't fair. And then I come and I had a big knot on my head, you know? And I stopped raising objections because I couldn't do nothing about it. You know?
That's what happened to you. No, I'm just playing.
You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying. So, but anyway, the same guy, Ryan, right? Right before I moved to Virginia, right, I was working at Friendly's in a diner, right? And he comes and sits at the counter, and we both look at each other. And we just start busting up laughing, you know? Because like all the time, he would just like torment me every day. When I used to call him Fred Flintstone, I used to call him Rerun. I used to make all fat jokes. Like he used to chase me down around the school and whatnot. You know, man. You know, he was just my nemesis, man. You know,
what's the point? The point
I'm saying is I could not do nothing about it because he was bigger. You know, one time I was playing on
but Black people can do something about reparations. Black people can do something about reparations in the USA.
Let him talk, Kala. What can Black people do about reparation? Because since I came in the state of Georgia 21 years ago,
we're talking about reparations for Black people in the USA. You know, African descendants of slaves.
Yeah, I mean, brother.
You know, that leaves you out.
Your slogan works on it, but it's not right for reparations. If you use your slogan and gets in the same vein as reparations, it goes against your slogan.
Well, African descendants of slaves in the USA is specific about who the reparations go to. You know, now if you have an African descendant of slaves in Jamaica, you know, you don't qualify as an African descendant of slaves in the USA. That's a totally different class.
You know,
you understand?
And that's why ain't none of y'all getting nothing because the whole mindset is reparation stuff is foolishness. Literally,
that's because they play us against each other.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. I've been here for 20 years in Georgia.
Okay,
when I first came from Virginia, I heard these people in Kroger talking, and literally, it's 2 decades later, we've been able to progress and make moves and do things in Africa while they're sitting around on panels and sitting around running their mouth and fighting for something that they don't have no power to demand. So it's like if you're having a nice little conversation and a nice little organization, that doesn't change the fact you're not getting nothing.
That don't change anything. That's not how you get.
The pressers will sit there and talk with you and maybe joke around with you and everything, but you don't have anything that's gonna make them get what you're demanding. So you can be demanding this for the next 50, 100 years. You can run it through Congress, United Nations, and so on. And then the ignorant part about it is people in their mindset like, I'm Black America, so you people from the islands and you people from other places, y'all not gonna get no reparations. And this is where the mindset
not from the USA.
And this is where the mindset destroys because all of these people all the stolen Africans from North America all the way down to Southern America, literally all a part of
they deserve reparations too.
Stolen African.
They deserve reparations too, but not from the USA. Because they weren't enslaved in the USA.
I agree with Navigate. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. All this, and that's why I don't wait. That's why I don't waste no time literally having these discussions. And this is one of these panels that we have.
Well, you're in the USA, so you know you don't have that concern here in the USA because you're not an African descendant of slaves in the USA.
Listen here, let's listen and stop your foolishness and your stupidity. Okay, the stupidity.
Wow.
It's just like the dumb shit about.
The truth is not stupid.
Well, let me finish talking. It's just like the dumb stuff people talking about as far as thinking that they can come up with all of these things, and all y'all doing is just running your mouth and wasting your time. I'm dead serious. What people need to do.
That's what we like to do. That's what we've been doing all night. Kala been running his mouth. I've been running my mouth. You've been running your mouth. You know, we got to think and talk for a much better understanding. We got to think and talk for a much better understanding.
My business, Africa for Africans, is more progressive than this retarded reparations movement that's not getting anywhere, and all it's doing is wasting black people.
That's a totally different thing. Your business and reparations is a totally different subject.
Anybody want to challenge me on the reparations, you can challenge me, because your first mindset is like, oh, we need to do all of this in America, and then there's another mindset, oh, the immigrants are doing this. It's like, we as a people,
the way Black Americans going in the USA, we ain't getting no reparations, right?
And that's why,
because we're not doing what's necessary to get them.
And that's why I'm only about Pan-Africanism and only about finding the best of my black people everywhere.
I'm about Pan-Africanism. I'm about getting reparations too.
Me too, Navigate. Me too.
You have delusional black people, especially here in this country, that think they're going to get something and they have no power to enforce it.
That's the problem. No power. Okay. So now that means you got to get the power. How do you get the power? How do you get the power is the question. That's the question.
Navigate. We have to just agree to disagree, Navigate. He's not going to.
And then it's not no disagree to disagree. None of y'all is telling me how you talk about go get the power. So like I mentioned to you, Navigate, 20 years ago when I didn't know much about all the things I'm talking about, all these people here in Georgia was talking all the stuff about reparation. You tell me, where have they moved from the point of the needle from when I came here, when I didn't know anything about Africa, and I was literally a student studying about Africa. And now even
do you really want an answer to that question, or you just gonna talk?
All right, I'm done with Navigate. I'm done with ignorant, stupid people. Okay, because you're not gonna keep on just interrupting me every minute. You have no discipline. The whole time you came on, and Navigate, please do me a favor. Don't come back on this panel anymore, because I don't need stupid people like you just continually be on the panel yelling like you're some dumb fool, running your mouth over and over and over. Just literally just have no respect for what anybody else have to say. Just come on with your own negative energy. Like I mentioned to people, and I'll mention this over again. For anybody who think they're gonna go get a reparations check, good luck to you. We as a people have not built any level of power to where you can demand what you're doing. It's like people started bringing up a conversation. Oh, they're talking about in the Senate. Oh my God, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get that. If our people spend more time building our careers, building our business, and putting our resources together as far as building more of a conglomerate, we'll achieve a whole lot more. But we sit around. You have people in their basement, 50-year-old virgins in their basement, literally sitting around, thinking that someone is gonna give them a reparations check, because it's like, it does not work like that. And that's the problem with our people. And that's why you have people complaining about immigrants coming to the country, because instead of sitting around waiting for a reparations check, our people need to compete with everyone, compete with black immigrants, compete with all the other immigrants that's coming in.
Let me say something real
quick.
People are not willing
to compete. People are not willing to compete, and they just want things to happen, and they just have this feel-good conversation. So I don't mean to burst people's bubble, but I'm literally just telling y'all that y'all wasting your time on it. You fight for certain things, yeah, keep on fighting for it. But if you're gonna fight for it, make it meaningful and at least engage in a competitive battle to where you can have a chance. The way we're doing these things, it's not competitive. You know what I mean? Have I been to some of these organizations and some of these meetings? Yes, I've joined several different organizations here. And I'm glad I started my business enterprise in Africa. Because if I wasn't making these moves in Africa, I'll be stuck here in America. This is an angry, frustrated person, and complaining about immigrants coming to the country, complaining about white supremacy and things like that, and not making what we need to make. Because it's a situation you can just literally just get stuck on that path to where that's all you're thinking about every day. You're thinking about that reparations check. And if you know that check is not going to come, you're going to get yourself in order.
You're going to lose your mind.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why people like myself, we're like, okay, we need to make these moves in Africa. We don't need to sit around and hope for a reparations check, or every minute going to this meeting that these people are having, and all they've been doing is talking about the same thing over for the last 20 years. And the next, they hear just a little bit of things going on, and they hear, I think Corey Holcomb or somebody, one of those Senate people was talking about it, and I think that's as far as it ever gotten. Like, you don't hear
somebody mentioned all these people are not going to give something.
the same time, if it's like, say, example, if it's $15 trillion, do you think these people are willing to give their $15 trillion away like that without you having to come at them with some force? Or you know what I mean? So I'm gonna let someone else say something, because I want somebody to educate me with this thing, because
Yeah,
it's
Let me
like,
say this.
you're
this is
100% right, Mike.
about reparations on this channel, because I'm not into talking about these things. I'm not.
That's what they do. That's what they do. They come on these channels pretending like they're Pan-Africanists, and they talk that FBA ADOS stupid nonsense and all that. And I'm telling you right now, I do not like that, because all FBA is basically a distraction from Pan-Africanism. Man, that's the only reason why it was created.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Because we want to basically tether ourselves to white people. They owe us, and they want to continue this relationship, bad relationship with white people forever in eternity. You know, and they told white supremacy. White supremacy is an excuse for black people to do nothing and sit back and keep getting their ass kicked. You know,
exactly. And because I'm at the point where, you know, I mean, I'm sick and tired of this poor righteous teacher stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the people that didn't know nothing about Black history or history, and then study my way up, and then I realized people just reading books to feel like they're just superior amongst people, instead of actually going out there and building what needs to be built and putting the work in. So that's why I'm always on here explaining to people, we build beautiful business, Africa for the Africans, Black Star Pan-African community, we have the Black African Infrastructure Organization, we have all the things that me and Kala do as far as promoting our international connection. We're trying to get our people involved in things. And, you know,
I'm only saying that if you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything you think you know will only confuse.
Navigate, man. You are.
I mean, y'all gonna run this for the next 3 decades. I've been here now for the last 20 years.
Well, you know, just facing reality and facing facing the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful with all three eyes wide open is not being what you say it is. It's facing your problem. If you don't understand your problem, you can't formulate the proper solution for it.
You said the other day you don't like being around Black Americans.
I said I didn't come to Africa to hang out with Black Americans. If I wanted to do that, I would have stayed in the USA. It's dangerous in the USA. Black Americans, if you go to Chicago, it's dangerous. I feel safer here.
Well, the dangerous Black Americans are not going to Africa. All right.
Well, that's why I came to Africa. Yeah, I feel safer here.
You shouldn't be in Africa running away from your own Black people that's there that you so.
Yeah, I said I don't have enough. I'm retirement age. I don't fault the power, long enough. Let the young people hang out there in the USA. It's time for me to go to the motherland, ground zero, the prize, because this is the prize, and try to establish a legacy here. Yes, that's what I did, and I don't have no shame about it. And I'm not gonna, if I was still back in the USA, I'll get to be packing, because somebody's gonna act crazy.
Let me just say this.
I don't have to worry about that here.
Big Black, go ahead.
If when you really look at what's been happening with us for the last 20, 30, it will have 50 years of what's been going on, the attack on the Black family, right? The push of cocaine in our society, the push of crack, the gay agenda being pushed in our community. Do we really, and it's constant attack on us. Do we really think these good folks in Congress is going to give us a reparations check? If you really understood what's being done and what's continuing to be done to American Africans in this country, do you really think these people gonna have a change of heart?
I want to respond to that.
Okay.
Black Hannah, go ahead.
Listen, whether they want to do it or not, it's owed.
Oh, it's old. It's old. We all agree it's old. But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to put all my eggs in that basket when I know what. I know.
Nobody's saying put all their eggs in that basket, but we're going to let them know. We're not going to let them just ride off into the sunset and forget that they owe. No, I'm
going to continue to advocate for the power necessary to take what we need, what is ours. I'm going to continue to advocate for the power necessary to get what we need.
And our brothers.
What I'm trying to say is, if you look at the reparations movement now, right? They're attacking a lot of the people that they're going to need to push the reparations. You know what I mean?
I don't understand what you talking
I don't
about.
either.
They
Like
attacked
who?
in Cobra.
Like what?
They attacked in Cobra. They attacked a lot of the politicians, right?
They bought and paid for it.
But that's what I'm
They're
saying.
not helping us.
You're gonna need these same politicians to pushing in.
No, we get some new politicians.
Yeah, they tried to get the gay guy, but he lost by he only had 2% of the vote. You know,
we gotta accumulate the power, you know, to force, you know, them to give us what belongs to us. Right now, we don't have that kind of cohesion. Right now, they're pouring Mexicans and everybody else over the southern border, you know, and they just handing them, you know, what our foreparents slave fought and died.
The Democratic Party has no. What white person in the Democratic Party is for reparations? Because first of all, for it to
none of them, you know, Democratic Party, the Democrat Party is the creator of racism, white supremacy.
So how are they going to vote? Do you think the majority of them going to vote for reparations?
Hell no, not even the black.
Do you think the majority of? Well, but hold on. Do you think? Hold on. Do you think the majority of the Republicans are going to vote for reparations?
No, hell no, not today. Right now, today, no. Well, today, what's going to happen is, you know, black people in the USA is going to develop the power that's necessary, you know, to get the right politicians in the right positions to get what we owe. That's what's going to happen.
Wait a minute, but that sounds either said or done. We haven't done it now.
Well, you know we haven't, but I haven't given up. You have.
No, I'm not giving up. What I'm saying is,
sound like it to me.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not going to put all of my energy into that.
No, I'm not going to put all of my energy in it either.
I know this country. I know what's going on.
But I'm going to contend.
The way they've been treating us, this country, the way we've been getting treated, that's not. They're not looking to do that anytime soon.
They ain't gonna give us nothing. Power don't concede nothing. If you want something, you got to take it.
We're not gonna,
that's what power is. Power is taking.
How are you going to take it when the majority is non-black?
First, you got to figure out how to get the power.
Huh?
You know, I think black people are smart enough to get power if they concentrate on power.
Well, how they get the power? You have to explain that. That's for real. You need to explain that. Explain how they're gonna get the power, please.
Well, one way to start getting power is black people got to have more unity and cohesiveness, where they get together and they create an independent economic infrastructure, you know, that empowers black people. You know, and black people.
That's something basic. That's basic, but go more in depth.
Well, you gotta start the basics before you get to the essentials. You gotta be
foundational.
You gotta be foundational.
You
gotta do the foundation first.
That's
you're talking about entering the political arena, because you're gonna have to do it through the political arena.
Well, if you ain't got no economic base, you can't enter the political arena effectively, because somebody's gonna buy your politicians. They're gonna buy them. They're gonna just like they bought them now. The congressional black caucus, they all bought and paid for.
So
they just give you lip service.
Listen, what I'm saying. The only way you're talking. So what you're talking about is through lobbying, right?
I'm talking about through power.
The only way you buy politicians do lobbying in the United States.
No, with money. You buy a politician with cash.
That's lobbying. That's what we call lobbying.
Well, that's lobbying, whatever you want to call it. But if you can't lobby, you're gonna get lobbied.
You know what lobbyists are? Most lobbyists are big corporations. Like,
well, we need some big corporations then.
Okay,
we need some big corporations then.
Okay, but we don't have any big corporations.
Well, we need to get us some.
Well, a lot of those big corporations became big off of our backs, and you never know what kind of breakthrough God is going to give us.
We're talking about God ain't gonna do nothing, because God's like, yo, y'all niggas ain't shit. And you ain't
wow, Kala, stop it.
No one. Yeah. Listen, the lobbying. What I'm saying with lobbying, the lobbyists are big corporations, big conglomerates that put money.
Yeah, we need to get us some big corporations, big conglomerates.
But that's not the way
we need to.
Going. That's not the way FBA is going. What big corporations are behind FBA?
Well, I'm gonna push them any kind of way I can push them.
I know one.
But in the meantime, I'm gonna try to build an infrastructure. I'm gonna be advocating for an infrastructure that's gonna force them to give it to us. So,
Just
you know,
make sure if we
I'm
do get a
coming from all
breakthrough,
in.
Big Black, you
I'm
don't get in line
coming
for
from
it,
all
okay?
in.
I'm all reparations.
Yeah, I'm coming from
I'm gonna get
all
mine
in straight
regardless
at
of how
you. I'm
anybody
coming from
feel.
all
No,
in
you don't
straight at
believe
I'm like
that we
this.
can
Y'all can
get it,
have
so
my
don't
reparations.
get in line. Don't get in
Just don't
line.
believe.
I
I don't.
bequeath my reparations to Navigate and Black Hannah, because I know you're not gonna get it, so y'all can have it. Y'all got it on tape.
I will
I'm
gladly
just
take your
looking
reparations,
at the
and
reality of the
yes, I will
thing. The
gladly
reality.
take it, Kala. And Big
well,
Blacks and Bomani's. Bomani don't qualify, but you know.
He was a slave descendant.
And that's the foolishness I'm talking about when people talk about, man.
well,
It's
you qualify
unbelievable.
for reparations. You just don't qualify for the ones in the USA.
That's what
Why
I'm
not?
saying.
But I'm
United
saying,
States,
Navigate.
How
United
about
States Wall Street
You
firms
literally was
finance
saying
all
that,
that.
but you didn't know what lobbying is.
I know what lobbying is.
Yeah,
I
you
knew
didn't know
what
what lobbying
lobbying was.
was.
That's not true.
You said
Just because I
whatever. You
didn't
said
use the
lobbying
word
whatever.
don't
It
mean
means you
I
didn't know
didn't know what it
what.
was. You got to buy the
I
politicians.
said doing lobbying.
Every
Said
black
no
politician we
getting
vote
money,
in,
do money. I
they
said no
buy
do
it.
Let me ask you,
lobbying.
Navigate. Let me ask you a question. What does lobbying mean? Why do they call it lobbying?
Lobbying is when people with economic resources go to Washington and and convince the politicians to move in a certain direction, and make which would be a
Wrong.
benefit to them if they
Wrong.
do so.
Wrong.
And or either
Wrong.
they
Wrong.
convince them to do it,
Wrong.
which is rarely.
Wrong.
Primarily, it's economics. It's quid
No,
pro quo.
no. It's not
It's
even all.
quid
It's
pro
not all
quo.
about economics. Sometimes it's about policy.
Lobbying is
Wrong.
quid pro quo.
No,
Wrong.
lobbying simply means that there's a lobbying firm that lobbies outside with each other to get legislation passes going through already. It's called lobbying.
Good
It could
job,
be
Kala.
something.
You're the scholar.
It could be.
That's what I just said.
No, he
But
He
said
didn't. He
if you
didn't
want to
economics.
say
be
that.
effective, it's
It's
quid
not
pro
all about.
quo.
It's not all economics, right? There's
It's
lobbyists right now. There's
well,
lobbyists.
the most effective lobbying going in Washington D.C. is quid pro quo.
No, that's not quid pro quo because lobby is legal. Quid pro is illegal.
Hey, Navigate, stop it while you had it, man. Let Kala finish, please. Kala gotta educate us.
So lobbying basically means a legal entity, like the Saudi Arabia has a lobbying firm. They hire lobbying firms to do their bidding to get certain things passed. It could be trade policy, it could be a religious policy, it could be education policy that they get passed.
Reparations.
You're not going to get reparations because to do reparations, first of all, it has to be defined. What is reparations, right? How much are you talking about and everything? And also, if reparations, this is what I'm telling Black people to understand. Only way you can get reparations, it will have to come through the judicial system. That means you got a class action suit like they did against several firms who basically were sued because they participated in slavery, and liberal states like Massachusetts said, yeah, this and the other thing. But for the most part, the reparations debate to the Supreme Court
Well,
says
that is a path, isn't it?
no.
That's a path.
That was on a local level, right? And the Supreme
Well,
Court said,
Supreme Court is a path. You just said it. That's the only way you're gonna get it.
The Supreme Court say, let's say you bring a suit against the United States government, right? The United States government will say,
Class action.
The United States slavery was legal. Then basically, okay, then you could probably go to international court. Then what happens is this: once you go to international court, then you have to renounce your U.S. citizenship, and the international court will have to deal with you as a hostile or besieged minority group inside the country, like they do the Kurds. So that Black America is not the point. You guys want to basketball, shank your stinking ass on the dance floor, do all stuff like that, and enjoy America's infrastructure, everything, and then I want a reparation. You ain't willing to go through what it needs to be done. Trust me.
No, Black people right now
what I
today is
think,
not willing to go through what is necessary to get it done. You're correct about that part.
Right, so
But
about it.
but as far as forgetting about it,
so
you can forget about it. I will not.
Kala, I want to respond. I think reparations. Bomani just had the gentleman on here, Mr. IC3 Black. Reparations needs to include a repatriation package, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like it needs to be money and citizenship back to our homeland for those who want to go, because I know some of y'all Negropeans don't want to go, but I know that for me, if they wanted to charter a ship and get me home and set me up and with some money, I'd be very happy with that. Very.
Now that is very reasonable.
I'm talking about reparations, including a repatriation inclusion with it. You see what I'm not just money.
But without power, it's just a pipe dream. You know, without power, it's a pipe dream. There ain't gonna be no reparations without us getting together and developing the necessary power, to get it done. I don't care what the law is. If you got the power, you can get what you want. That's what power is.
And there you go, bam. Look at that comment right there. So I'm gonna be posting the comments up. So as a matter of fact, we just had someone else in. Uwenzi, go ahead, brother. Welcome to the call.
Can I ask Black Anna a question before we start?
Nothing. Sure, who said it's free? Who said it was free? We earned it, ma'am. We earned whatever we get. We earned it already.
They don't want to pay because they owe us too much. They don't want to. But they can send billions and billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine every month. Billions and billions of dollars going to Ukraine. Billions. They don't get to have an emergency with Black people like that. Sending billions and billions of dollars to the hood.
And you're gonna vote for Joe Biden again. So sit down about that.
I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I'm not that stupid.
So just sit down about that.
That's true. Unfortunately, the Negro pens that don't know no damn better, will be voting for Joe Biden again. But they don't have to vote for Joe Biden because all they got to do is because Joe Biden don't need Negroes. They steal the elections. Do you really think Joe Biden got over 80 million votes in the last election? That's crazy. They steal the election. They've been stealing elections ever since Bush versus Gore, in my opinion.
Well, you ain't black if you didn't vote for you ain't black if you didn't vote for Joe Biden. I'm sorry.
I didn't vote for him.
So that means you ain't black.
Well, he's lying because Joe Biden don't even know what black is. Black is a political party.
He said that on the Breakfast Club. He said if you don't vote for him, you're not black.
Well, that's silly. Really, that's for people that don't have a brain and can't think.
Well, most of our people flow with that situation.
Because most of our people, most of our people is stuck on hype. Most Black people in the USA is addicted to hyperbole. Hype. If you hype it up, they fall right in line.
Well, don't say most Black people. You don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I said most.
I
didn't say all. Most is better than saying all. Most Black people like hype. That's why most Black people vote for the Democrats.
Well, appreciate it navigating, Kala. Let Uwenzi come in. Go ahead, brother. Come on in and let me know if you have any questions or something you want to share.
Yeah. Hey, good morning to everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I just happen to be doing some work late night or early this morning and happen to hear your part of your show. I think it's very, very interesting. And Bomani, I wanted to say I think you were right on point in an earlier statement you made when you said that African people throughout the so-called Americas and the Caribbean are the same people. And I wanted to reference the fact that what's now New York and New Jersey were once a Dutch colony. And that, the middle third of whatever the U.S. is now, starting from Louisiana, Arkansas, on up through the middle belly of the U.S., was bought from France to bail France out in its quest to bring Africans in Haiti under heel in 1804 or something like that. The reason that I bring that up is because all these different kinds of Caucasian peoples in most of these Western European countries were all involved in the slave trade together. So when people bring up the notion that specific African people who exist in particular areas,
those are Negro peons and things like that,
who are in Jamaica are just owed reparations from the UK. Haitians are owed reparations just from, France, and African people in the U.S. are just owed from the U.S. They're all in it together. So I agree with Bomani that the quest for reparations in the U.S. and the way that it's being conducted now it's just kind of foolhardy, kind of a waste of time and energy, even though to some people it seems like a feel-good approach.
No, let me say something, bro.
Now, one of the things I want to point out,
the reason why reparations is tied to this FBA stuff is because these guys want to create a separate identity of Negro Americans, Negro-European Americans, to separate themselves from Africans and everything. When a
That's not true.
Right.
That is absolutely incorrect.
When a black person comes to America, right? He's born here. He's assimilated with us. He's part of our culture. As simple as that. Same thing. White people, when they come here, they're part of the white American community and everything like that. Only black people who hate themselves want to distinguish themselves because they think they're different or better. And the worst thing you could do is to think you're better because you got some special relationship with white America.
Nobody said none of that. That's not true.
I think there's a certain element.
Use a reparations excuse to hang on to white America. That's all that is.
That's not true.
False.
Okay, let me make a point. I think Kala's right on that. You know, there are lots of our people who do not want to be an African, and so any kind of platform to not being African is attracted, you know, by some. But I want to say that earlier, or yesterday rather, there was a program on the Search for Uhuru program down in Stamir. It was called Dear Black People, There's No Escaping Nuri Martinez. And it was an interesting discussion. And at the end, there was a person who came on. His name was Dr. Edward Williams. He's an engineer. And he was just, you know, pointing out that, you know, other groups in the U.S., and he was talking about even subgroups of Hispanics. He was talking about Mexican people, that there are numbers of consulates, you know, across the United States, and various Mexican citizens or people of Mexican heritage who, you know, reside in the U.S., hook into these consulates for leverage, power, political, you know, dialogue, and are strengthened. And this is something that the African people in the U.S. do not have, but need to get. So
African American, because Africans, like Liberians, have a consulate. Nigerians got a consulate.
Okay, African Americans.
African Americans.
Okay, fine. African Americans, diaspora Africans, new Africans, all these different terms. We can get into that.
No, specifically when you say African Americans, you're talking about this. Because even if you're talking about,
I know what African American. I know what African American is supposedly. I would probably use a different term, but I understand what it is. Okay, African Americans. Okay,
white people got a problem.
Black people in the U.S.
I don't get it. White people got
Let me finish my point, Kala. Let me finish my point. I'm not on a different page than you.
Okay.
Let me finish my point. I'm not on a different page than you. Okay, so what I decided to do was to look up. I looked up Mexican consulates in the U.S., right? And so I found that under a website called United We Dream, you know, and we'll see that was a brainchild of a person by the name of Luis Gutierrez, who was a representative from Illinois, a Hispanic person. And he put together that, and it became United We Dream eventually. And when I looked up that website, there are like 52 Mexican consulates across the United States. And I put the website in the private chat here, and including places like Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Georgia. And so if that is indeed the case, obviously, which it is, I think that, you know, African-American people would benefit and will benefit by going down this kind of road, even, you know, to engage not only with African countries, but also to, you know, engage with wanting to have more African consulates across the U.S. that they can engage with, not just, you know, diaspora people who move from African countries to the U.S., but African peoples who have been in the U.S. for whatever became the U.S. for centuries.
Let me
I
ask
just
you a
wanted to
question, bro.
offer that.
Let me ask you a question right here. Here's the problem with that, right? African consulates, like I said, I deal with the Angolan consulate, right? And and they tell me, say they want that sort of relationship and everything like that. But their primary goal, right? They have laws. They have a mandate. The ambassador and his consul generals and all these other people at the consulates and everything. They have the embassy, and then throughout the country they have different consulates. Angola has a consulate in New York City. They got one in Philadelphia. And I was trying to get the Angolans to build one here in Virginia. I said, look, I'll work for free on it with it, And so basically that was under the last government, Anyway, but the thing is, though, they have a mandate from their president. The president of the country sets the policy and their laws. They have to basically they want to facilitate investment into Angola. Their thing is they got to protect the Angolan citizens here in America. They have to secure stuff for Angolans and everything like that. That's about the country. The difference with Mexico is actually transplanting their people to be permanent fixtures inside of America, and they're using their consulate it disingenuously. They're basically building a pipeline between here and Mexico and everything like that. And so therefore they don't distinguish between Mexican Americans and Mexicans. That
Right.
so that's not the same thing with African Americans. We're U.S. citizens, so the governments of these African countries don't have any mandate or anything to the African Americans because we're not citizens of these countries. See the difference?
How can that be created, though? How can that be created?
Well, if it was
Given that,
let me say this. Let me say
wait a
this.
minute before you answer. Before you answer, let me just ask you this: How do you think that can be created? Given that, as I pointed out in the website that I put in the chat, that people of Mexican heritage, whether or not they be dual citizens of Mexico or born in the U.S. of Mexican heritage, they all access
Right.
the
I'm gonna tell you why.
consulate. So how do we make that narrative so that it doesn't become distinguished?
I'm gonna tell you why. It's because those countries, unlike they have this thing where they believe in the concept of race. They trump that. Like the Chinese do the same thing. They'll go to Chinese who've been here for 200 years and recruit them, and the Chinese who've been here for centuries have access to that because they're basically Chinese before they're Americans. Black people in America are not like that. We've been completely torn and disconnected from the African. So when they form these new governments, right? These countries were formed by Europeans for the most part, right? And so basically, all they're doing is following the same protocol that the Europeans left behind them. The country of Angola freed itself from Portugal, right? But still, Angola has a diaspora, right? That live in Lisbon, that live in Brazil, and everything, and they're basically connected culturally through people who speak the Portuguese language. Now, there's some Angolans who live in Mozambique, and a lot of Mozambicans because they speak Portuguese and everything, may access things because they got that going on. They're former colonies. Same thing with a lot of African countries may access different countries because they're in the Francophone zone or they're in the Anglophone zone. You got the lines are blurred. But when it comes to African Americans, the only industrialized people and everything like that, we don't have dual citizenship. We don't have all this stuff connecting us with the African continent legally. Just like the Africa 6 region is a joke. It does. People we say, oh yeah, we're 6 region, but when it comes down to it, right? The United States State Department will quickly say those black people in America, right, that generate $1.2 trillion. That's us. Everything. And then
Okay.
also let's be honest with ourselves too.
Okay, now that you've explained, Kala, very well, now that you've explained why the situation is different about African Americans being disconnected on multiple levels politically, included that these African governments would not recognize African Americans as being their people in the U.S., what would be some of the steps that you would go to change that narrative and paradigm?
Well, if you go to my website, you go to the BAO website, I explain it to you right there. I say it right there. The bottom line is this: Black people in America have to establish themselves
on the continent, right? I've established on the continent in their own geopolitical entities, right? That would basically say, if we're basically like that, we're bringing something to the table, right? We're establishing our own towns, cities, investments and everything, land, farms, everything. Then we become part of that country that we're settling in, okay? And
Okay.
then you just use like that. But right now, you can't just basically say, or if here's another thing. If one of my friends, Angolan friends, Mr. Vember, told me, he said, look, he spent time in Philadelphia, he lives in Philadelphia, and he toured the East Coast of America. He said, if we were able to give like the Koreans that helped build the oil fields and everything, he said, we got black people working in the oil fields and in California and Louisiana and everything. He said, we had some of those black workers over there, and they were coming over there working on the oil rigs in Angola and stuff like that, and they were basically buying homes and everything. That would change the dynamic. So far, that hasn't happened. Why? Because I tell one of the business people can get into is staffing business, professional staffing services, labor staffing. They're global. You can get contracts all over the world competing for labor contract, and the black people in America will go overseas to work if the pay is there. You know, if you start doing that, and black people start getting acclimated to the country in significant numbers, right? That would be also that kids start being born on the continent. African American descendants start being born on the continent. That would change things, you know.
But right
But if there's no
now,
pipeline to the continent,
Okay. But
there's no
that's
pipeline to the
correct.
continent.
That's absolutely correct. However, in parallel to that, or existing right now, I would think that the African American population, at least, barring the things that you said that are not there in place, would have to actually declare themselves as an African people. It seems like these movements, FBA, ADOS, and I hate to bring those up, but the appeal that they have mentally to a lot of people are an antithesis to wanting to be African. So it seems like the mindset of wanting to be African would have to be established as part of this, so that there will be a reach out on all the levels you said, but also declaring the group as being African to want to have either one government,
Well, you don't need
Angola, or
everybody.
other governments.
You don't need everybody. All you basically need is the black people who believe in this, right? To join organizations like the BAO and stuff like this. And once you have sufficient numbers and everything, and you're bringing something to the table, you got to start getting those alpha black people. You know, those people that that have money, education, skills, and stuff like that. Once you start bringing that, and then we do have them in the Pan-African movement, right? But you know, no African country has ever been able to. You figure Nigerians have enough of their diaspora. You know, they got enough Nigerians. They got 20 million Nigerians overseas. They don't need black people in America. The economy. The only countries that really could use this is places like Angola, the Congo, and everything. They have a skilled labor and skilled people shortage. You know, and so you have to go on that level. So the problem is, a lot of black people have been going to countries that are poor, you know, underdeveloped and everything. And so there's not that really demand. You know, you don't have real large numbers of investment and money being flowed and everything. So there's no justification for that. Or you can
I
just say,
think black people
since Ghana,
with skilled labor should stay right in the USA and use that skilled labor, because skilled labor in the USA, you know, get paid a premium. You know, going over to the African countries, you know, with your skilled labor, you know, is going to lower your economic value.
Here's a question I have for Navigate Freely.
FBA, the idea of the name FBA, it's just an idea. First of all, in the political realm, in the powers of the political realm, the black politician is not using that word. They're looked at as a group politically. Nobody's using that as they're the gatekeepers of the political world. They're not going to take that term because they didn't burn bridges with them, you know, and they attacked them. They attacked the black Congress.
So they can call us colored, they can call us black, they can call us anything they want to call themselves, but we can't call ourselves what we want to call ourselves.
No, because
the first word of ADOS is African.
The
first word of ADOS is African.
No, it's American.
The term
they do not use African.
The people that
use
it
American descendants of slavery.
Slaves African descendants of slaves in
No,
the
that's not what
USA.
they
No, they
say.
say
That's not
American
what they're
ADO.
enslaved.
saying.
No, no,
Well,
no.
that's
They're
what I'm
saying
saying.
I don't
American
claim
descendants.
ADOS, but
They're
But
saying
I have a
American
question for
descendants of
Navigate
slaves
Freely, if I may,
Yeah.
broke
please.
up
FDN
to
means Foundational Buck Broken Negroes.
I have a question for Navigate Freely, but I think the question that I have can be kind of addressed and commented upon by the rest of the panel. Okay, so Navigate Freely, based on what Kala broke down to me as to the reasons why the consulate idea, right, that Mexican citizens of the U.S. or Mexican residents of the U.S. Are able to tap into, haven't worked for African Americans for the reasons that he mentioned about the disconnect. Okay, and he said, okay, so one of the things that African American people would need to do would make a presence on the continent in multiple ways, and investment, working there on the different projects, etc. It doesn't take everybody. Then I have a question for you. So given what he said, since you're in Ghana, since there are at least reportedly somewhere between 5,000 to 10,000 African Americans.
No, they're like five diaspora.
All right.
only a half of them are African American.
Okay, fine. But the news reports maybe 5,000. Some people think even more. But let's just say 5,000 African American people who are in Ghana at various levels. Some with citizenship, mostly not, but at least under residential status. Then why would not Ghana be a country already that would be helping to set up consulates or that kind of a program to link in the U.S., given the presence of African Americans there? And then recently about the the return program that dumped about $1 billion into the economy. What would you say about that, Navigate Freely?
Well, first of all, what is going to be the benefit, and where these consulates going to be set up in the USA, and what is the benefit is going to be for the diaspora, for the USA Black Africans, or the Ghanaian, that set up the consulate. Ghana has a couple of consulates already, in the USA.
they
You have
just
to go
closed
through
the
those.
Houston one, right? Didn't they just close the one in Houston last year?
I
The
don't know,
Ghana
but
consulate?
I use the one in Washington D.C. To get here.
They
So
closed the one in Houston last year.
So is there not a So when you said what would be the benefit, so I would think that the Ghanaian government, unless this is just on paper, I would think that the Ghanaian government would say, okay, well, since the return program dumped about $1 billion into the Ghanaian economies, as reported.
yes.
I would think that the Ghanaian government would then recognize the potential of African Americans. Now, if you are saying that, okay, what would be the benefit? Are you suggesting somehow or another that even though you have a presence of African American people in Ghana, but that's not really seen as extending into the leverage that the so-called African American people in the U.S. overall would bring in terms of leverage to Ghana?
Well, we was talking about setting up consulates, not about leverage. You was talking about setting up consulates.
Right. I was saying the consulate seems like for other people, not just Mexicans, but other people, whether it be East Indians or whatnot, for their own kind of consulates, that those operate as centers of leverage and engagement. Okay.
Leverage in what way? Because engagement is easy. Right now, just since the year of return, it dropped that money in Ghana, and then the next year they started a new program, because after the return, and stuff, and there's been programs set up by the government and other customary government and cultural government officials. I'm in one of the programs now, of a legacy program, where one of the kings, he allocated 5,000 acres of land, just for the people in the diaspora, to come to Ghana, because he said if they're gonna come to Ghana, and they're gonna, and they want to come here and stay, they're gonna need a land, so it's a win-win proposition. the Black Americans, with some resources, can come to the motherland and develop raw land, an opportunity that they're not going to have in the USA, and they can economically build, a legacy infrastructure, here. And so I agree with Kala that, we have to have a union, because, all life forms are symbiotic, and everything that we can have a symbiotic relationship with African. The consulates might not be that necessary, since we have the World Wide Web, the internet. All I got to do is do videos and post it on the World Wide Web of the progress that we're making in Africa. And millions of people
So
will
where's the
see.
start of it? Where would you
Navigate,
say
you
would be the
said,
start of it?
can some, okay. Navigate, you said something important
Yes, ma'am.
about the Africans and all the consulates wanted, was that you, about protecting their people? One thing I will say on behalf of the Africans whom I love and who love me back, is that, I don't really care what skill sets African Americans have. If they don't have any love for Africans and they don't want to be African, I don't think they should be on the continent, personally.
I agree.
Because they will
And those
cause
people
more
are on the
problems.
continent.
Because they will
That cause
cause
more
more problems than they solve, and we don't need that. And we don't
Nope.
need, people running from their past mistakes and all kind of other problematic folks on the continent. And I believe the Africans are well within their right to protect their people how they see fit, and that's the way I see it. Now, they do respect a segment of us, but the ones that don't have no respect for Africans and don't want to be African, they don't need to come. And I don't care what kind of skill set they got. And
Or
I'm sorry, and that's a FBA Pan-African speaking, and I'm both.
How can you be
I'm a
FBA and
descendant of
Pan-African?
because I'm a descendant. No, it's not. I'm a descendant of African slaves in the Americas, and I
Yes.
love Africa.
Okay,
Period.
so is
I'm
Bomani
both.
FBA? Is Bomani
yes,
FBA?
Bomani is a descendant of slaves of Africans in
Bomani is a
America.
descendant of African slaves from Jamaica.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
Why would you say foundational Black American? Do you understand Tariq means that
Okay,
Black people
you know what? I
America?
knew that was who y'all had a problem with, and I have to say I don't agree with his
So
some
why
of
are
his
you using this
sentiment.
terminology?
He's one
Well,
that made the
okay,
time.
okay. Well, I'm a descendant of African slaves in the Americas. That's my
So we
term.
all know that, so
Okay, so and I'm Pan-African because I believe that we belong
FUBU, for
home.
us, by us.
That's right.
no.
We
Let me
need to
ask you.
go.
Let me ask you a question. If I have
So
people,
your issue with FBA is Tariq
no,
and
it's
his
not Tariq. Not
sentiment.
Tariq. No.
I
Let me
don't
say
even know
this.
what
Let
FBA
me
is.
say this, right? My issue with Tariq is, right, you'll have somebody like from Jamaica call and say Tariq, whatever like that. And he'll right away start making comments about
Yeah, his
Jamaica.
sentiments are very controversial.
This is a
We
guy.
don't
This
have to
guy.
spend a lot of time on Tariq though,
Yeah,
Kala.
well, I am. Check this out. Check this out. He's
Go ahead and
bringing
finish,
people.
brother.
Now, this is
Needs
the
to be
face.
said.
This is the face of the person you guys entrusted to represent you to the world on reparations. Do you know how foolish you guys look?
What do he say? Tell me what Tariq say that got
Well,
you
you
all
go to his
twisted.
channel. You go to his channel.
No,
You
you
know,
all was bringing it up, because
he calls Somali. He calls Somali girl cheetah pea. Stuff like this.
He
well, that's
navigate. He makes some very disparaging
So
comments about
why
Africans,
would you even
and
I call him make disparaging comments about Africans too.
Well, then name one.
But now I
Name
learned
one.
tonight that he's married.
Name
I
one.
just thought he had a fiance.
Name one.
You didn't
Name
invite
one.
us to the wedding.
We
No,
put
name
things
you
in
one.
called
perspective.
Name one.
Navigate an idiot. You called Navigate an idiot.
Yeah, I meant
Yeah.
that. It's like also I make
Oh,
disparaging
that's
comments about.
disrespectful.
I make
Yeah.
comments about
We
Black
supposed
people
to
in
be
America.
grown folks,
Wait a
not
You know what I'm
minute.
saying?
Kala.
Let's not sit here and act like Tariq didn't attack Pan-Africanism. Period. He
He
said
attacks us
it
all
out
the
his
time.
name. But
Well,
there,
I don't know what he do. I can't
he
comment on what Tariq do because
attacked
I don't know.
Pan-Africanism. He said
Well, you know
Pan-African.
what?
He made a whole show that said Pan-Africanism is dead.
Yes, he did. He's
Okay,
a
Well,
well,
I mean,
it's not dead, but it
He's a
could be
lip
stronger.
smacking freaking coon.
I mean, this dude is a serious race trader.
I don't
He probably is. I don't
support.
know. I don't know.
I don't
I
support
never
the speech
found him
personally.
interesting
I
enough
don't
to stop
support
and
him.
listen.
I like the other two
I
brothers,
don't want
though.
nothing
I
to do
do
with no
like the
ADOS
other two
FBA
brothers.
people whatsoever.
Wow.
Anybody believes that stuff, you can't rock with
But
them.
I am an African descendant of slaves in the USA.
But when you start saying that somebody don't deserve reparations and
I
you're
didn't say
excluded and
that.
stuff like
See,
that,
there you go,
you
putting
know,
words in
from
my
the
mouth.
United States and
I didn't
whatnot,
say they don't
you can't
deserve
rock with me,
reparations.
bro.
See, I hate it when you do that. When
Let
you
me
put
post-
words, your
I
flawed
don't
words
care.
I
in
think
my
he was
mouth
talking to
when I
me. I
didn't
think he
say
was
that.
talking to me, Navigate. I
Check this out.
think he was talking to me.
If somebody says Kala, you and Bomani aren't brothers because he might get a reparation check, that you're gonna
Ain't nobody
mind my
said
brother.
that.
You know, that's what the FBA people say. You know,
Nobody ain't gonna say that. That's
you
stupid.
had Nat Measy talking about, oh,
Yes,
you're
they do,
Jamaican.
bro. Navigate, please let them talk because we're
Well,
telling you
whoever
things
say
that
that is stupid.
we're telling you about these trolls on YouTube who call themselves all these names. So Kala's
I ain't got
explaining.
time for them stupid people who don't need to be talked about.
So you should study something before you start rocking with it. You know, people saying,
Well, that ain't. I ain't gonna rock with that. I ain't gonna even bring that up.
now Tariq is going around saying the beliefs. I know a lot of people with beliefs. It's straight up black people in America. The beliefs people are behind undermining so-called FBA people and why the Mexicans have so much power and all this kind. The beliefs people and putting the Mexicans on, helping them all. That's divisive stuff. That's race traitor stuff. You know?
After he talked about Nuri, and then you would think he would want to be more Pan-African, looking at the whole situation about Nuri, and then he jumped down on the beliefs people. It's like you steady pushing other black folks away, which looks Asian, seems Asian like to me.
That is not no dang Pan-Africans. That's race traitor stuff. That's Negro-Pean stuff.
Exactly,
You know?
because you talk about like people like Marcus Garvey. He didn't just leave from Jamaica and come to America and freeload.
And they're trying to disparage Marcus Garvey.
He contributed to this movement. It's, when we talk about Kwame Ture, you know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah,
I'm telling people
they are great black African Americans.
But these people,
we're stronger as a people if we consider ourselves from the
Kwame
Americas or whatever.
That's true. That's got nothing to do with what I said.
He was born in Trinidad. They're saying we should erase his legacy because he ain't a foundational black American.
And he did straight contributions. I mean, this was a warrior that dedicated his life to America.
Foundational black American. What did that word even mean?
I have no idea. But I don't trust nobody who uses it. You know.
Kala, I like your definition. I like your definition.
Yeah, I get foundational buck-broken assholes.
Yeah, I get the impression, though, if I may, I get the impression, and I've heard Mr. Kala Genesis called the dysfunctional segments, I guess, of the African American community as African American X,
Black American X,
or Black American X. And the reason why I bring that up is because I get the impression from his standpoint, he's looking at the African American community as basically being productive, as he's listed all the things that African American people have done positively, and maybe the Black American X part is a small segment. But I gather that other people, when they speak, and Black Hannah, I was thinking about you as you said a few words, but correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe navigate freely to some extent what I'm about to say, is when the term African Americans are brought up about connecting with the continent, I noticed that both of you in certain ways, made it seem like most African American people would be unfit to be on the continent, period. And as Black Hannah, as you said, regardless of what skills they had or not. And I noticed that kind of sentiment amongst a lot of people, that they think of so-called African American X as blanketing the whole group, not just a small component. So that it seems like when anyone mentions African Americans, it's like the group should be observed by others as being a group you got to be wary of, morally degenerate group across the board. Can anybody speak to that? Because it seems like that narrative is shared by
you brought this up on the last show. I remember you making this point on the last show.
How many, let's say, out of all the Africans, how many you think have a colonized mind?
Most
mindset.
of them.
You easy.
Most.
90% easy.
Wait a minute. Of who? What's the
No,
question?
hold on. Let me. I just want you Winzy to answer that.
Well, colonized mind. Well, I guess you have to ask yourself on the African continent too, how many people within the African continent have a colonized mind?
No,
Now,
just asking that in
colonized
the comment.
mind does not mean that you're morally degenerate. That means that, you might have to be re-educated, but we can all grow.
Correct.
It doesn't mean that they don't have anything to offer. But what
Correct.
I'm saying is there are too many people that seem to think that when you mention African American, that on a blanketed level that you're talking about a morally degenerate people, a people who are no use to themselves or the continent, and a people that any African country or Caribbean country should be wary of, period.
Let me ask you this.
I don't get those kinds of sentiments when other people talk about their groups. So if Italian American people are talking about reconnecting with Italy or dual citizenship by ancestry, or Polish people in the U.S. talking about the same thing, there's never that taint that, Polish people in the U.S. or Polish Americans.
Because we internalize white supremacy, like I said. We have negative
but immigration has nothing to do.
Right there.
One more question, Wincy. Let me ask you this. How many people do you think on the continent have a Pan-African mindset?
Probably very few.
Very few.
But this is what I'm saying.
But we have.
When you look at, hold on. Let me say this. When you look at, when you're trying to look at Black America, it's the same type of cut. It's a very few that have a Pan-African mindset in the U.S.
Well, I would say
that's what we need to build.
Check this out.
We talked about that on the last show too. Matter of fact, Kala was saying that they're trying, and Bomani kind of made the emphasis, and you guys can correct me, that we're trying to, because there have been people who have came before us and smeared that particular kind of that categorization of us. So now they're trying to anchor it with businesses and things like that. Am I wrong, Kala? I know you hear what I'm saying.
I agree.
Okay.
The thing is, when we say Pan-Africans, before, like I said, that we have the Pan-African Pookie movement. People think that Pan-African just you don't have to have no standards, just go to Africa and be the motherland. And I said on the last show that Pan-Africanism, right, have to step their game up. We have to put a bigger face on it, because when you go to the continent, right, the Pan-Africans should be your business people, your professionals, your educators, and all these things, right? That we have not.
Every group has some undesirables. Every group.
What I'm saying is this, though. A lot of times we wrap ourselves with RBG, and get a YouTube channel, and then everybody's always a Pan-Africanist, and they go to Africa, they start cutting up and acting stupid, and they put some bad face on the Pan-African movement. I'm saying that Pan-Africanism, as Bomani and I trying to do, is trying to show that, yeah, we are business people. We are successful in America. We have something to add if you deal with us. Right now, the Africans, particularly Nigerians, like, we want some African Americans, but when you say you're Pan-Africans, they sort of, and that's what should happen.
Well, right? Somebody gave Pan-Africanism a bad name. That's not Pan-African.
Well, how did that happen?
I asked you, Winzy, that question because
by allowing people who have no love for Africa and don't want to be African over there and making a mess.
You can have love for Africa, but love is not enough, right? You have to actually basically contribute, be part of the country, and basically do the right thing. A lot of people got love for things. And next thing you know,
that's the one we want. That's the ones we want over here. We don't want those. We don't want those Negroes in the hood that's destroying everything. Also, come to Africa.
Hold on. Has another part of that too, right? When you basically talk about your people, right? You got to understand. Okay, you can set rules and guidelines up, but you can't refuse somebody for saying, "I want to go to my muzzle." Like JT the Bigger Figure, I had a problem with him.
No, you can't.
Hold on. I had a problem with JT the Bigger Figure. But he was doing some productive things. He's back in the United States, whatever. But I was like saying to myself, man, come on, this is not what I envisioned, right? And I have a problem with Akon, I had a problem with Akon. Why? Akon's basically talking about gangster stuff and killing,
But I can
murder, drug
personally
dealing.
hope that the degenerates don't come here. You know,
What
I
I'm
don't
saying
run
is we can't say,
immigration.
Me
hold
too.
Every
on,
nation has a right to form their immigration
hold on.
the way they wish.
Hold on, we can't say that and then
Your guy,
basically
Kala, I'm gonna have to mute people while you're talking. They might keep on interrupting
check us
you.
out. When we got people like Akon, he's done nothing really productive, whatever like that. He put out a bad image and everything, talking about trap and drugs and everything like that. Now he's on the continent and oh yeah, Akon and whatnot. And then when there's somebody from the hood want to come over and whatnot, suddenly, oh no, you can't have it both ways. You know, you can't have JT the figure because he got millions of dollars come there and invest. That's a good thing because he got money, man. We can't be about that. You know, if somebody from the hood want to say, I want to go to the continent, you give them a chance, you know, you give them a chance. Somebody may not know all the cultures and everything, but give them a chance to learn, you know. And so that's what I'm talking about. We can't be like,
That's true.
well,
They
we don't,
come here. They come in here now. They're coming here now. There's Black Americans here right now. You know, that's here, this building. You know, they got out of the USA because they got shot. You know, and you know, and people was trying to kill them. You know, and then you know they survived that. Now you know they manipulate their way onto social disability when they really not that disabled. But now they're using that disability money and they're coming over to Africa. You know, trying to build a new life. You know, and they can't go back to the USA. You know, because people was trying to kill them. And I'm saying people probably trying to kill them again.
Well, that's
you
just
know,
one
but
part of it. Then there's other people who retired, got money and everything like that. It's diverse. Everybody's not going to have the same story.
that's true.
You're going to have people.
But I can personally hope that the degenerates don't come to Africa.
Well, you can't stop them.
I can personally hope. I got no power over it.
Well,
I don't run
it's
immigration.
like this. Now, let me ask you a question. What about the fact that there's a lot of people who say in America, right? America takes everybody in. You got people who are terrorists who come to America. You got people who are jihadists who come to America. You got people who are Mexican drug cartels who come to America. Why is it not the same thing? Well, that's a risk you take when you let people into your country.
Well, that's what's happening right now in the USA. Is true.
So you can't just say,
that's exactly what's happening.
I want these type of people to come over the area. We want to basically put our best foot forward, but we cannot stop nobody from going to the continent. You know, I can't tell nobody, you can't go.
Not me. No, only Ghana immigration can vet who it comes in and out of their country.
You just said, I hope the degenerates don't come.
I can personally hope that the degenerates don't come here. I can personally hope that the degenerates don't come here. I have no power over that.
So if you now
Ghanaian immigration, they have the power with that.
Now, if
but my wishes don't always come true.
Let me ask you a question. If we were actually concentrated in building communities over there, right, where people would go to, we could vet who lives among us and stuff like that. Then you have a problem because we have control over who lives among us. Right, but when somebody wants to go to Ghana, you can't stop them they're gonna live by.
No, I can't stop them. No, I can't stop nothing. You know, I might not even be able to stop them if they was in the community with us too. You know, not by myself. You know, if there's a community.
Also, your Powerless Plotters Association president.
Well, certain things, you know, it's group. You need group power. You know, to be more effective on almost everything. You know, even racism, white supremacy is not an individual sport. You know, and us Black people, you know, we didn't get in this condition, you know, by tickling, you know, our fancy. It was trauma that put us into this situation, and you know, and we're not gonna get out of this situation, you know, by tiptoeing through the tulips, tickling each other's ears. You know, we're gonna have to push. You know, it's gonna take some pain, you know, just to overcome all the trauma that we've been forced into for 500 years or more.
But I would say that also there has to be a greater effort on the part of the African American community, regardless of whether or not navigate freely, as you say, you don't want any bad eggs coming to the continent. But there's got to be a greater effort on the part of the African American community to not embrace the normalization of hood culture that blankets the entire group. So therefore, it's got to be a concentration on high culture and controlling that narrative. Now, why is it that the group either does not promote high culture across the board, or why is it, or how is it that the narrative is not being controlled about who African American people are in terms of high culture, given that any group may have bad eggs?
Let me ask you, have you been to America?
You never know until they come.
Okay.
You never know.
So like an example, when you get big cities, even smaller towns, right? A lot of our towns, uh, there's there's a drug problem as far as like the selling of drugs, and you know, uh, pretty much that kind of that does a lot of permeating in our
What's going on? I'm getting a lot of feedback. Are y'all getting feedback?
yeah
Big
that
Black
that
is
does,
working, Mike.
that does a lot of permeating in our societies. Uh, as far as the music has hip hop has risen, and when hip hop first came out, there wasn't a lot of gangster music, right? There wasn't a lot of gangster talk, and actually there was actually a pro black uh, part in that. Well, there was a pro black period, right? When was a lot of people were talking about Africa, pro black things, but then as the music started to grow, and one thing you got to understand in the United States is that negativity sells. So because it's a lot easier to be negative to than do the right thing, right? So as
That don't
that
mean you got to
progressed,
do it.
that don't mean you have to do it, right? But what I'm saying is, as the the big companies seeing that there, a lot of people gravitate to a lot of negative hip hop, right? So on a capitalistic tip, it has been pushed on the airwaves, and this music basically has pretty much been like, as far as like black music, it's been pushed on the airwaves as the primary music for the last 20 to 30 years on the airwaves. So in that instance, now you have a social brainwashing, right? So now comes in a lot of negative images and a lot of negative stereotypes. There, we try to black folks. We've been trying to control our narrative for a long time, but because of these these social pushes that's been placed on us, that's been pushed on us, um, a lot by people that are non-black, you tend to see that particular subculture in our society more than you see the positive. So,
Exactly.
You
so
Wednesday, I
that's
have a question for you, sir.
Yes.
So, you seem to bring this. You brought it up in the previous show that we were on together, and then this show about your concern about Black people's reputation being skewed in front of Africans. And I do understand that point. I guess my question is, so what do you suggest with Blacks who are trying to integrate back to the culture to protect uh, us from some of our elements that and you know and I know that we don't need in the continent? I mean,
Uh-huh.
like, what do you suggest? Because in my
Great,
view, we should have like people working like to vet folks coming in each country
he
from
wants us
them
to he
from
wants us to
great
do right.
question. Great question. And I'll be happy to
our
answer.
country who know how to see this thing, you know what I'm saying?
Great question. I'm glad you asked that. In fact, as you just asked that, I was writing something in the private chat that I'll share with everybody. I wrote that culture is a people's experiences, views, and philosophies as articulated and assessed and analyzed through 7 basic pillar areas: ethos, politics, economics, social organization, creative arts, history, and mythology. We ought to start right there in terms of a cultural push about the integration of all of those things and what makes a people have a high culture, what makes a people, what makes a people be denoted by certain views and values, certain levels of manners toward other people, what makes them great within who their people are. If we shift to that kind of narrative, then we will be in a better position to critique where the fallouts are of the negative culture, because you would have so many other people who are promoting high culture until you can critique the low culture in terms of that not being canvassed over the entire group.
That sounds rather complicated, you know.
Oh no, not at all. All people
Overthinking.
have that, but you have to define yourself as a people.
I think what you kind of missing though, and probably you just don't maybe understand it, is that what you're asking basically is, okay, you all need to take control of your communities, right?
That's correct.
And get these low lifes out the community. We've already tried to do that with the Black Panthers. The Black Panther movement, back then when the Black Panther, when they first started, man, they was, going after the drug dealers, flushing their dope down the toilets and everything. You know what I mean? But what happened? They got.
It's not just the drug dealers. It's not just that. It's the whole orientation of
It's moral.
Who you are as a people.
That's right.
But I'm saying it goes hand in hand, because the gangbangers, they sell drugs. It pretty much goes hand in hand. You know what I mean?
Well, I draw my line at violence.
I'm not finished. Navigate. I'm not finished. Let me just say this. So what you have is, right now, back then, the alpha male was looked at as a person, a positive person, right? A person that's family oriented, right? Now the alpha male in our community, unfortunately, is looked at as the gangbanger, the drug dealer. See, this is why you have a push. A lot of Black Americans, African Americans, or American Africans coming to the continent to escape that. So when you say,
escape the violence,
you need to fix the, we've already tried that, and the government
I'm escaping racism.
The government has taken our tools to do that.
That's violence too.
If we were to do that,
That's
guess
true.
what? If we were to do that, that would mean we would form our own type of police force, and that's unconstitutional. We'll be locked up with the gangbangers. You know what I mean? And business will go on as usual, because that happened with the Black Panthers.
Well, as Kala Genesis has pointed out, and I don't want to speak for him, so if he comes on and corrects what I'm saying, that's fine. I'll stand in error if I am. But what he seems to articulate, as I listen sometimes, is that African Americans have high culture if we kind of gravitated to honing that, narrating that, and putting emphasis on that. So that would say to me that most people in the community are not necessarily of a hood rat mindset, but that small groups of the community become pervasive. So if that be the case, then it's about changing a narrative that changes mindsets
that
about
still
people
sounds
not being on the
complicated.
fence.
I'm only
It really
predisposed
does.
to
I think
to those
It's
who have a
complicated.
predisposition to violence. Violence. Those I'm only opposed to those who have a predestination to violence. Because culturally, as what we've been through as Black people in the USA and in the Americas, we have to create a new acceptance, a new tolerance for one another.
But violence is not necessarily a term that one can say that the majority of African American people are violent, right?
Well, so no, you can't say the majority of Black Americans is violent, but those are the ones that
violent.
Racism is small. Then that means that you got to change the narrative about how the group, which is not violent, not bad, not predispositioned to be inferior, how they think of themselves. So you get group.
Well, we got to change how people think. The Africans they don't think like that. And I'm not going to think like that until I'm proven otherwise. So when people come around you, then you learn, what kind of person they are.
Let me put it like this. Right now, here's the thing, right? Black people in America, right, for a long time, right, have been basically trying to change, say this is who we are. In America, white people have this perception of that's what they put out to the world. The minstrel shows and all stuff like this. Black people are goons. I was watching this Bill Cosby do this thing on The Birth of a Nation, how they showed us as ignorant, lustful, and all stuff like this. So Black America, you know how we fought back? We built our own film industry. We showcased what we did. We kept, John Johnson came up with Ebony Magazine. You know, we had the NWC Image Awards. You know, we fought back with this stuff with our own media and everything. Here's the problem, right?
What happened with that, Kala, as you speak? What happened?
This is what happened. This is what happened. When we let our guard down, right? During integration, we had the feminist movement and everything. Black people were actually making a lot of progress. Black people were basically cities like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and everything. You had a huge Black working class, and Black people making progress. J. Edgar Hoover said the number one threat to America is Black progress. What does he mean by that? He says if you basically have it so that Black people doing well, the promise of America to white people will be null and void. In other words, basically, you always got to show white people that there's a group of people in America that you're over, that you're better than, and everything. So they keep these problems. Like, let me give you an example. You have two, Cleveland is black and white, right? The majority of white people in Cleveland never go into a Black community. But their perception of what they see in the Black community, right in the same city limits, comes through the 6 o'clock news, right? And it's always negative. Max Robinson, right, who's brother of Randall Robinson of Trans Africa, right, quit the news industry. Why? Because he said, look, every time he would do stories and everything, and he says he knows the beautiful side of Black America that never gets reported. They would never let him do that.
Well, I don't care about what those white folks think about us. That's why I came to Africa.
Let me finish what I'm saying, right?
You ain't gonna stop.
Let me finish what I'm saying, right? Let me finish what I'm saying. When people have this negative view of you, right? That means when you're a businessman and you want to get a loan, or you're a Black person, you want to get a house loan or whatever like that. If they have that negative opinion of you, it affects what you're going to get and how your position in society is going to be. You know, that's just the truth, right? Now, here's a problem, right? Now, this is not just with the white community. Now you have other non-whites, right, who basically do the same thing. Now they see stuff reported in the news about Black people, and it does not matter how many good Black communities you got and everything. Their perception of Black America is always negative, right? At the same time, right, you got white people who live in trailer parks and do biker gangs and everything, do meth and everything. They have the benefit of whiteness because they get the benefit of the doubt. They don't have to have an Image Awards. They don't have to have an Ivory magazine. They don't have to do all that stuff like that. They're free. They're white. That's the problem when I say about Black America X. You know, there's a Black America, right, that the world sees through the prisms of negativity and everything. And there's some Black people who act like that, you know, who think that's who they are. They think
that's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, that's what they think that you would think our community is. So,
perception.
You envy what happened is Black people forgot God. We forgot God.
It's not that because you can't say that because Black people go to church. I've seen people twerking in the church, and they don't listen to people like Reverend General Jenkins, right? He said, "Yo, look, what do you got? Pull your pants up. You know, you ain't gonna come in my church looking like a hoochie mama and all stuff like this." We basically let the homosexual in the church. We let the people play all kinds of music in the church and everything, and so therefore. This is what you see in Black America. We don't have any ability. And this is what I'm going to say this, right? And I want everybody to listen to this, right? Black people do not feel like we don't have it. We always did it as a suggestion. What kept Black America together was what they call Black love. There was a time where you go to New York City.
And God.
Right? Oh, I'm going to say that, right? Check this out. New York City, right? The wino would have a bag covering up his liquor, right? When he see church folks or whatever side children, he basically the wino would tell me, "Hey, you don't get in trouble. Do right thing. Do right thing." That was Black love. When I was a kid in New York City, right, the whole community, when we get off the school bus, right, the whole community would turn out. Even the wino will watch us kids get off the bus. Why? Because they said, "Man, you guys are getting an education, you're getting the chance we never had." The whole community wanted to see us kids getting on the bus.
That became a cultural thing.
Oh, hold on. That doesn't happen now. Why? Because we
Because
became
it's not part of the culture has been changed.
Well, hold on. The culture changed because we integrated into America. We let our guard down. We didn't think it was important to have positive images of ourselves. We let magazines like Ebony Magazine go and everything like that, positive programming. And also, let's look at it like this. We have corporations came into our culture and said, you know something, I can give you guys a bigger budget. So iHeartRadio, Clear Channel began buying up radio stations, right? They buy up Ebony Magazine. They buy up all this stuff and everything. And all the stuff that's important to our community, right, was left aside to market things because we got to reach a bigger audience. The audience, the white people don't want to hear about your problems. All they want to hear about is stuff that you could bring up. We basically bought into this idea that we got to love everybody and unify with everybody, right? And it wasn't important to basically be among ourselves anymore.
Not me.
So integration killed us.
Well, integration, so you can integrate, right? But you notice how other people
No, I
integrate?
don't think we should.
Oh, let me say.
I
Well,
don't
how
think so either.
how should integration have been done differently?
Let me add to that. Now, the other people integrate into American society, but they keep who they are. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese will integrate, right? But they'll know, like, it's out of respect, right? Jewish kids. I grew up with a lot of Italians, Jews, and everything. They'll play with you and everything, but there's a time where you got to go home. There's a time, there's things you can't be a part of and everything.
Yes, that's when they're building an independent economic infrastructure just for them.
Black people, there's nothing that we feel like we're entitled to that everybody feel like they can't participate in. And so therefore we lose. It's not American culture. It's not Black culture. It's America. Our cuisine, everything we do, it's American. Our language, our lingo, everything that we had among ourselves and whatnot.
We compete against each other to see who can spend the most money buying European goods.
So Kala, what caused the African American community, even if you criticize integration or the way it was done, but you say other groups could integrate without losing who they are?
Well, a lot of other group people.
What is the reason?
Let me say this.
So you can answer it as you're about to say some other things. What in the psyche of African Americans caused the group to relinquish who they are, or thought that was non-important as part of integration? And if that is the case,
because
what can be done now to retool that?
Let me say this.
Plantation psychosis.
Oh no! Stop with the simplistic stuff. I'm gonna give him an educated answer.
Well, you're gonna run down a bunch of nonsense. You're gonna go off on all kinds of tangents that ain't gonna go nowhere.
I'm gonna give him
navigate. I mean, the nigga. Kala, go ahead and speak. I mean, navigate. All you do is just cut in and then cut in and throw a bunch of craziness out there. Kala, go ahead and speak. And anyone else who don't have any questions, they can just jump from the panel because we're going to close.
Check us out. Here's the problem in Black America, right? We were burdened with the task of we shall overcome. I see no color. Also, that was the Black America, right? Well, other people benefited from all the stuff that we fought for. We fought for a colorblind society, and we really went hard for this stuff, right? And so, the thing was, so if you believe in colorblindness, right? Why are you talking about building Black Wall Street? Why are you talking about building Black businesses? Why do you need a Negro League? Why do you need all stuff like this, right? Well, other people took it, like the Chinese never gave up their Chinatowns and everything. They never gave the ties to Hong Kong, China, whatever, Taiwan. Black people in America were told that the future of the world is harmony and color blindness and everything. And we went hard for that, right? And so to the point where you ask some people, like, why white people don't support Black businesses and everything. Well, what white business you support? We go to Walmart every day. Walmart's not a white business. What is it? Everything around us, right, is white controlled, right? And that we just think it's just normal. And so therefore, I asked the question, right? Why is it that we are the only group of people that can't have nothing for ourselves? Let me give you another example. Back in the days where there was a lot of Mexican illegals who were going to Martin Luther King hospital in Crenshaw, right? To the point where Black people were starting to say, these people are coming here, overburdening the system that we built for ourselves and everything. And then people say, well, how can you discriminate against the Mexicans and everything like that when you guys were discriminated against everything? So Black people say, something? You're right. We can't discriminate against Mexicans. What happened? The hospital eventually folds because we didn't have barriers saying, look, we're trying to cater to the Black community, stuff like this. We can't afford the Mexicans and everything. And so therefore, we have we made us eat our own words. Martin Luther King would be ashamed of you if you guys are talking about Miss Black. Remember we used to have a Miss Black America pageant,
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Kala, we're never going to be able to be we're never going to really be able to reach our maximum potential and become the fullness of who God created us to be. Build us some museums over there, some Black history museums over there,
it's right
and
there online.
start.
You can look our history
So
up online.
HBCUs
No,
should be
no,
one of
we
the
need to have
conduits.
some museums. Go ahead, Wednesday.
Right, Black Hannah. So HBCUs, as an example, since there are 105 of them, should be really a great conduit to make sure that the history of the transatlantic slave trade, of African American people, and the projection and narrative that needs to be understood and assessed needs to be seeped into the curriculum of schools on the African continent. Everything from the grade schools to college.
It's Black people in the USA don't have to understand it either.
You have to look at to get more into that. You have to a nice book to read is the secret relationship between Blacks and Jews. When you get into the Boule.
That's the Nation of Islam book.
I think we should have Black history museums in every country that accepts us on their land. We should
They
have
got museums in West Africa. They got the actual castle dungeons. Where the slaves
right.
In corporate, they give you a whole history lesson.
I'm talking about the Black American experience.
It's a lot of unseen
Miss many Black Americans don't even know the experience that the Black Americans went through in the country.
That should be our work. We ought to make that our purpose.
One of our purposes.
Get over there and start building some Black American history museums. I know we have some amazing Black history museums in the U.S. We need to start bridging some of those things
learn more African
on the continent. Oh, I agree with that. I 100%
African
agree
history
with
on
that.
the continent is just as important.
I'm not trying to force I'm just trying to say so that we, have our position known so that they can learn about our experience here, because we have a very rich 400-year history in this U.S. In fact, when I was in college, PBS used to show, before we went digital on analog TV, they have some of the most amazing archives, Black dance, Black opera singers, Eyes on the Prize, Emmett Till, like all these amazing documentaries about the Black American experience. All that stuff needs to be shipped over, and we need to start putting it on in each country that are accepting us, and we need to man those posts and began to introduce ourselves.
The thing is,
to
when
the land.
Black
I just want to say this, Wednesday. The reason why the U.S. is a global power and they have a lot of power, a lot of strength, because they practice off subjugating us. So that's why they just took their skill set from subjugating us for 40 years and rub it around the world.
What about people who basically
they using it against white people now?
On one hand, like I said earlier about the Cleveland analogy, right? The white people in Cleveland don't know shit about Black people, and so they're racist thing. That's why when people get shot by the police, the white people will think, oh yeah, well they had to come into them and everything, because their negative image they have of Black people. The same thing was going on in Africa, right? A lot of Africans think, man, they see all this stuff on World Star Hip Hop and all this stuff, negativity among Black Americans. And they're like, wow, And so what I'm saying is, so when people say that just go to Africa and just integrate with people, if people got that negative image of you and everything like that, and you're like, wait a minute here, and they're thinking, well,
the hype goes both ways.
Well, bottom line, if somebody has negative image of Africa, they're not going to go to the continent.
The hype goes both ways.
The people who go to the African continent, right, for the most part, you can go any place in the world. There's more Black people in America that go to Europe, Asia, and South America than do Africa, And so therefore, the people who are interested in Africa, right, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're there because they love the continent. You know, that's what I believe. You know, so this idea that, oh yeah, Black America is just irredeemable and all the stuff like that. You know, they don't hate Africa. They come. A person who hates Africa doesn't want nothing to do with Africa. They're not going to go there.
They're not gonna come.
They're not going to come. So you don't
Good.
have
I
to
hope
worry
they
about
don't
that.
come.
You
And
know,
that goes
I
right
hope.
into my point, Kala, that we need to
Facts.
start setting up. Like, I think we ought to have those integration, like we have integration here in the States. I think Blacks should implement uh, some sort of integration program so that we can integrate the ones who are coming back. You see what I'm saying? Where
yeah.
they can
Orientation.
learn
Now, what I said, I
learn
have no
the
problem with integration.
constitution of the country that you're in, or whatever the laws of the land
Oh, you know
is.
that before
Yeah.
they give you that
Yes.
Start
citizenship, you gotta know that.
learn the
The
some of the
language,
language, and or have classes developed where you can
culture.
start learning. Yeah, start learning about the culture. All those things need to be
So let me ask you
reversed.
a question. Let me ask you a question. Most people in
And
Ghana,
I would work a post any
check this out.
day.
Most people in Ghana tell me that the people who don't have either respect the culture the most are the people who call themselves Afrocentric. That's what they tell me.
Well, I ain't never heard that, and I'm here in Ghana. I
So
ain't never heard nothing
now
like
maybe because you're not listening right. You know,
I
Why is
listen.
that?
You the one
Why
that
is
don't
that,
listen.
Carl?
they said if you
You run
guys
your
and
mouth. You don't listen.
this would shock me because I was like this. I thought that
So why did they say that, Kyla? Why are they
because
saying that?
they're saying okay, if you know
Afrocentric.
the
That
Akan,
don't
you
make
know
any
these
sense.
people, they got their different customs and everything like that. We're coming from a position of racism, white supremacy. That's our identity. You know, they haven't experienced that. So therefore, when you make that the preemptive, oh, we're black, and or even talking about race and color and everything, that's going against their cultural, who they know. Like they don't see white people the same way we do.
They don't.
You know?
That
So
is
I have a
true.
question, Carla. I have a
Yeah.
question on that. So if you say that the mindset of
That's because they haven't been
Afrocentricity
locked over here in a cage with
Yeah,
them. I'm
so
sorry,
but if you,
Quincy.
so therefore you still we
okay,
got some of that trauma. So you can't just integrate into a society that you got this trauma you're still dealing with and everything. You can't do that.
okay, right, Carla. But let me ask you a question. If
No
I can ask
trauma here.
everybody,
No trauma in the USA.
let me ask this question. So
But you're white
if
though.
Afrocentricity in some ways
It's African.
you know, encases an experience of blackness, as in blackness is a
It's
reaction to
Western. It's a
white
reaction to
trauma
white
and those
supremacy
kinds of
and
things, right?
trauma.
Okay. But if Afrocentricity is encasing blackness and black trauma from a political, psychosocial standpoint,
That's not
how would you
Afrocentric.
say then, in integrating with people on the continent, that you say, okay, have not experienced that, and therefore it's a disconnect when
Well,
they hear
you know something.
This
Afrocentricity?
is why we
How,
need our
how,
You know
museums.
why?
This is
right,
why we need our
So the best
museums
way.
so that they can
You know.
see the
You know how you
trauma,
answer
so
that.
that
You
they
know how
can
you
see
answer that.
why we had to develop our
okay,
own identity, so that
Okay.
they can
right,
see why we came out
okay.
this way. We need to
Okay,
Let
study
me
Black
it.
Hannah,
say this.
that's a great approach also, and I think that museums and other types of cultural
Interaction.
insertions are
Yes.
important. But what I was
Yes.
trying to also in parallel ask Kala was how to, if you're going to take somebody from the U.S. who says they're Afrocentric, but within that they're thinking, black first, race, a reaction to white supremacy, then how do you think the person from the US can transition more away from blackness into a mind state of Africanness that does not depend upon a reaction to trauma based on white
Well, it's
supremacy?
like this. I'm gonna tell you right now. This is how it is, right? And I learned this years ago when I was
Good
listening.
question.
If you were, can you let me talk? Navigate.
I
Check
just
this out.
said 2 words.
All
Good
right, all right,
question.
all
That's
right.
all I said.
We heard you.
And you're gonna go
Okay.
on a
Check
diatribe.
this out. I got my wake up call when I went on the Nairaland site back in
Oh boy.
2011. Okay, 2011,
Yeah.
right? And they basically trashing Pan Africanism and Afrocentricity. They said that's Negro stuff, that's Ebonics. They were talking all this stuff like this. And I was saying, yeah, it said, look, man, you guys got your own problems over there. You guys are bringing this baggage back to the continent. You're doing all this stuff and everything. And I said, then it hit me, man. These guys have a different experience than we have and everything. You know, we automatically remember something. There was a shift in power. The Pan-African was shifted, right? It post independence, right? It was most of Pan-African was done outside the continent in places like Brussels, places like Paris, London, and the U.S. and everything like that. But what happened was the black people on the indigenous continent, right? They see the world a little differently than we do. You know, they don't see this stuff like right now. Right now, the African Union does not define being African by race. It's concerned by birth. So, in other words, I had this thing where I said Bomani the other day, where these white people who were born in Africa say we're uniting all the Africans living in America, and these are straight up white people. They were born on the continent. So the idea of race is something, and racial identity is something that we inherited in the West as an identity. We identify with the motherland and everything. But you
They
got
don't know what
African,
it's like to be not to be without a home and a
yeah,
land and
yeah,
their own people.
yeah.
in their own culture.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So we basically came up with these ideas, and we're trying to project them on the African continent. We're trying to say, you know, this is Africa, this is our land. Well, you know, you got Europeans who go there and basically say, yeah, this is Africa. They have a safariization of Africa. Africa is a safari to them, you know. Well, we're trying to build African civilization based on our blackness and our race, you know. And so therefore that's the problem, you know, and a lot of Africans are caught in the middle of this, right? Because they need the Europeans, they need the Indians, they need the Chinese and all stuff like this, right? Well, we're trying to push Pan-Africanism and everything. And John Kafour, former president
Yeah,
of
but
Ghana,
most of us have a European, cultural concept in our minds. We're not
how can
Afrocentric.
you be
We don't. We
Afrocentric?
have a
How
European
can
cultural
you
concept
will you speak for yourself? How do you have if you have a
because that's
European
all
culture?
you know. That's
If
all
you
you
have a
know. We
European,
were and we
if
still
we had a
are
European
We
racist.
already
concept in
been
our
through this,
mind,
navigate.
Okay, I
I
have a
would not be
question I
wasting
put
my
in the
time with
chat.
it.
So,
He's
and
not
that's
going to
another
accept.
thing.
He's not going to
As,
accept.
as long
being
as there's a
we
white
were.
person who calls themselves African, they damn sure can't tell me I'm not.
Yeah, I
Right.
want
Really?
Well, I have a
to make
question
a
I put
comment.
in the chat that I'd like everybody to answer. Okay, so I asked the question, what is the contemporary difference in definition and narrative between views of African Americans particularly and continental Africans on the subject of Pan-Africanism? Because Pan-Africanism as a term and concept is being promoted now on the African continent. So
Can I answer that question?
yeah, so what is the
No,
difference?
navigate. Wait, I mean, navigate. You can't just come in this talk. Let the guy
No,
finish and hold on,
so
brother.
yeah,
Please finish so I can end, so I
that's all
can
right.
say
So
something because we're gonna
what are
close
the
out soon.
differences? What are the differences in the views? And if there are radically different views between African Americans and continental Africans overall, or governments on the continent generally, are there some pockets of continental Africans that anyone would think would be more in line with the views of Pan-Africanism as shared by African
Yeah,
Americans? And if
South
that's the case,
Africa,
maybe we should work with
places
them.
like South Africa, Angola, Southern Africa region for the most part.
Okay, then maybe that's the starting point. Then
Yeah,
start
because
with
you talk to South
Africans that
Africans,
have more
they
in
understand
common
exactly
with
what we're
the
talking about.
ideology of people over here.
You know what
I
I'm saying?
think, for example, Robert Mugabe had, pretty much shared a lot of the same sentiments of Pan-Africanism with a lot of Pan-Africans in the Americas.
Yeah, but he was one of the most educated men in the world. He was
Yeah,
highly educated.
but Zimbabwe was former Rhodesia, a British apartheid colony. So what Kala is saying, I'm interpreting, if you look at whether you look at Zambia, Zimbabwe, if you look at South
Zambians, they're very
Africa,
radical in
Namibia,
Zambia. I got a
Angola, the
Zambian
things that all
chapter.
those countries have in common is they were formerly apartheid type colonies ruled by white minority regimes,
And they were
so
not totally stripped of their culture.
yes, but that's the commonality. But the
No, they're
commonality
about
about
race.
the presence of white people in these colonial settler colonies, of which Ghana and most places
West
in
Africa
West
has no
Africa
white
were not a
settler colonies.
settler colony.
Now, the ancestors of me and Kala our ancestors, our hard drive was completely wiped out, and we was
Say yours.
totally
Say
Not
yours.
correct.
Say,
Not
say
correct.
yours. Say yours.
That's
Say
not
yours.
correct
No,
there at
say
all.
yours.
well.
Navigate. But you
Come
not
That's
on,
not
It
correct.
was
correct.
man.
damn near totally wiped out then.
No,
The
That's not correct.
what that
but,
remained was
But why
totally
not? But why not
insignificant.
follow
The only
Kala's
difference
logic?
between us, and white people in the USA is the color of our skin.
Oh no,
Culturally,
that's
we're
not
exactly
correct.
the
no,
same.
Not
no.
correct at
Oh,
all.
I
I hate to
navigate.
disagree.
You have to stop pushing your
But
pushing your initiative on this thing here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're
Um,
not white.
but
You
why
Navigate.
don't
know,
we
you
follow
My
mentioned.
opinion.
I
Kala?
was
the difference
thinking
And I
between
should
about.
be
me
able to
and a
say
white, the
something.
difference between
That's
me and
my
a
I should
white
be able to
person is
express
not the
my
color of the
opinion
skin.
too.
It goes way beyond that. It's way beyond the skin
Right,
color.
right.
You
Why don't
went
we
to.
follow
Why
Kala's
do you keep on
idea?
pushing your agenda?
It goes
Why,
way
why,
beyond the skin color. We go to
why,
the same grocery stores. We eat the same kind of
okay.
food, and watch the same
Yeah, we both
movies.
pissed.
Well,
We watch
We
the
was
actually,
same
forced.
sports
Hey,
teams.
We have
We
we
navigate.
have
go
We
to
we
the
was
have
same
we
forced
have
to
different
sports
eat this
why
experiences.
don't we
garbage.
follow Kala's
White
No,
people and the
idea?
the
black
only
people in
thing
America have
different is
completely
we different. We have different
No,
skin color,
no.
Let me
basically.
answer you
But
Winston's
why
question.
don't we follow Kala's idea?
Navigate's never been
Why don't we
about
keep
black people.
investigating what Kala was saying when he identified Angola? And I was saying that whole region, if we stretch really from Angola all the way straight across to Mozambique and even up into what had been Rhodesia, which comprised Malawi, Zambia, and
Let me
Zimbabwe
answer that
today.
less
Why,
than a minute. Less than a minute. I'll give you this. See, the reason the similarities is we see with a lot of southern countries, we see it. They seen it directly, like we seen it directly.
so why don't we start there is what I'm trying to say. Why don't we start with the narrative of engagement with Angola, as Carl was saying, other countries in the region to make more alliances. But I have a strange feeling that the narrative was being pushed early on that the African American population primarily came from just West Africa, if
No,
one met the
most
Senegambia
African
down to
Americans,
Nigeria, but
Americans
that's
come
not
from the Congo.
true. That most Africans, if we look at the span of time in the terms of the
The
slave
point is
trade,
moot.
came from West Central Africa,
The
which
point is
would
moot.
be but you
No,
see
it's not
what I'm trying to say is we're missing the point that there are other spaces other than the traditional West Africa that we're thinking of now as engagement. Because truth be told, if
I agree with that.
one looks at 300 years of history ago, Angola was originally thought of as the Lower Guinea coast, was
They
West
got
Africa
slave
too,
cattle dungeons
but
there
was
too.
then Central Africa, but now it's Southern Africa. So that means that there needs to be more engagement points. Why not start with Africans who have more in common with the ideas of you, as opposed to forcing yourself in terms of engagement per se with Africans who are not part of white supremacist settler
Exactly. I
colonies.
agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay,
I hear you,
so
but
Kala, what I would like for you to do is to explain then, if you agree with that, explain to the panel and the audience the significance of a place like Angola into the history and culture of African American people in terms of the United States.
Okay, here's the thing. If you look at Angola, and you look at Zambia and everything like that, like I have a lot of Zambian people in the BAIO group. Sometimes they're a little too radical, They read Malcolm X like they read their local hits. They read Marcus Garvey. They read the stuff. They read all Heinrich Clark and everything like that in Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and stuff like this, and Namibia and other. These guys have a thing because not just when you talk about the white man. They also in Southern Africa, right? Like us, they have a culture of people call themselves colored, right? And there's a lot of resentment towards people who distance themselves from the black race. They look at us as an example of what this should be like. They got people Black America have people who are mixed ancestry, but they consider themselves African American, right? And you go to Southern Africa, right? People call themselves who have white ancestry, a little bit of white ancestry, call themselves coloreds, and they resent that, And so therefore the black people in Southern Africa, right, race is a big thing because Europeans actually settled there. Europeans actually colonized it. It's not like West Africa where there was no European settlement. So therefore everything West Africa is tribal. In Africa, Southern Africa is all about color and race. You got the Indians, you got the coloreds, and you got the Bantu, the Africans, right? And in Southern Africa, Angola, because of that history, right? The tribal lines between Black people were blurred, where whole kingdoms merged together to fight a common enemy, the Europeans. So they have that history. Same thing with South Africa. The Zulus, the Xhosas, and all these other people came together and formed the Pan-African Congress, the Pan-African League. And Black people in America have been in South Africa for a long time. We're the ones who basically organized the Pan-African Congress and the ANC in South Africa, and was part of the UNIA. So Black consciousness.
Have you been to South Africa?
Me, no, I haven't been to South Africa yet. I will.
Yeah,
So just
been to
relate
Africa
to
yet?
the people in Southern Africa
I have been
as
to
a fellow Bantu.
navigate.
Start with that.
Yeah, remove
Just
navigate
relate
from
to
the
the
stream. He's
people
just
in
getting
Southern
too. He's
Africa
getting.
as a fellow
I remove
Bantu.
navigate from the stream. He's just getting too irritating. You guys finish up, and then we're just gonna close out little by little.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Kala, we've explained to navigate that you've been to Liberia and things like that.
I've been to
Then
Liberia. I've been there for a whole month and everything like
I
that.
think he's just there. I think he's just there in his shack over there in a sable, just drinking too much of that palm wine. It's getting to him. But let's everybody else continue on, and then we'll just wrap it up.
So I was just saying that why don't we just relate to Southern Africa, whether it's Angola, Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe, on down Namibia, South Africa. Why don't we just relate to those Africans as fellow Bantu people, given that the first Africans, or one of the first, really, I guess in the so-called North America colony like Virginia, actually were brought from Angola.
So, I have a question when you're done.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me answer this question, right? I agree with that, right? But here's the one thing. Hey, Bomani, I sent you a video. I don't know if you want to play it right now. Of this guy.
No, we're trying to get our close out. It's trying to get everybody to finish up.
Well, there's this movement right now, right? Like I said, I agree. Okay, Bantu and everything, but right, I still am a Pan-African. I got a lot of freaking people from the Congo. They found out that my ancestors from the Congo. Kala, man, you come to the Congo, man. You be the king, man. We got to wage. They're not talking about driving up to Belgium and French and everything. You know who they're talking about going to war with? The fucking Tutsis, And I said, man, I can't be part of that, I can't. Like I said, the bottom line is this: we Black people with Bantu heritage and everything, we have to settle on the fact that we're Black African. That's how we have to face the world in the modern day. We're Black people and everything. Anything else less than that is going to leave ourselves divisive. Because white people love coming in. Do you know if you go to Rwanda and you even mention Hutu and Tutsi, you're going to be put on a watch list? Because they're serious about becoming Rwandans and being Black Africans. We have to stop this division. It sounds like a good starting point, right? But we start this, I'm a Bantu and this person's not a Bantu and everything. I just want to see Black people build that cosmopolitan metropolis, right? Where people
now, Kala, that's the best thing I've heard you say since I've ever listened to you. I really agree with that.
Also, what I'm trying to say, Black is, I'm not gonna. My identity is African, as a Black person in America, right? I cannot just throw off who I am, right? Southern Africa is a good thing because you could actually be Black American and African American. They understand you. They understand our culture. They understand our history. A lot of times,
I got one question.
I meant Bantu as a linguistic term to connect all African people. That's
but you call a Nigerian a Bantu, he want to fight you.
Well, they are actually. You know what's funny about that? One of the stops of the so-called Bantu migration actually started in Nigeria. So
yeah, no, but the Nigerians.
So everybody is misinformed about the whole thing.
Right,
but I'm just saying a point of connection as you were talking.
Bantus. They do not see themselves Bantus. They hate that term.
Okay.
They think they're different and everything like that.
Okay. Even if they don't, what I said was, why don't African American people, of which we know Bantu heritage, is
They know nothing
heavy
about Bantu,
throughout
Harry.
the culture in the United States. In fact, there's even a great book, The United States, a source of Bantu, the Bantu speaking heritage of the United States, is a
Okay, that brings me
1979
back
book.
to my question, you Wednesday.
Okay, go
So,
ahead. Go ahead.
well, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, first of all, if they don't respect it, we might as well let it go, because if they don't have any respect for it, it's just going to cause problems. But but I'm listening to
No,
your
but they do.
approach
No, but they
because
do. Before you ask that question, what I was saying to Kala and the rest of the panel was that why don't African American people connect up with people in Southern Africa as fellow Bantu peoples? So regardless of
okay,
whether
so
people
that's
in
back to my
Nigeria
question.
consider themselves to be that, I'm saying that's
I
the
can live
point of
with that.
connection that can have some positive fruit. But
There's
please
a
ask
lot of presuppositions there. There's a lot of presuppositions there that the African American people, anything about the Bantu, cultural
Oh,
people.
I mean,
Most of them.
Well, I
everything in
guess
the U.S. is part of
You
that.
know,
In
when the
fact,
Africans look at us strangely, when they come to the U.S. and they look at us strangely, what's going on through their mind is that they saying to themselves, these black people don't know nothing about being African at all.
well, that's
and,
why
and,
that's
and we
why
don't,
that's
and that's why
why
we
that's
need the
why Black
museums.
Hannah's point that we need museums and cultural curricula as an
That's for Black
export there
Americans, not
is
Africans.
very important, because you've
It
got to
is
tell
very
and shape
important.
your
And
narrative in
every
the way
country
that
that
you want to
accepts
be
us,
seen.
we ought to have a curator there right
Right.
now.
That's
And
why you have to shape your narrative in the way that you want to see yourself internally and the way
Culture
that you
goes
want
both
to be
ways.
seen by
It's a
others.
mutual exchange. Culture is a mutual cultural exchange.
I
Exactly.
agree. I
Exactly.
agree.
But
All
what
But
right,
I
she's
think
everybody.
saying, but what
All right,
she's
family,
saying is,
appreciate everybody. Let me just mute everybody and play this video clip, because we're just going back and forth with this, and it's just
don't forget your
everybody's
question, Black
like
Hannah.
everybody just want to out talk each other. Kyle, I'm gonna play that clip that you talk about, so we
okay,
can.
great.
thanks for your support.
That's the clip you're talking about, right, Kala?
That's the one.
All right, perfect. All right, so let me get it.
Country in Africa, on the continent, from a mineral perspective. In the world, yeah. It's the wealthiest country in the world from a natural resources perspective. 100%. And you're saying Paul Kagame has a part to play in that? Yeah, people don't understand that we always hear about the Rwandan genocide. The Rwandan genocide was started by Paul Kagame. And he started the Rwandan genocide because he wanted to take power by force in a country that would have never elected him into power, because he came from the minority Tutsis who used to be supported by the colonizer and used to be the administrators on behalf of the colonizer. So for Paul Kagame to come back as a Tutsi to come and take power in Rwanda, he needed to do something. And what he did is he started the genocide. He started the genocide by bringing down a plane that had two presidents, Hutu presidents, the Burundian president and the Rwandan president. Paul Kagame and his RFP forces shot down the plane when it was landing back in Rwanda from actually an AU meeting. And when that plane came down, then it inflamed the Hutu people who knew that they were RFP fighters who were trying to take power by force. And so they began to fight against Tutsi people who they felt wanted to come and take over power. While they were doing that, Paul Kagame himself sent his forces to murder his own Tutsi people on a whole scale level to make it look like a genocide, so that he could then have his forces come into Rwanda and take over power militarily under the guise of stopping a genocide against Tutsis. These are all things that are well documented. Jeez. It is actually something that the International Court of Justice wanted to persecute him for, and then the Americans covered up for him and the French covered up for him so that it wouldn't come out. But Paul Kagame came into power by murdering his own people. Then when he did that, he then took Laurent Kabila, who was now living in Rwanda, to go and take over power from Mobutu Sese Seko. These are the leaders in the DRC. This was in the DRC. And the arrangement that he had with Mobutu is once
Bomani, stop this freaking fool. You see how he told a lie? Laurent Kabila, right, liberated the Congo from Mobutu, right? Mobutu, right? Yes. And then they assassinated Laurent Kabila because he liberated Congo, and then installed his son, which was basically his son's actually a Rwandan, you know. And so therefore he doesn't talk about that, right? Talk about that. What he's doing is trying to create a narrative. He knows, they say Paul Kagame killed his own Tutsi people.
I wonder how much he got paid.
You know what I'm saying? So like I say, please drop navigate. I can't deal with this Negro peeing anymore. Tonight, man, get him out of here.
He's gone. He's gone.
Gone for the night. This is what I'm talking about. People like him, like gossiping and talking a bunch of nonsense and everything. Don't know history. Don't know everything. And the bottom line is this: that's a freaking lie. The Europeans hate Paul Kagame. They can't stand him. They're doing everything they can to undermine Paul Kagame and everything. And I'm not saying Paul Kagame ain't doing, but he took 250 men and defeated a Hutu army of 15,000 because they're well disciplined. And then when the war was over, the Hutus got beat so bad, they sued for peace. And most of the people in the government were Hutus. He invited all the Hutus back to help rebuild Rwanda and govern Rwanda. And the only reason why these guys are talking about that is because these guys are in the Congo right now, looting minerals, doing all they can, instability. Congo is lawless. And the fact that they got a country right beside them that's succeeding while they can't get themselves together because they basically committed the cardinal sin of killing Patrice Lumumba.
Okay, I'm confused. Why did you want us to show the video of you? I mean, I'm confused. What was the point of showing?
My video was the fact that this is what we're talking about. This guy is a freaking Bantu Congo extremist. He hates Tutsi people and stuff like that, And this is what I'm telling you.
That guy's from Zimbabwe. That guy Lutando is from Zimbabwe.
I know that guy. He says a lot of good stuff and everything like that. Some of the stuff I agree with, but when he says stuff like that, right? He can't explain why is it that Paul Kagame, right, can take this country and build a modern, successful country, right? And we don't look at that. And his country, Zimbabwe, is failing at every turn, and no one talks about that. Now, he says a lot of good stuff about the whites in Southern Africa, and I agree with him on what he says. And I spoke to that guy one time, But the whole thing is this: the people in Africa, right? The enemy in Africa is always another black person, He doesn't say anything about the Canadians, the Belgium that's in the Congo right now, the Turks that's in there, the Pakistanis in there looting the place. He doesn't say anything about the UN stuffing planes full of minerals and flying it out and stuff like that. He doesn't say anything about the warlords in the Congo and everything. The problem is Paul Kagame, It's Paul Kagame. And so when you make Paul Kagame the boogeyman, right? All you're doing is setting things up for another war. It's the same thing goes on if in Africa. As soon as one country, Africa, starts succeeding, right away, there's always this white boogeyman in the all because the white man. They don't provide no proof, no evidence.
Okay.
Paul Kagame was basically under attack by the French, the British. He changed when Paul Kagame changed the national language of Rwanda from French to English, right? He was on their crosshairs. He basically will have the first African country to secede from going from French language back to, and he's gradually putting the indigenous African language as the official language. So Rwanda is going to be a fully developed country which speaks its own language, everything. That means it's going to be a complete victory for the black race. But instead of looking at that, right, and saying, something, we can learn something from Paul Kagame, what he does and everything. He's the devil and everything. Let's not say anything about all the guy in the president of Equatorial Guinea, right, who slaughtered his people and wasted billions of dollars worth of oil revenue and everything. He was put there by oil companies. Let's not say nothing about the former president of Congo, Joseph Kabila, who became a billionaire in office and whatnot, and the Congo's still poor. Let's not say nothing about all these other people in Africa that leaders that are doing nothing for the government.
Good night, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get off the screen. I'm gonna listen for the rest of the night. I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, but Black Hannah, don't forget about the question you wanted to ask me. I'll be happy to address it if I can.
Well,
the thing of it is, Kala's explaining something, and if you guys are being impatient with him, you can drop off the screen. I need him to really finish what he's saying, and because we're hosting a show.
Yeah, I personally don't want to be on the screen with all the politics because.
So she's gone. Go ahead, Kala Genesis. Finish what you're saying.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to say is this, though, right? The reason why I played that, right, to give you an example of the divisiveness that when you have words like that, people stuff like that, words in Africa, right, can lead to genocide, can lead to mass murder and stuff like that. It doesn't take much for people to believe somebody's an enemy and everything like that. Notice how he kept pointing out the Tutsis and everything, the Tutsis. Why did he say that? Not all Tutsis supported Kagame, not all Hutus hated Kagame. So why did he draw the lines between Hutu and Tutsis? Because there's this thing going on where people, this guy calls himself a Pan-Africanist, right? But yet, basically, they can't get rid of that tribalism stuff. And when you always ask me, what's the difference between Black people in the West, is that we don't have that tribalism mentality, except for these 2% of people that practice ADOS FBA. We don't see them. We see Black people as Black people, and we see white people as the enemy. Africans, right? No matter what happens and everything, they'll forgive the white man. They'll go pray over the Queen of England's death and everything. But if a Black man does something wrong, not saying Paul Kagame's an angel, but these guys want his death. I listen to these guys. These guys inbox me all the time. We're going to bum rush Rwanda. We're going to drag Paul Kagame in the streets. We're going to burn Rwanda to the ground and everything. I said, what is that going to do? Instead of building the Congo, they're spreading all this hate and stuff like this. Africa is a continent drowning in hatred. That's a drowning in hatred. And the hatred is never directed at people who are actually harming Africa from the outside. There's always people basically hating on another Black person on the continent, on the inside. Now, I asked a question. I asked a question about Kabila, right? He became a billionaire in office, exploiting his people. How come Paul Kagame's not a rich man? Do you see Paul Kagame driving around in fancy cars with billions of dollars overseas? No. All the money, all the money Rwanda makes goes to building roads, building schools. Rwanda's education system is so good that private schools shut down because the public education got so good. But our mentality, because we're not professional, we don't see things like that. We don't value education. We talk about building museums and all stuff like this, And the bottom line, we don't care about education. We don't say, something, that's a remarkable accomplishment, man. We don't need private schools. We don't need missionary schools anymore. We got a good public education. And so therefore we just go on with Paul Kagame. Do you see Paul Kagame and his wife spending the people's money and stuff like this? No. But he's building the country.
Is the tribalism internally within African countries, and perhaps lack of knowledge about countries that are even next door to one another, are these two things hurting, in your view, the AFTA agreement?
Yeah, of course. And that's why I say, when we talk about building an Afrikstan, we're talking about building a safe haven for the Pan-African mindset and the diaspora mindset to flourish, right? From a position of protection, because we can't just go to the continent and be like this, because who wants to be in the middle of that? Who wants to be in the middle of that? That's, when you talk about, we're just going to go to the continent, love, peace, and happiness, that's foolishness.
Carl, something I want you to expand on, if I can. I'm sorry to break your train of thought if I did, but I want.
Yeah, and you guys have to let him finish what he's saying. Because what he's analyzing the whole situation from that video, which is very important. So I didn't appreciate Black Hannah just trying to cut him off and trying to interject our own way of what we're talking about. What Kala's breaking down is very important, and based on the things that we talk about. So Kala, you have all the time you need to finish up, because this is vital, like what you explained. And I wish you was able to really flow with what you're saying without having to be cut off.
Yeah,
because this is very important, this whole Paul Kagame situation. Because like you mentioned, this guy's not flying around in private jets and doing all this fancy stuff. He's out there cleaning the gutters up with his people every last Saturday of the month. You know what I mean?
Everybody, the whole country is on one thing. Now, it's not going to be easy. There's some people angry and everything. But when they look around and people are saying, well, Rwanda is a clean country, that gives the people a source of pride, and pride in their country. Look at other countries where garbage is piled up in the streets and everything like that, and people living in filth. They're building roads, they're building infrastructure and everything. How they do this? Rwanda has no natural resources, right? They say, oh, it's stealing resources from the Congo. If they go into the Congo's selling them coltan and everything to process it to finished products and everything, and they're making the money. That's a legitimate business deal. But they flip it like, oh, Kagame stealing from the Congo and everything like that. But at the same time, they say nothing about the French, the Belgium, who are still in there getting rid. Belgium's You know, when I flew into Brussels, I was like, this is it? Belgium? This is a shit country, man, and this country rules over an area like the Congo, but they have nothing to say about the Europeans. They'll cry over the Queen of England. This is the sort of mentality the Pan-African movement of Bomani and Kala Genesis is fighting against. Because we got a lot of people who call themselves Pan-Africans and everything. They call themselves that like that, but they got nothing negative, positive to say about Black people. They always want to make it seem like Black people in America are up to no good, this, that, and the other thing. But the bottom line, I'm telling you right now, there's a mentality that goes on in the world where you don't have to respect Black people. You could take from Black people and everything. You could do whatever you want to do to us and everything, and you can get away with it. I'm sick and tired of my people in America being slandered. I said there's Black America and there's Black America X and everything. And when I talk about Black America, I'm talking about the Black America I know. And the bottom line is, if you think that we're just like white people, you're freaking insane. We have our own traditions, cultures, and all stuff like that white people don't know anything about. There's hidden Black American culture in America that people don't even know about. I asked a girl a couple weeks ago about watch night. I don't know what watch night is. That's an African American tradition in the church. And I asked several people, I know what watch night is. Anybody who goes over to Black church knows what watch night is. That was something that was practiced in Black America, but stayed in the Black church. Every New Year's, Black people will sit in the dark, with candles, waiting for the New Year to come in. That goes back way during slavery times. And we eat black eyed peas and whatnot, and black eyed peas, and I think it was turnip greens, We eat that on watch night. That's an African American tradition. There's certain songs we sung in our communities and everything like that people don't know about. The movie Rock, School of Rock with Jack Black, the white guy Jack Black. Get this. This guy brung out Soul Sister. And I was like, get the hell out of here. Black people don't even know that. What does Soul Sister hymn means, And I'm like, damn, they were singing the Soul Sister number 9. I'm like, I used to sing that. We used to sing that when I was a kid in the inner city buses and whatnot, Soul Sister number 9, sock it to me one more time. Soul Sister number 3, keep your white hands off of me. All these things that Black American traditions and whatnot, everything that we hold dear in our culture and everything like that. If you grew up around Black people, we have culture. We know we have traditions. We know have things. And we give you another example, right? When you see a Black person, when I got back from Liberia, I went to this seafood place, right? And down Virginia Beach, right? 21st Century, good place, right? And I went in there, right? And I ate, and I was coming out, and there was a brother sitting in his car, right? And he goes, "Yo, brother, are we good in there?" I said, "Yeah, we're good in there." Now, if you're a white person, you wouldn't know what that conversation was saying. If you're a foreigner, you wouldn't know what that conversation. What he was saying was, are there people like us in there? And that goes the thing. Anytime you go to a bar, go someplace, are we cool in there? And a real brother, your soul brother, will understand where you're coming from. That's what means by when you bond with your own people, you understand each other. There's a certain level of understanding. That's culture. That's something white people never have with us. So when somebody get up here and talk about we are just like white people, other than the fact that person is a freaking fool.
Kala, can I ask you a question, if I may?
Go ahead,
okay. By the way, Kala, I want to commend you on pointing out about the the cleanup effort that Mr. Kagame has introduced. In fact, in the chat, I named it. It was the Umuganda, which was a national once a month community work cleanup. And in fact, the word itself in Kinyarwanda means coming together. So I'm glad you pointed that out, because those kinds of work efforts are bringing people together in a kind of a Pan-African spirit, above tribalism, above difference and division, to get people in that particular country to see themselves as Rwanda, not mired into tribal affiliations. Now, the question that I have for you was, and I hope I'm not misquoting you, I think you said something to the effect some time ago on the program where you said that people in Angola and Zambia, for example, are reading Malcolm X, or reading, positions of African American people regarding, white supremacy, Black nationalism, and other sorts of things. So, what would you say? If that's so, given that's so, how does that translate into efforts you see in those spaces to promote a kind of a liberation that you think would be helpful for our engagement, for example, in those particular countries, Angola and Zambia in that example?
Well, I have a guy. One of my partners, Hey Rue, whatnot. He basically friends with the Angolan president. I mean, Zambian president. And Zambia is an excellent coast. They got minerals that you never heard of, right? They got all kinds of opportunity. I got all kinds of videos from people, from my partners in Angola. They said there's so much opportunity in Zambia. They're discovering all type of meteorite rocks and everything. There's a lot of people, but there's a lot of white guys over there who getting into the mining and stuff like that. And Zambia is a beautiful country, and basically, uh, 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 the Zambian people, right? A lot of Zambians, they read a lot of Pan African stuff and everything. Why? Because they had the experience of dealing with white people on the same level we did. They were basically enslaved. Same thing when in the Congo and places like that. So there's this underlying bitterness and resentment, right, that still exists in those countries. There's a lot of anger and resentment because of what happened to them during slavery and stuff like that. So they remember that. So that's something basically you could build on. And also they have a worldview which they see themselves as black. In Southern Africa, you're black. The black people. You can't have black people unless there's white people. The white antagonists. And Zambia and these countries, they're dealing with that. They're dealing with a white population. Now they're dealing with a Chinese population. And so therefore their blackness and their race stuff, is but if you don't really have to deal with white people like in West Africa and everything, you don't have that. You don't have that mentality. You don't have the same thing to bond with. So you basically are dismissive of what black people in America say. They're very, very dismissive of it. But when you basically have deal with your own problems with white people and everything, you say, okay, I understand what they go through. That's something really you could build upon. You could build upon that, and have success, and really have success,
I got one question.
So you're suggesting, Kala, that these countries, Nigeria, Ghana, countries like that were not former white settler colonial colonies, are places where people there do not believe that they were really oppressed by white supremacy.
Exactly. The average Nigerian, look at Kidola. Let's just let them talk. All you do is let these guys talk. Mike O and Kidola.
Yeah, those two clowns from Nigeria. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line, you just let them talk. And people are shocked when they hear this. I'm not shocked, whatever, because I know how they think. And they're not my enemies and everything, but they simply don't have. They say, look, they got 99 problems, but the white man ain't one. That's the mentality. That's how they think and everything. And so when people try to go and build Pan-African, I'm going to Nigeria, I'm going to Ghana. I would say if you go to those countries, just enjoy the country. But if you think you're gonna go and believe yourself in this race thing, you're not gonna get that over there, because race is not the thing. And we overstate a lot of times. What we do as black people in the West is with Afrocentricity is like black imperialism, right? We want to basically take our experience of racism and everything like that and project that on the continent. What you're doing is being dismissive of people like, oh, well, I live in northern Nigeria and whatnot. I don't have any ill to white people. They never enslaved us. We were never even enslaved in the transatlantic slave trade, And so why are you projecting what your experience on us? And we expect them to toe the line and our Pan-African thought and everything. And so they say, well, what about Pan-African? Now, you asked a question about Pan-African nowadays in the modern days. Now, some people say, something says we're all on a continent, right? We're all one race. Let's build on different levels. But the Kenyan is not going to stop becoming a Kenyan. The Nigerian is not going to stop becoming a Nigerian, right? The Tanzanian is going to keep his identity as a Tanzanian. We as black people in the West, because we don't have a state or nothing to bring to the table, right? We just think Pan-African means that, we're all African, so I can just move free. It don't work like that. People are not going to give up their identities. Now, Southern Africa is a little different, right? Race is a factor in Southern Africa, right? They do see Indians and all these other people as a threat, so they're going to say that. So what do you think? What do you say about the African Union defines anybody born on a continent as an African? That complicates things, that complicates Pan-Africanism.
Wouldn't you say though that like West Africans should, look at more what's being done to them present day. As far as like indirectly,
Well, let me ask you a
by
question. Let
itself
me
for
ask.
Pan
Let me answer that, Big Black. Remember I told you earlier, that Nigerians, $400 billion. Nigerians right now, so many politicians so corrupt. You could live in Nigeria your whole life. Your life never improves. You're not in the right tribe. You're not in the right group. You're not connected. Whatever like that. You're just asked out. The smaller tribes. There's smaller tribes in Nigeria who got brilliant people, but they'll never hold office because they don't have the numbers. So when we started talking about Pan-Africanism, they're like, I got many problems, and the white man and white supremacy ain't one. They got their problem is people who look like them, right? Who are not like them, who basically neglect them and oppress them and rob them and everything. And they can't do nothing about it because we live in a modern world, right? And the modern world is this. We created states, right? Where it's winner take all. This is what usually happens in Nigeria and places like not so much as Ghana, because Ghana has pretty much a stable country. Places like Nigeria, if your guy does not win the office, right, you got your visa ready. You got your visa ready in case your guy doesn't win the election. You're gonna go to Europe and wait it out. Remember Wally Soyinka, people like that, notorious for sitting in UK, taking pot shots at the Nigerian government. I don't like this. When that guy gets back in office, oh, there's a big celebration, welcome back home and everything.
But
So
but I'm talking about just situations. I'm talking about I understand that, as far as like almost like a, I don't, for lack of better words, right, crab in the barrel mentality, right, in a way. But just let's say if they went for just nuclear energy just to power the city, they
right.
don't they know that, they get a whole bunch of sanctions for Western countries, to stop them from doing that,
Well,
and
actually, Rwanda's building a nuclear power plant. The West don't like it. That's why they got this guy on here talking about Paul Kagame this, because I really do feel that the West is going to make a move against Paul Kagame soon. I feel it. When you see all this hate, you would think Rwanda would be on everybody's mouth saying, wow, what a remarkable country. You got people who call themselves Pan-Africans trying to bring this man down.
But yeah, but my sentiments exactly. I'm pretty sure there probably was some sanctions placed on Paul
No, he don't have no
Mugabe.
sanctions on him because they got nothing on him. You gotta have a reason to have sanctions on him. But what the West do is they don't have to have sanctions. All they have to do is keep saying how bad you are and stuff like this. This is how they take you down. They take you down because they have a global propaganda machine. Paul Kagame suggested black people, Africans, start creating their own media outlets, right? To basically tell their story, because Europeans basically decide who's a good guy, bad guy. First of all, when you're a good guy, you have an administration. When they don't like you, you have a regime. See how they change words like that? It's a regime, a despotic regime, and to the point where basically black people in America, we just go by what we hear. Where we don't know how to stand down and say, "Yo, look, I think I have a different opinion of this person and everything." We just basically just go along with the Western media says. Like
But
Charles
didn't
Taylor.
Robert Mugabe get sanctions placed on him just for rejecting the gay agenda?
Yeah, well, it was more to it than that. The bottom line is this: this is what happened. Bob Mugabe in 1980, the Lancaster Agreement was brokered by Liberia, right? It was supposed to be willing buyer, willing seller. The government of the UK was supposed to repatriate its citizens, right, and pay back or the willing buyer, willing seller, take back the land from the white farmers and resettle Africans, right? What happened was the Lancaster Agreement was reneged on, right? And then what happened was the men who fought in the war and everything. Think about this. This was 1980, right? Let me give you a timeline, right? By 18 years later, by the late 90s, right? The soldiers who were promised land, right, began go. Rob Mugabe was supporting the white farmers because it was a breadbasket, right? Then what happened was the soldiers started mutiny against Mugabe, right? And Mugabe said, you know something? It's either me or these white farmers. So he threw the white farmers under the bus, right? And became really radicalized. Oh, yeah, the white farmers and everything. And so Mugabe told the British, I can't do nothing about it. The soldiers, the people just going on white people's lands, kicking them off and everything. And white people started fleeing and everything. And the West basically blame Mugabe. Mugabe said, we're supposed to shoot our own citizens. I can't control what's going on. So they put sanctions on Zimbabwe, right? Sanctions on Zimbabwe. They tried to get this guy Gira to become the new thing. He was supported by the white farmers and the international community. Mugabe won 2 straight elections again twice and everything. But ZANU-PF won 2 straight elections, and the West was like, we had enough of them. Then they got this guy, Master Gillo. I forgot his name. I forgot the guy's name. He basically got the green light, right, to arrest Marbury Mugabe, right, by the Chinese. No coup happens unless they got a green light from the West. The West will say, if you do this coup, okay, we'll still do business with you. The worst thing you do is have a coup and be by yourself with nobody supporting you and everything. You'll lose. So anytime you see a coup happens, right? A coup happens, it's because somebody in the West says, something, go ahead, do it. We got your back, and that's what happened in Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe.
Okay. Hey, Wednesday, I just want to ask you a question. You wrote in the back check, I just want to get an understanding. You said Pan-Africanism equals sustained Ubuntu.
Ubuntu, yes.
Ubuntu. So could you give just a little bit clarity on that? Because
Oh, yes. Well, so if we look at, Ubuntu, the idea that, I am because we are, we're really talking about a concept where we see our humanity connected from the communities that we come from, and then we extend that type of sharing ideas about humanity to other people that we come in contact with. So we had that kind of thought pattern when it came to African people, that we could reach out to other African people regardless of our background and regardless of the background of the other African person, but we realized a common origin, but we wanted to connect with those people just based upon a common origin and the idea that we need to interface beyond money, beyond politics, but just interface to create a better harmony and synergism between us. Then to sustain that is really, I think, the conduit by which Pan-Africanism, would be sustained, because it's not just money, it's the interface of all of those things that I mentioned in the chat earlier about the components of culture that interface together, that we bring with us in sharing with other people. So we want to concentrate on not division, but commonality, so that we're focusing more on what I would call a positive arc.
okay.
Those are the kinds of things and foundations.
Let me ask you a question, right? Right, and I agree with that 100%.
You agree with that?
Right, I agree with that 100%.
I agree with that too.
Check this out. That being said, right, why is it that it seems like when we have all that ideology, right, it sounds good from the standpoint where we live in America, how we're gonna do it, but as soon as we get to the African continent, right, whatever unity or Ubuntu we have, right, goes out the door. Everybody's doing their own individual thing.
Because sometimes, Kala, you mentioned that you felt like one of the ways that Pan-Africanism has sometimes goes awry, I guess, from the U.S. perspective, is that there was a notion that you need to give up all of who you are in order to identify or be identified with Pan-Africanism, where really Pan-Africanism should be a collection of African people from various backgrounds who get together, who see the benefit of their interface coming from all the different perspectives that can build things in a greater way based upon diversity. All right, so if that be the case, then where things go wrong is that on the African American side is not enough cultivation about who the group is, what they've done, and what they would bring to the table in a humility way with other African people who have a lot to share at the same time. So as we come to the table, It's not a matter of one-upsmanship between one kind of African and another, but it's a spirit of we can all share what we have to bring to the table, and whatever the positives that we have, everybody can share in taking from those positives. But if we are focused on one-upsmanship, or one kind of African is better than another, or one kind of African is going to dominate, then we concentrate on the divisions that kind of eradicate the bigger picture of bringing diversity and integrating
So
that.
what you're saying is we need pluralism. That means many,
Yes.
many. Well, we don't have that in as far as the black race is concerned, because why? Because when other groups of people come together, they have a scholarship class, right? They have people who learn it and everything. They have people that are peers and you respect them, and also they show the unit. They're the example that you want to follow and everything like that. And our culture is not like that. Our culture that somebody African American don't think his way is the best, and somebody from Nigeria think his way is the best, instead of saying, something, there's things about you guys do that we should learn, and there's things about you we should know. It's like a zero-sum game. You got to give up everything what you did to mess with me. I got to give up everything, and that's the mentality, that's the mentality we have, and that's why I say, we talk about building an Afrikstan. We're talking about bringing the best minds together and building these areas where people are socializing and building together, and so therefore everybody has something to contribute. It could be the fact that, in America for the most part, right, we all congregated in Harlem, right, black people, but so we know who was also there. Black people from the Caribbean were there. The black people from the Caribbean who came from educated elite societies were in social clubs with black people from the South and everything with elite societies. Those type of black people got along and built their thing. The black laymen, the working people got along together and everything like that, So it was a synergy between two groups of people became one, and so we don't really have that anymore. My point I'm trying to make is when black people go to the African continent, right? And I'm saying to myself, if we're talking about Pan-Africans, right? But yeah, I know so many people, right, that live in the same country. I say, you both in the same country. Do they see each other? No. Why? Because a lot of times people aren't doing well. And instead, if this is another thing, and I'm gonna close with this, right? We're people whether we're doing well or we're doing not. Just like in marriage, it's for better, for worse, for sickness and health, right? We're becoming so superficial in our Pan-Africanism, right? We're trying to show off our gains. Look what I've done. Look what I did. I'm this, that, the other thing. And so when somebody's not doing as well, he stays away because he doesn't feel part of what you're doing. Instead of saying, something, this is all for us. We're all part of this. I'm sure you're going to be able to contribute one day to the movement, the cause and everything. And then we come together and build. What's happening is this: everybody's individualistic, right? Because nobody wants to be like, okay, I came over here. Who does he think he is and everything? Or you see somebody that got a business going on and everything, and he's doing this thing, and he has a certain status that you don't, and everything. So you stay away. You say, why am I gonna help him out with his business and whatnot, man? Forget that nigga. He's on his own. The same mentality that destroyed the black community here, we're bringing it to the continent, and that's why you see people on the continent do not work. That from the diaspora don't work together.
Are your ideas about the Afrikstan that you mentioned? Do you think that an Afrikstan, as you have described it, will or is going to work better in a country or countries like Angola and Zambia versus a place like Ghana or Nigeria?
I don't think
Or even
I
Nigeria.
would just X Nigeria off the map. That's not. It would never work there. Ghana could be a possibility because of Kwame Nkrumah and stuff like that. Liberia, yes, because they have a history of Pan-Africanism and everything. But those two countries, because of Kwame Nkrumah and Ghana, Liberia, maybe Sierra Leone, but in Afrikstan would work perfectly a place like Angola where there's wide space and they got a history. They have 32 years of a civil war, and they still basically, those countries are still angry and bitter and they still have a worldview which they is pretty much anti-white, and everything is pretty much pro-black. So therefore, those countries right there would be ideal for doing building a nation state or a city state, whatever like that. And the whole idea is people say, "Oh, shoot, African Americans." No, the bottom line is this: we're going to be competing for the brain gain in Africa. I'm gonna close with this. The idea of an Afrikstan is the fact that we could build this first world 20th century state, right? But if you basically have somebody from Ghana, right, instead of him going to the UK, if he's a pharmacist or a doctor, he can come down and work with us, get residency, get all those things. Because we understand, like you go to advanced countries, right? You can go there, buy a house, buy a condo, buy an apartment, and no problem, and you're adding to the economy. You open a bank account. Why can't we have that modern society? Why are we still, African countries, still backwards to the point where people are getting scammed over land and stuff like that? Why can't you just go to a realtor and get a piece of property and stuff like this? Why can't you own property outright? Why you got to go through all these chiefdoms? And we got to get rid of all that,
So your Afrikstan really is not only for African Americans and other African diasporans, but also other Africans who are even on the continent who believe in a Pan-African vision.
If you believe in a Pan-African vision, that's what I say. You be a Pan, but I do say the African diaspora has to be the majority. I think the museums and all the culture you see, the street names, the place names are going to be based on the people from the diaspora. But does not mean that a Kenyan or whoever else can come there and thrive. We got instead of all these people going to spend money in Dubai and put money in the European and Chinese banks, welcome to our land and join this Pan-African citadel. It'll be a citadel of Pan-Africanism. Pan-African is not just, it's also about doing a Pan-African banking system, a Pan-African farming, a global supply chain, If somebody wants to come there and open a business and everything, you got an industry you want to develop, whatever like that, hey, you more than welcome to come with us. No other country in Africa says that, to all these preconceived notions. Oh, you got to be a Ghanaian for a certain amount of years and everything. No wonder why they don't develop,
Colin, I'd like to, if I may humbly do so, I'd like to offer a small critique of your narrative or perceived narrative as a person looking on the outside of what you're saying. Now, the explanation that you gave about the Afrikstan, attracting African Americans, other African diasporans, other people on the continent who have the same kind of vision, as you gave an example about, hey, somebody from Ghana or from Kenya, wanted to be part of the Afrikstan. Fine. I think sometimes when people have heard your dialogue about the Afrikstan, sometimes perhaps on their part, they don't hear the Pan-African thrust of it. But also, I would say that in your narrative, that may get lost, and that sometimes doesn't get emphasized, that the Afrikstan is really to bring together a Pan-African mindset in a particular location from all African people who share that kind of vision, inclusively and significantly with African American people as part of the diaspora who would be there as well. So I think that has to be emphasized, because I think people may critique or misunderstand what you're saying, and some detractors, maybe deliberately and some non-deliberately, try to make it seem as though an Afrikstan is a kind of like a invasion of the diaspora to take over from indigenous peoples on the continent. And that's not what you're saying.
No.
And then sometimes I think that people may not listen enough and may not engage you to hear what they want to hear. Then some people take that.
And what gets me is a lot of these people never looked at a map of Africa. They have no idea the vastness, the scope and magnitude, and the size of the continent. They have you could build like 100 Afrikstans and not even scratch the surface of Africa, you know? And so the bottom line is this is what I'm saying. And when you talk about the Afrikstan, I think every country in Africa should have built these things generations ago. New territory like Hong Kong. You know, Hong Kong's China, but it's a Chinese diaspora, you know, in Hong Kong. Millions of people. Hong Kong, how did Hong Kong develop, right? Millions of Chinese flooded there post World War II and created a surge. Chinese were bringing boatloads of gold and money, putting them into modern banks. The economy has been growing ever since, you know? You know, and so what I'm saying, when you have this surge of people, you know, building because you got the territory, you know, when you have land, you can do anything, you know. Hong Kong's only 500 square miles, right? But it's like one of the 13th largest economy in the world, 500 square miles, you know. And you say to yourself, why hasn't no African say, you know something? Let's create this thing where people with skills and everything could congregate to and build this new super city. We don't have one super African city, you know, real black African city, you know. We don't have that, you know. Lagos, please, you know, let's stop. You know,
exactly, Kala.
Would your Afrikstan, if I may ask, Kala, in terms of just physical infrastructure, not the mindset, you know, and Pan-African vision, but just the physical infrastructure, would it in any way resemble Research Triangle Park in North Carolina that is in between Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill? It functions as a kind of a business.
Well, I don't know about that, but I remember Soul City. Remember trying to build Soul City in North Carolina? You know, Soul City. You know, Floyd McKenzie tried to build Soul City. He tried to get black people from the north to move back to the south and build modern. That would have worked. Had that Soul City project, maybe they would have named it something else. Maybe if they named it Afrikstan back in the days, but it was Soul City. We didn't really have an African identity back then. So Soul City was a city state that was supposed to be built. It's still there in eastern North Carolina, you know. And he said land, we could build a city. They had industrial parks and everything, and it encouraged black people to move to the south and have jobs and everything like that. People like Jesse Helms stopped it, you know. Oh, they were threatened by it, you know. And so I'm saying to myself, if you're going to try to build something, you have to be on the African continent. Soul City would have worked good. You know, it was like a planned community of African Americans, you know, and it was going to be the prototype of the new black communities, right? To basically relieve people. And every state was going to have a few of them were planned communities where you have business professional classes, you have industrial working class, you have all these people working together, colleges and everything, and these new black planned communities. You know, so these ideas have been thought of before, but have never really been implemented, you know, by, you know, then you got people with detractors and everything like that, you know, like navigating that Liberia 2.0, you know, a 65-year-old man that ignorant, you know.
Yeah, appreciate it, Kala, because that's what I was wanting to point out to you. And that's why we decided to, you know, it's like the whole time you're trying to talk, he just every minute just like, you know, popping in like he's some kind of commentator.
He's jealous because he don't have intelligence, you know. He's had his age and he doesn't have any white people. He still talks like a babbling idiot on the street corner, you know.
Yeah, what is this right here? What is this comment right here?
Afrikstan's good creation of a new nation in Liberia 2.0. This guy doesn't even know anything about Liberia, but that'd be good if we had a Liberia 2.0, you know. You know, if it wasn't for Liberia, Africa would never gotten its independence, you know. It was, you ask the Liberians who own land in Liberia, and they don't have to pay tax to the French and everything, how free they are. Liberians begin becoming rich every day because they got land, they can farm, they can do everything, build houses and everything, and they don't have to pay some chief or whatever like that for their land. You can go to Liberia tomorrow and buy a piece of property, buy anything, whatnot. Just go to the thing. I know the guy who does the deeds and whatnot. I know lawyers and whatnot. Get you land, everything like that. You know, I got BAO members land in Liberia, you know, and living good and everything. So you can't do that nowhere else in Africa right now. You can in Angola. Angola land is cheap too, you know.
So Kala, are you familiar with Research Triangle Park? If you aren't, I'll just give a little summary of something.
Right.
Okay. Well, so I actually spent a number of time in that area, but if you can just sort of think of Research Triangle Park as basically an industrial park where no one basically lives there except if you're going to be in a hotel, but it's between or amongst the three surrounding cities of Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill. and all areas of business, technology, research are conducted by plenty of companies in that little space, the Research Triangle Park, but it integrates with the economies of the three
I'm all
surrounding
for it. That sounds
cities,
good. I'm all for it.
along with interfacing with all of the brain power interactively of the surrounding colleges, whether it be North Carolina Central University, Duke University, North Carolina Chapel
Are they
Hill.
gonna build this? I'm all for it. I'm all for
Okay,
it.
so that's why I was wondering, infrastructure wise, was your Afrikstan more
Exactly like
or
that.
less that kind of idea?
Exactly like that. You know,
Okay,
industrial. It's gonna be industrial zones. If you go on the BAIO website, we got prototypes. You know, industrial zones, college education zones, commercial districts. You know, we even named the main university the Black Wall Street. You know, commercial districts and stuff like this. You know, residential areas, all planned out. You know, mapped out to be a thing. And the bottom line is this: and people say, "Oh, look." You know, we know we can't, by international law, we can't exclude people by race, but people will come there if they got skills and everything, you know, but to become a permanent resident citizen, you have to be Black. As simple as that. You know, I don't believe in the New World Order of getting rid of nations and getting rid of flags and everybody's living. No, I do believe nations should be defined by race, culture, and heritage, right? Black people in the West got a common heritage. We were enslaved in Africa. That's what we have together. That's what we're going to unify by. Everybody that you meet is going to have the same story. We were taken across the Atlantic. We're now here on this continent. And those who aren't slave descendants, they're more than welcome to join us because they have the spirit of Pan-Africanism and they understand our story. Just like it's reciprocal. Just like if I go to Ghana, I want to respect the Ghanaian. I want to respect his story. If I go to Nigeria, I want to respect Nigeria's story. We have to have a place on the African continent where our story is told. You know, this is who we are. And if you're going to be part of that, it's fine. Everybody in Africa, I can't just go to Kenya and say, you know something, let's be Pan-Africans. Cut down let's rename Mount Kilimanjaro. Let's name it the Pan. No, that's Kilimanjaro. You respect that heritage, you respect that name, and that's their heritage. You got places in Liberia where the government of Liberia kept the name Mount Nimba, and Zwedru Mountain and everything like that. That's the Bono people and the thing. That's a sacred mountains and whatnot. You keep the names the way it is. You respect that culture. You respect that heritage and everything. And the Pan African don't mean you got to erase everything to make everybody happy and everything. It just means that when you come to this part of the Black people in the diaspora have to have space where people understand when they come to the Marcus Garvey International Airport. Who's Marcus Garvey? Well, now you know. You flew in on the Marcus Garvey International Airport. He was a great Pan-Africanist in a thing. We celebrate him, our museums and everything like that. The culture and the history, everything about that is celebrating the return of the people who were lost in the transatlantic Holocaust. It does not mean other Africans are not welcome. It means you can come here and everything. But when you come here, like I said, run in Rome, do as the Romans do. You adopt this Pan-African culture that we have on the ground.
Okay, I've got a question on that, if I may engage you. I just put a article link in the private chat here. The title of the article is called "Zambia and Zimbabwe Offer Land to African Union for First SADC Multi-Billion-Dollar Wakanda One Village."
Yeah, I'll tell you about that.
Wait, before you do, let me just ask a little question around that. So given that these two countries are on their borders, basically putting together land for Wakanda One Village, that has been something that has been kind of advocated by Dr. Chiambori.
Story how that came about.
I know, but let me finish.
Let him finish all the way, please.
Okay. So she has been kind of advocating Wakanda One Village. How close is her views to yours in regard to an Afrikstan, and what are the similarities and differences about what she's trying to do versus yours?
Do you know where she got that from?
Well, it seems like you may have implied that it was from you.
You really don't know where she got that from?
I think you've tried to imply it was from you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She went over there, Mr. Rosenthal. This was 2017. My friend Celeste, my partner in Angola, because when the new president came in, she was caught up in a dragnet. She went to jail for 2 years, right? And in the process, Mr. Rosenthal, of the African Gold Bullion Bank president, went to Zimbabwe, right? And met with Robert Mugabe. I got the pictures. I showed Bomani the pictures on our website, right? And I got an article. And read my blogs. Wrote a blog on it, Anyway, he went over there and met with Dr. Arikana, right? And I told Mr. Rosenthal, I'm not too sure about Zimbabwe, but just ask Robert Mugabe, what does he think about this, right? And Dr. Arikana was in the room, right? And he said, well, we have people in America. There's a young guy in America who's talking about building a city-state in Angola, but, our partners in Angola, new government came in and everything like that, right? So anyway, because the Angolan government the previous government in Angola told me that's a good idea. I told them about the city-state being in the southern part of Angola, and they said, no, a better place would be on the Congo River in the north. And so anyway, basically, when that didn't work at that time, right? When the new government came in, right? He went to Zimbabwe. And then what happened was she started it was right when the time the movie Black Panther came out, right? And she started saying, oh, yes, that's Wakanda. And I said, look, you got to correct her. We call it Afrikstan, not Wakanda. And then when she had the idea was building a city-state, something like a Dubai, right? But here's the thing. We would not have what we call an Afrikstan, which we control from top to bottom. That means we control the administration. We select who like that. It would basically, and I asked, she said, no. It will be controlled by her people and people that, the Zambian government, the Zimbabwe government, border countries would administer it, and we just come there. And I said, no, that's not what we're trying to do. That I would appreciate the gesture, but we want to basically have autonomy and be able to create our own particular self-determination. Well, that wasn't really on the table, at the time with her thing. So I said, I can't. I told Mr. Rosenthal, and him and I had a little falling out, man. He said, well, they're offering land. I said, look, man, that's not what the BAL want. We want territory like we negotiated in Angola. We want an area where we can have autonomy. We'll be part of the local government, but we want to have our local regional administration, And then when Celeste got out of jail on Christmas of 2019, she called me on Christmas Day, and that was the best Christmas present I ever had. She was Kala, and I was communicating with her the whole time she was in jail through her handlers, And she was like telling Kala, we're gonna do this thing, and she's doing all right. She's in good spirits and everything like that. And then when she got out, she called me that same day, the day after Christmas Day. She called me, and she said, "Yeah, we're gonna start this thing up again," And then that year, 2020, I started making plans for sending my guys over to Angola, right? And then the COVID thing happened, and the country of Angola went on a lockdown. I was sending people over for reconnaissance to check out the territory and stuff like that, and give reports back. Yeah, he said, Kim just said, oh, I guess us having a nation in Africa. Yeah. She wants to have a Wakanda village, right? Bring black entertainers, stars, and everything like that, but it won't be a nation of our own. It's just someplace I don't know, with the congregate and everything like that, I know. So the bottom line is this, there's a lot of people that don't want to see us have any sort of power,
But Kala, if I may ask a question, I saw the person's comment here, King Justice. I didn't, from your description again, I did not view the Afrikstan as being like a nation. It seemed like a large industrial park.
Let's say a regional municipality.
Right. But that's different than perhaps a nation in the way that.
Well, you could call a nation.
Right?
You could say the Nation of Islam calls itself a nation.
Okay.
And we're talking about a geopolitical entity. That means when you look on the map, that's there. There's lines drawn. There's a star that says the capital. The star that says largest city. Star that says so many miles, elevation, everything. When you have a geopolitical entity, that means if somebody wants to do business there, they have to what? They have to check in with the government and everything. There's laws and everything like that. That's how a nation, a state runs. You know, you can call it just a city state or nation state or a county state, whatever like that. It's a geopolitical entity with some sort of, now with the host country. And I said this, you're gonna basically, you can't, from a nation state point of view, right? If we're gonna integrate Africa, this is a hypocrisy. People saw, oh, you're gonna integrate Africa. Okay, you first integrate Africa by integrating your infrastructure. That means roads, bridges, power lines, all that should be connected. Each African country should have a power grid connecting each other to increase the power pool. So if we're gonna build an Afrikstan, wouldn't we get Angola has plenty of electricity? Wouldn't it be easier just to buy power in bulk from the host country and distribute it locally?
So,
buy, stuff like that.
So if as you described that about buying power, that would be certainly an interface with the host country government, as
Right.
you mentioned. In this,
and a host country would make money. If we're
Right.
if we're buying billions of we're buying millions of megawatts of electricity and stuff like that, and we're and also fiber optics and everything. And not only that, the host country might be able to supply us. The business people might be able to supply us with food and stuff like that. Would you trade back and forth and everything? So it would be a cash cow. It would be a cash cow. And also we're raising taxes. We'll have a tax base. We'll split.
So given that this would be a partnership, you implied that regardless of the namings, Afrikstan, Dr. O'Connor's piece.
I don't like that Wakanda thing because it's Black Panther. Come on,
Right. But I do think that there is merit in naming something by an African name. So I was going to ask you later, what were you going to actually call the Afrikstan?
Okay, I would name it after like a particular. It'll be the Afrikstan will be divided up into several different districts or whatnot, and we will take on local names. I already picked out. You look at my map. I picked out several names based on local things, like local Congolese names.
Yes,
excellent. The cities and stuff like that.
Excellent.
So
that's great. So I'm glad you brought that up, and I wanted to ask you. So under Dr. O'Connor's vision, her thing was that the governments themselves would kind of control large portions of this Wakanda type village, but your ideas is that it should be an autonomous type structure.
Yeah, we have the people, we have the educated people to run ourselves.
Okay.
We don't need another people. If we're gonna have somebody else controlling everything we do, we might as well stay in America. The whole idea is the fact that it's a partnership. We're bringing the best and brightest of the continent. Now that we're gonna be able to attract, and now this is another thing, right? If you build in Afrikstan, Africans have a hard time getting brain and investment to the continent, right? Such an Afrikstan would basically plug that host country into Black America.
All right. Now, given those different visions, do you believe that the Afrikstan that you're talking about is going to be better received in Angola versus a place like Zimbabwe or Zambia?
Well, one is Angola has coastline. Zambia is trying to build its own version of the Afrikstan. They're trying to build smart cities, and they want to basically attract Black America. And I have no problem. I have no problem with what Zambia is trying to do and what our economy is trying to do. But I still say, even Akon, I still say we need that one state, right, where people could say, say the administration and everything is basically controlled by us, in that area. And I'm like, we can all work in conjunction together.
That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you. What I'm saying is, even though you're pointing out Angola would be amenable to your visions about, an autonomously led Afrikstan, do you think that the governments in Zimbabwe and or Zambia would be amenable to the same thing, or you think they are not amenable to autonomous structure?
Let me say this, right? In some of these countries, it won't be necessary, because Zimbabwe is very big and Zambia is very big, right? You might have a situation where, like my brother Mapupo said, in the northern part on the lake Tanganyika, there's territory up there, man. He goes, you guys could build up there. We don't need. I mean, unless we get large numbers. Africa's so big, man. Let me tell you, Africa's so big. You really don't need Afrikstans every place, right? All you need is like one or two, like one. I would say one, right, and just small satellite communities. Like satellite communities throughout the continent. But you do need that one place, that's autonomous. Almost semi sovereign. So now let me give you an example. Angola has a province in the north of it called Cabinda. That's on the Congolese side of the river, right? And Cabinda was once part of Angola during the Portuguese, but it's sort of like succeeded. It's not recognized and everything. And I got people from Cabinda saying, there's plenty of territory. And they got oil and everything. You guys ought to come here and everything. I don't know how to get there. I don't even know planes land there, but it's an Angolan province that Angola still claims, but they're sort of autonomous. Look up Cabinda, and Cabinda has oil. They're doing their own oil business, everything. And a lot of Cabindas have been trying to reach out to Black America, saying y'all to come here and just live. When we say live in Africa, they do mean you guys build communities, because that's how, they could raise tax revenue. They have a market, they have a market they can sell to and everything. And they got a place where they can own real estate and they can benefit from us and everything. So this idea that they don't want you building any city state is stupid. They know the benefits of that. They see it happen all over the world, smart cities and stuff like that. So no, these detractors and everything talk about, Africans on the continent realize if you build something like this, a city state, they'll be more than welcome to have you there, because they know it will bring a lot of these countries, right? When you look at it, when's the last time you ever see these guys ever been showcased on the world stage? Never. But if you put African American, why do you think Liberia is so popular right now? Liberia is trending so much right now because of its connection to Black America, its history. Why do you think Ghana is so connected right now, so trending right now? Because of the year of return and stuff like that, So reaching out to Black America is beneficial. All Africans want some sort of connection to Black America in the diaspora,
So do you need not just buy-in, of course, but do you need like monies, let's just say, from the Angolan government to help do this while you provide the vision for it?
The Angolan government, like I said, has a sovereign wealth fund. It gave Portugal $32 billion. And what I'm saying is that this is why Bomani's part is so important. Once we are successful with what Bomani's doing in the project we want to do in Liberia and stuff like that, it's going to be natural. Oh, these guys are serious. The problem with Angolans is they have the idea. All the stuff we're talking about, Angola's already discussed this. They've discussed bringing Black America home. The president of Angola just recently went to the African American Smithsonian Museum. These guys want to bring Black America home, but they just don't know that there's Black people in America who are interested in this. I'm the only one they know about, the BAO and everything like that. As more and more Black people in America get interested in Africa, and this begins momentum, right? And it'll give momentum when they start seeing, wow, these guys look what they built in Ghana, look what they're doing in this, look what they're doing. Everything counts. Even Black people that are building in Rwanda, Black people that are settling in Botswana, the Black people in America that are settling in Namibia and everything. If there's a momentum, right, the Angolans will be like, hey, look, man, we're not going to waste our time, because right now Angola got a city they built with the Chinese, right, that's unoccupied. They got a whole city, a brand new building, beautiful city, right, that's unoccupied, because the average Angolan can't afford that because it costs because of the cost overlay, right, the shipping and everything like that when it was built. These cities basically are empty. Angola got brand new cities, that streets and everything, right? That apartment buildings, condos, everything, row houses, everything that are empty. They don't have nobody.
Who is it built for? Who are the cities built for if they can't afford it?
Angola's had a lot of money, a lot of oil, so they went on a spending spree. Just build a city. It's called Kaluta City. And the bottom line is nobody lives there. There's people gradually moving there now, but it's so expensive because right now they didn't have the mortgage system in place. They need jobs, they need all stuff like that. They need to build a middle class. They're trying to do that. So therefore they say like Paul Kagame built Vision City, and nobody lives there. A beautiful city. Paul Kagame built a Vision City where nobody lives. That's a problem in Africa. They can build cities. China's the same way. China built whole cities that they weren't able to move people into. And so, therefore, what I'm saying is, when you got black people, when you have black people in the West that want to come to the continent in the mass by the millions, right? That's a money. That's they'll do it. They'll do it.
Do you think you
Kala,
can
there goes
build an
the map is right there,
Afrikstan?
Kala. The map is right there.
Yep.
Your territory is right there.
Okay.
Kabinda.
Okay. Thanks for showing that, Bomani.
Hey, zero in on that. Zero in
you-
that Kabinda. Bomani.
Do you think?
It's on the Congo River. You gotta go deeper. Go yeah. You go out to the ocean a little bit. Go all the way in. Go in. Keep going in.
Is the Afrikstan column that you envision in terms of location? I know you're showing the location, but does it take advantage of even proximity or right there in one of those cities that are unoccupied?
Okay, well, the Afrikstan we talk about was there's a city on the northern coast will be Soyo, small popular city, has oil, a refinery and stuff like that. So it'll be like a thing where you'll have some cities that will be in the territory, but it's still part of the host country, and then some cities we occupy. With some cities we occupy. So basically, when we start building our small towns and everything like that, we're developing and everything. You got to go up a little. You got to zoom in, Bomani, so you do Kabinda.
I mean, this is right here, Kabinda, right here.
Yeah, we can't see it.
How can HBCUs, Kala, in your view, be helpful to one? Let's just use Angola as an example. How can HBCUs be helpful in telling the story properly and narrative of African Americans to Angolans?
Right. So
how can the infrastructure of HBCUs be helpful in helping you?
We have to do is stop this narrative. Stop this narrative, right? That if black people are coming to Africa building, they're anyway being colonized and all that stupid, dumb, ignorant talk. Black people in America building in Africa is simply going home and building, which we have every right to do. We've been
okay. So how can HBCUs be helpful in the narrative that you just mentioned, and also in being helpful with the Afrikstan, given some collection of HBCUs that are heavy into STEM development, such as Howard, North Carolina A&T, Hampton, Florida A&M as examples?
Well, that's one of the things we have to read. There's all these people in these HBCUs up until like recently, right? Were interested in this, right? But now the HBCUs are more interested in gender reassignment. They're more interested in social justice. We wasted so much time on social justice, reparations, FBA, ADOS, and all this kind of freaking nonsense that's getting us nowhere,
Serious.
So therefore, we lost interest in that because of YouTube. YouTube has damaged this Pan-African movement. It's really
Suppose you were to get the through your contacts in Angola. Suppose you would get the president of Angola to convene a conference of, particularly STEM-oriented HBCUs in terms of their presidents, to lay out a vision about how those HBCUs can be very helpful to themselves in investing in Afrikstan through, intellect, talent, research, etc., but also beneficial to Angola in a kind of a symbiotic
that's what
relationship.
That's what the Angolan government wants. That's why the president came here, and stuff like that. And basically, Angola are showcasing the fact that many African Americans are actually from Angola. Angola is actually trying to reach out. They're seeing the success of the year return in Ghana and stuff like that. They want to be plugged into black. It's not just us coming there, right? They want to basically be plugged into Black America politically,
Right.
and socially, culturally, politically,
But what can
and
be
so.
done to interface that with the HBCUs? I mean, I know you're
Well,
saying
it's
that
like
they
I
want to
say,
do that, but what about a program to
HBCUs,
do it?
if
The thing of it is our people have to engage themselves. I mean, that's how you get things done. I mean, like we're a lot of times we're dependent on folks from Africa to come here. They do come here, but they're limited on what they can come here and do. So that's why we're doing these moves in Africa, where we're telling people, encouraging people
now
to
let me,
take trips to
brother
Africa.
Bomani,
And,
let me say
well,
this.
that's why
You,
they have to take trips to Africa and
right.
make those moves. And when you get to the country, you build those relationships and you put the work in. But none of these things are just gonna organically happen if we
No,
just all this talk from the sides that we are. And
but
that's
check
why we
this out.
try to encourage and
I
engage
give.
people to participate, because the more that we can participate here from America, the more things will change. The issue is that we have a very small percentage of participation, and then when we do have participation, it's people just going to Africa and just they get a piece of land and they just live in, and then that's it. There's
They're
there's
living
no
on a dusty piece of
there's
land.
no, and that's why we're building that community, Black Star Pan-African community, to represent us being able to make moves. You have a headquarters, you have people there, you can make these kind of moves. But that's a lot of times why we can't get these things moving, because we don't have our setup in Africa. And then while we're trying to build our setup in Africa, we have people that's like literally trying to pull us back here and tell us we need to focus on America when we have something good, but then we don't have the level of support. So that's literally what we're doing, like right there in Ghana, in that community. Uh, that
If you
represent our connection to make this thing work back and forth. And that's why we need more. And that's one point I'm disappointed about Navigate Freely. You spend most of the time literally just trolling instead of talking about what they're doing in a stable and how they can run an operation similar to what we're talking about as far as Afrikstan, and represent the African diaspora that's coming to the African continent, and and organize it to where we can get all these things done. So it's just literally just up to us, but we can't let these trolls just get in the way to where these things are not being done. And that's I look at it as simple as that. But anyway, I'll go ahead and let's try to close out, because
But
I don't
check this
want us
out.
to
Let me
keep
say
going
this,
on
man. I'm
too
supposed to have
long
been off
about
a
this.
half hour ago.
Oh, go
The
ahead.
University of Virginia, there's these sisters that from the University of Virginia, right? They went to Zimbabwe, Zambia a couple of years ago. Look it up and on YouTube, right? And they went there because my boy Mapupwe was telling me that that's all right and everything, but they went to the western part of Zambia, which is Barochi land, and they're trying to have a secession movement. They said they want to build a city state in Barochi land, and he said because they want to secede from Zambia. So his sisters from University of Virginia, and I was talking to them. They say, "Oh, it's beautiful, a beautiful area. Barochi land is beautiful. That's on the border of Angola in the western part. It's beautiful. I mean, and also what I love about when you look at these places like Angola, and they got abandoned towns and cities. They're like it's like the roads and the streets and everything look like you're like in the 1970s and whatnot. And it's like still looks nice. So they got basic infrastructure you don't see in West Africa. You got basic roads and stuff like that. I'm like, how does Southern Africa got so much infrastructure? Basic shit that you don't, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, so they went to a thing where Barosi land and my boy Poopa didn't like. He said that those guys are crooks. They're using Black America, you know, to gain stuff and everything. And then some other Zambia said they wanted to build another city or state to bring Black America home and stuff like. So there's a lot of movement going on for this stuff. Just that the mainstream media is not covering it. A lot of people don't know about it, right? Unless you go on platforms like this. No other Pan-African platform talks about these things and everything because they don't want to know what's going on actually what's going on. They basically just talk and talk and talk. Yeah, and like I said, there's people on the University of Virginia sisters. They went to Zambia and they was like, yeah, let's build this city state and everything. You got a Zambian group in Miami who's working on a city state project and everything like that. And so you got people over there and whatnot, and you got a lot of Black people from America. My boy Heru is a businessman in the BAO. He's a businessman in Zambia and everything like that, and he does multi-million-dollar projects with gold mining and stuff like that, home construction and stuff in Zambia right now. He's been there for like 10 years, been back and forth for like 10 years, so there's people, all this stuff like that is not new. We're not the only ones doing this. It's just that there's no real coordinated effort, because people do their own thing, and it's hard to get people to work together Well, it's understandable because it's all about money and, people putting their hard work and time and stuff like that, But like I said, the idea of an Afrikstan is like the grand thing, I support all these people that's doing the thing in Africa. You got people all over, Black people from America, all over the continent, doing their own projects and stuff like that, But I do believe that Afrikstan will basically give us that freedom, where we have a place in Africa and Liberia too, the places in Africa where we can operate freely. We don't have to worry about the U.S. government every time looking over our backs and everything. And we need that, we need that. We need those things set up on the African continent, and the college, the Black kids in the college and everything. Unfortunately, the last couple of years, everybody talk about this ADOS, FBA. Why do you think this stuff happened? When we started doing this moves in Africa, 2018, here comes this ADOS, FBA stuff.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I want to say to everybody, thanks for allowing me to be on the panel with you all. I've enjoyed the conversation and engagement. And in parting, Kala, I wanted to just ask you one final question, if you would.
Yeah.
Do you have the ability to put, say, officials from the government of Angola with, say, even the presidents of Florida A&M, Howard, and North Carolina A&T, if you just had even those three schools together in the same room with the government of Angola to say what can be done?
Here's something I can, but the whole thing is this, right? Right now, the way Black America is right now, you look at Black politics in America, right? Everything's about getting Democrats elected and everything.
Yep.
The politics in Black America, I don't know what happened over the last couple of years, right? But we were thinking on this level, right? Especially when the movie Black Panther came out, we were thinking on this level. Now everybody's divisive. Now social media has destroyed the fabric of Black America. Now everybody's at each other's throats, You got Caribbeans and Black people in America going at it. You got Black women and Black men going at it and stuff like this, and all this divisive talking. That's why I said with this platform right here with Bomani, I said, look, I'm going to get with Bomani because we're going to create a platform where we could talk about what Pan-Africanism, nation building is the centerpiece. If we start getting back to that and everything, we'll be on our way. But everybody, basically, I urge people all the time, stay off these social media sites. If they're not talking about building and they're not talking about this, it should not interest you. Everything else is a bunch of nonsense. Reparations is not important. It's never going to happen. All this ADOS FBA stuff is divisive. It's counterproductive.
Serious. Absolutely, brother. Navigate freely seemed like he just enjoyed us texting and typing up messages and things like. Yeah. It seemed like he's finding very hard finding ways to
navigate is what happens when you bring Uncle Ruckus into Africa.
But his goal seemed to be just to disagree and just to on some debating tip. But the vision of what we're talking about, family, it's real. I mean, we can make these things happen. I'm not saying that we're just gonna have all of these things, but you can start from building basic community. And they have one right there in the Sable where Navigate Freely is, and I mean, I don't know how that thing is even run and things like that, but I'm telling people that we have our organized operation and we're gonna take it to another level with this. Yeah, so we're gonna keep doing it, family.
Yeah, we build these prototypes. It all starts with communities. Everything, where you live at starts with a city. You live in a city. Your city's part of a county. Your county's part of it. All we're doing is building it and selling in areas and become. If we can get to the point where we build several communities in this territory we're talking about, then we become a district. We become a state. We become a geopolitical entity. New York is a geopolitical entity in the United States. New York City is a geopolitical entity inside New York City. That's all we really need. You do not have to have an independent sovereign nation because it's talking about. And now that we talk about consulates, right? A consulate, right? A consulate. You talked about consulate. With the Afrikstan, we're allowed to have our own consulate. Let's say the African consulate in the state of Virginia, the African consulate in the office of the consulate of the Republic of Angola and everything like that. You could do all those things. The consulate in Republic of China. You see the freedom you get when you basically have a geopolitical entity.
Absolutely. That's the level we need to be thinking on.
That's the absolute level we need to think about. So anybody talking anything less than that, he just wasting time to talk about your nonsense. People don't like
exactly. They especially talking about Liberia 2.0.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. It don't have to
I got another one for you, Wednesday. Navigate. This is what he posted right here. This is how negative this dude is.
Mm-hmm. Well, interestingly, this is those 3 schools have no money. Actually, what's interesting is they do have money, and it can be harnessed if we're talking about Howard, North Carolina A&T, and Florida A&M. Not only money for what Kala is talking about is not just money, but it's influence.
Yeah,
to get other African American people who are either connected to the schools collectively as alumni, or other people who are well wishers to buy into this kind of vibe. Things could be set up. Those 3 schools that I mentioned have huge infrastructure regarding any kind of areas of STEM. I mean, they have the different focuses, but engineering is a common one that could be used, and architecture can be used collectively. That's why I was saying that if you could get those 3 schools in the same room with the government of Angola as an example, we'll see what could be done.
Absolutely, because these are the courses that they teach at those schools are nation building courses.
Yeah,
when you think about it, it's just things that we need. So after a while, we're gonna make these connections, Ben. But I'm encouraging the rest of us out there, family that's listening to us. For those who have those connections and things, reach out to us and make some things
join
happen.
The BAO, join the BAO social network, join our education, join our STEM group. We have a social network for people who are interested in this. That's all you have to do is join the BAO, download the app, and everything. Get plugged in.
Perfect, man. That's
anyway, brother
that's
Bomani. Well, I gotta go. I'm really. I ain't gonna get no sleep tonight. I gotta get up and work. All right, are you Wednesday?
All right. Thank you. Kwaheri to everybody.
Thanks for having me. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Good
perfect,
night,
man. So we're gonna close out. So that's it, family. We are closing out. We're gonna play some nice music and then close. So yes, family, enjoy the view from our website, africafortheafricans.org, and enjoy the music and enjoy all the information. Lots of information on as far as land and as far as this whole bunch of Africa tours, and all the countries are just. I've been having it roll down the screen, so if you're interested, like I've been putting on a text at the bottom, text me, email me, check out the website, and link us, and we will connect with you. And this show is mainly for us to push that energy of Pan-Africanism and get into more conversations and connect people from this beautiful bridge we're building from Black America to Black Africa.
Sun It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie Kanamawi, Kanamawi, Kanamawi. Hey, hey.
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and adinkras. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go forward. A message in the lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Oh, yeah.